How could I not see that?
Miles got it first.
There weren't any ghosts.
Zeke was the first to say it. Exactly. I looked through the window at the woods. I haven't seen a ghost since we got here. Where are they?
They could have left, Miles offered. They're not forced to stay put anymore.
Every single one? I shook my head. That's too out there for me. Where would ghosts be? I snorted. The last time I had to hunt down a ghost was... never. I've never had to find a ghost in my life. They always found me. They're just not here. If they're not finding me, they're not here. Zeke followed Asher's truck into the parking lot and parked next to Rory's truck.
Rory's back.
Back? Oh yeah, Tara. At least Tara will be gone soon. I got out of the truck. Hades ran toward me and skidded to a stop so I could give him loves. I opened the box and handed Hades the rest of my pizza. He wriggled his butt and ran back to sit next to Zeke with his prize. When I started toward the campsite, I spotted Tara fuming at the picnic table. My uncle got out of my camp chair and gave me a strained smile.
Hey, kid. How you feeling?
The guys sat down in their chairs. I shrugged. Okay, I guess. I'm worried about what I'll raise tonight. Rory gestured at my tent.
Since your tent flap is busted, I'll leave you my tent for the rest of the trip. It's got more room anyway.
I gave him a smile. Thanks.
We need to talk, kid.
Rory's voice was dour. The sound of it alone made my stomach drop. Sure. I gestured at the trail around the lake. Let's take a walk.
Good idea.
I joined Rory on the trail. Hades caught up and rubbed against my hip. Rory shoved his hands into his pockets as we walked down the path. The silence hung thick in the air, which was fine with me. Something told me I didn't want to know what he was going to tell me. When we reached the picnic table, he stopped.
Sit down, kid.
My stomach became a rock as I sat on top of the table. I rested my elbows on my knees and waited. Hades jumped up and sat on the bench between my legs, his head immediately nudging under my hand for scratches. Rory took a deep breath and met my eyes.
Orden's sentencing was today.
I tried to take a deep breath. How long did he get? My skin crawled as I waited.
You remember how his hearing was closed to the public?
Rory's face was carefully empty. I recognized it. It was his cop face. I nodded slowly. Yeah. His family wanted to keep it quiet, supposedly to avoid causing me further distress. It was complete bullshit. They just didn't want their precious name smeared around town. Rory's shoulders rose as he took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
It wasn't a trial. It was a plea hearing. He made a deal with the DA.
That couldn't be all. Rory wouldn't be this angry if that was it. I tilted my head to the side and surveyed my uncle. His eyes were harder than I'd ever seen before. Why didn't they tell us? Rory crossed his arms over his chest as he clenched his jaw.
His parents have some political pull in town. That's how. They wanted the media circus gone, and to keep everything quiet so as not to affect his future.
His future? It was a hit to the chest, driving all the air out of my lungs. What? His raging eyes met mine.
I know, kid.
If this was what they were concerned about, I'm the one who got the shit kicked out of me. I'm the one who was in the fucking hospital and they're worried about his future?
It's fucked up, Lexi. It's so fucked up.
He stepped closer.
I'm sorry. The DA and the judge agreed. There's nothing we can do.
My eyes burned. A heavy weight settled in my chest as the shadow of a nightmare loomed over my shoulder. How long did he get? Rory's eyes met mine.
I'm sorry, Lexi.
A low ringing began in my ears as I moved past Hades, put my feet on the ground, and stood up. How long? He unclenched his jaw.
5 years in a psychiatric hospital.
5 years? That's it? Use your head, Lexi. Think. And he has to serve all 5 years? Rory's face became pained. The lines around his eyes grew deeper.
Not if they determine that he's not a danger to anyone.
Rage boiled inside me, white hot and roaring. It was different than all the other times, where before I would have felt eerily quiet and calm. Now there were flames charring the inside of my chest, threatening to engulf me, burn me from the inside out. I'd never felt anything like it. The ringing in my ears continued as my eyes unfocused.
With his parents' influence, he'll be out in 2 years at the most.
Rory stepped closer.
I spoke to the judge, and he has promised me he will serve at least a year.
In a hospital, I rasped through my dry throat as I wrapped my arms around my stomach.
Yes, in a hospital.
I shook my head as it hit me. So, it didn't make a difference. My eyes filled as I looked up at him. It didn't matter that he had my passport, that he beat me, that he cracked my skull, that he drugged me, that he was going to take me out of the country. None of it fucking mattered. His eyes were dark as they met mine. It made no difference that he touched me. My voice cracked.
It did, Lexi.
I might as well have kept it to myself for all the good it did. I gestured wildly as the first cracks were forming in my control. I could have not been humiliated, kept some fucking dignity, and not had to go into a fucking station and say it over and over for no fucking reason. I shook my head. The damage he did, none of it mattered when his parents waved their money. He stepped closer.
It did. I think that's the only reason he got a sentence at all.
I shook my head. It really didn't fucking matter.
I'm sorry. If we had known sooner.
Rory stopped talking. There wasn't much he could say anyway. I tried to push it all back behind a door, so I gave him an empty smile. It's fine. It's over. It's time to move on.
It's okay to be mad, kid.
Rory's voice almost broke me. Almost broke my sliver of control. I know. I don't know how I kept my voice steady, but I did. You should, get Tara home. She was really freaked out last night and most of the day. His eyes ran over me.
Lexi.
I just need some time alone. Rory clearly didn't believe me, but he gave me a long, tight hug before he started back down the trail. I sat back down on the table, my hand finding Hades' ears as I counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. I needed to hold my shit together. That white-hot flame was roaring inside me, wanting out, needing an out, or I'd burst into flames. 105, 106. Not yet. I needed to know what I was going to do before I stood up. By the time I reached 243, I was ready to move. No, I needed to move. I got up and headed back down the trail toward camp. Miles jogged toward me and stopped in front of me. He didn't hesitate. He came straight to me, his hand finding my face.
Rory told us.
I'm fine. Even my voice was flat.
You're not fine.
Isaac jogged toward us. Miles dropped his hand from my face.
No one would be fine after hearing that shit.
Miles moved out of the way so Isaac could reach me. Isaac hugged me tight. The rage was still there, scorching me from the inside out. I needed to get away from everyone. I pulled back from Isaac only for Ethan to shove his brother out of the way. Ethan hugged me too. I took a deep breath of his spicy cologne and stepped back. I didn't want to be touched anymore. It's done. Ethan's eyes were worried as he dropped his arms. Zeke and Asher both came down the trail. I couldn't look at Zeke. He knew what Orden did. I couldn't deal yet. It's over, and now I can move on with my life. My voice was a bit too normal. I'm going to go for a swim.
Isaac. Lexi was still in the tent changing after pinning the broken flap closed. This isn't good, I muttered. You think? Asher kept rubbing his neck. How could they fucking do that? Ethan began to spin his rings. Zeke was still silently looking out at the lake. I don't know. Miles' voice was cold. I didn't care how they could do it. Right now, I was worried about Lexi. She was probably pissed as hell. Her being quiet like this, it wasn't good. Lexi opened her tent flap and climbed out of the tent. She didn't lift her gaze from the dirt as she headed for the lake. Slipping off her sandals, she folded her towel and left it next to them. She went into the lake and began to swim out. Her body made long strokes through the water. Something about the way she moved. I recognized it. Miles, swim with her. Miles turned to me and frowned. She might need to be alone right now. Lexi swam out past the no-wake zone. Miles. I turned to him and met his eyes. Trust me. Swim with her. You think she'll do something self-destructive? He toed off his shoes and socks. I shook my head. Not on purpose. If she's as angry as I think, she's not feeling anything right now. Nodding, Miles took off his glasses and his shirt. She'll swim until she can't anymore, and she won't realize it. Then she'll... Ethan turned to look at her swimming out further. I'll follow further back with the ski. I headed for the skis. You'll need two. Asher headed for the skis too. Stay far enough back to give her the feeling of being alone. Miles handed Zeke his glasses, then ran for the water. Then catch up to her fast. I moved the ski into deeper waters. Miles took off like a shot. It was impressive how fast he could swim. I turned and slowly made my way out, giving Miles enough time to get closer. I followed Miles deeper into the lake. When he was within 10 feet of that copper hair, both Asher and I backed off. We idled after them, simply watching as she kept swimming. How far could she go?
Lexi. 5 fucking years. I kicked my feet harder, pulled myself through the water a little harder. He won't even see 2 in there. I turned my head to the side, breathed, then moved back. Bone-deep rage coursed through me with my pulse. It didn't matter what he did to me. It didn't matter if he fucked up my throat. It didn't matter that he was guilty. It was his future that mattered. Resisting the urge to scream, I swam faster and harder. My mind shut off as my body worked harder. The only thing I could feel was the rage driving me to keep moving. More. I needed to move more. My arms and legs moved in a rhythm that helped the white-hot flames go lower. Eventually, it pulled back, leaving nothing. I welcomed it as it began to seep in. Dulling the fury bit by bit, I slowed down, my arms getting heavier, my breath a little harder to get. My calves started to stiffen. My kicks grew sluggish. I stopped swimming and moved to tread water. Suddenly, nothing wanted to move. Shit. I shifted to float on my back and focused on getting my breath back. The nothing seeped through me. It washed over me, making everything seem further away. I looked up at the blue sky and took several deep breaths. Everything was quiet for now.
Lexi.
Miles's voice was garbled by the water in my ears. His arm moved around my ribs. His shoulder moved under my head and lifted, making everything clearer. He pulled me against him.
Lexi.
I didn't realize how tired I was, I whispered as he held me close. Give me a few minutes and I'll be able to head back. At least, I think I could. The tightness in my thigh was telling me I was damn close to a Charlie horse. Miles kissed my temple as his legs kept us at the surface.
That's all right. Rest.
I closed my eyes and focused on getting my breath back. Where are we?
Little over 2 miles from camp.
His arm around my ribs squeezed me. Only 2, huh? I need to work on my cardio. The rumble of engines came closer. Miles chuckled as he lifted his other arm and waved. The engines got louder.
How is she?
Isaac pulled in close to us. Out of breath? I couldn't stop myself from being a smartass. I pulled away from Miles and started keeping myself above water. He kept a hand on my ribs as I swam toward the back of Isaac's ski. I reached up, grabbed the handles, and tried to pull myself up. I managed to get my knee on the back and out of the water. Barely. I climbed onto the ski while Miles swam toward Asher's. I sat behind Isaac and draped against him. My forehead rested between his shoulder blades. Already worn out again, I pressed my front against his back and wrapped my arms around his waist. He squeezed my hands.
You okay?
I swam too far. I moved to press my cheek against his back.
I know.
He ran his hand up and down my arm. He took his hand back and hit the accelerator. He didn't try to go fast. In fact, I don't even think he got the back of the ski out of the water, which was fine with me. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the warmth radiating from his back. Asher took off with Miles back toward camp.
You're pissed.
His voice carried over the engine. Not anymore. Now I'm just... That numbness still filled me. Cold and welcoming. Tired.
You can take a nap when we get back.
I shook my head. It wasn't that kind of tired. We rode the rest of the way back in silence. When Isaac pulled up to the shore, Ethan was waiting. Isaac shut off the engine and let me off. I waded through the water and onto the sand. Ethan handed me my towel. I wrapped it around me.
Go get changed. We moved your stuff into Rory's tent.
Ethan's eyes were warm as he handed me my sandals. I nodded, then headed for camp. Not looking at anyone, I went into Rory's tent and closed the flap. When I turned back, what I found on my bed had me smiling a little. Hades was waiting, lying next to a pile of clothes, a giant black hoodie, a green t-shirt with a math equation, and 2 mismatched socks, a blue one with broomsticks and a red one with golden snitches. The guys. I sat down on my bed and fingered the clothes. My mind was mercifully blank for once. My anger was gone for now, but it would only come back.
Lexi?
Miles called from outside of my tent. I'm dressed, Miles. Miles unzipped the flap and pushed it aside as he came in.
Are you all right?
I nodded.
Why don't you lie down and rest?
His eyes were warm as they ran over me. I shook my head. I didn't want to. I could just imagine the kind of dreams I'd have. Miles slipped off his sandals, then closed the flap.
If you lie down, I'll stay with you.
Not caring that I was still in my swimsuit, I scooted over to give him room before lying down. He lay beside me and turned to me. His fingers stroked my face. The warmth radiating from him had me moving closer. He wrapped his arm around my waist and held me against the front of him.
Just rest for a bit.
I breathed in wintergreen and relaxed against him. Everything else disappeared but his body heat, his touch. Over the last month, I had seen a side of Miles I never knew existed. Confident, sure of himself. He'd changed practically overnight. Since then, I'd been over at his house almost every day. I kept wondering if he'd change back to my shy Miles, but with every touch, every kiss, he showed me the side no one really got to see. A happy, relaxed Miles. Warmth filled me as I looked up at him. I loved him. There was no doubt. I didn't want to rest. I wanted to feel him, warm and alive. My voice was barely a whisper. Touch me. His fingers on my back flexed. His emerald eyes blinked as they grew warmer.
Pardon?
I brushed my lips against his. I don't want to feel his touch. I want to feel yours. He hesitated. Those eyes ran over my face again before he kissed me gently, his lips taking mine. Reaching up, I wrapped my hands in his shirt and slipped into his mouth. Wintergreen mint danced across my tongue as he kissed me back. His arm tightened around me, pressing my breasts against his hard chest. Everything fell away. All there was Miles's touch, his kiss, his heat, those long fingers stroking the skin of my lower back. Needing more, I raised my knee to his hip and pressed against him. His hand left a trail of sparks as it slid up my spine slowly. His tongue drove every thought from my mind. I wrapped my arms around his neck as his kiss grew firmer, more sure. The nothing inside me began to fill. Every touch, every stroke of his tongue, every kiss filled me with waves of heat. I moved against him, shifting my hips. His hand slid back down to my hip. His finger wrapped around my thigh and squeezed a heartbeat before he moved me to my back. His hips moved between my legs, pressing me down into the sleeping bag. I flashed on the cabin. I stiffened, my fingers balling in his shirt. He instantly lifted his head and took some of his weight off me. I opened my eyes to see Miles above me, against me. It was his hard body pressed flush against me, his weight over me. His asking eyes met mine, his question clear. I nodded that I was okay before I slipped my fingers under the soft fabric of his shirt. My fingertips found hot skin over hard muscle. His eyes glowed as my fingers trailed over his abs to his chest. I kissed him again, showing him how good I felt. He held most of his weight off me on his forearm, his other hand running up my side as he kissed me back. Heat rolled over me as his fingers brushed the side of my breast. I flashed on snow. I stiffened again. He pulled back again and met my eyes.
Don't push yourself, Angel.
Those worried eyes holding his gaze. I reached down to his hand and slowly brought it to my breast. Nerves sparked and fired as his eyes changed, filling with heat and understanding. He understood what I was showing him, understood what happened in the snow. He understood what I needed. His touch didn't hurt. His fingers were light, soft, warm, as he gently cupped my breast in his palm, his eyes never leaving mine as my breathing grew heavier. I reached up and kissed the line of his jaw lightly. A whisper of a groan left his throat. His lips took mine again, gently, carefully. His thumb stroked over my aching nipple. Electricity shot from my breast to pulse between my thighs. His mouth quieted my gasp. My skin grew tighter as my blood pounded in my ears. I kissed him harder. Our kiss grew hungry. More. I needed more. My hips moved against him as his fingers gently stroked me over my swimsuit. His lips left mine to trail down my jaw to my throat. Soft kisses that left me wanting more. I pulled his shirt up his body. His skin pressed against mine. Need shook me as I shifted my hips, rubbing my core against his hard length through his shorts. His breathing grew heavier as his hips shifted. Fireworks shot through me as he hit me just right. A small, barely audible moan slipped from my throat as we moved together. Clang. Metal hit metal hard, making Miles jump and pull away from me.
What the hell, Asher?
Ethan shouted.
Just starting dinner.
Asher's voice was clear through the quiet. Miles's hand moved down my ribs, his hand burning against my skin. My hands moved down the ridges of the muscles of his chest and slipped out of his shirt. Miles shifted off me to lie beside me. I moved to my side to face him and rested my head on his arm. He tucked a stray hair behind my ear, then wrapped his arm around me. I pressed against him with my body still singing, still needing to feel him. I breathed in his wintergreen scent and relaxed. The heat rolled back, leaving the numb, and that was okay. That's what I needed right now.
Are you with me?
His voice was soft as he brushed a kiss to my hair. Yeah, I looked up at him and met his eyes. "I know that was mostly about you," he whispered, "and that's all right." "No, Nemo." I kept my voice low. "It was about you, too." He ran his thumb over my cheekbone. "Me?" "I trust you, Miles." My voice was barely a whisper. "You make me feel as if it never happened. You touch me and I forget. My mind stops and all I know is you."
Was that everything that happened?
I shook my head. His eyes flashed from warm to cold, then back again. After several slow, deep breaths, he met my eyes.
"When you're ready, I'll be here. It'll be about you and only you."
My eyes burned. Damn, he was sweet. "I love you." He grew still. "Oh, God. I mean, shit." I covered my eyes and hoped I was hallucinating. Miles chuckled and pulled my hand from my eyes.
"I love you too."
Light burst through me as I smiled up at him with a pink face. He kissed me gently before lying beside me. I rested my cheek on his chest. Asher had hurt us. There was no way he didn't. What fresh hell did I open up now? I rolled back over and pounded my pillow into submission. It didn't matter how tired I was. I had been tossing and turning for a couple of hours now. After Rory had taken Tara home, the guys had kept watching me carefully all through dinner and s'mores, as if I was going to explode or something. The twins just kept trying to make me laugh. Zeke kept the fire going so I wouldn't get cold. Asher ignored me and Miles, which hurt but wasn't surprising. I hadn't meant for him to hear. It was just what I needed at the time. The guys had gone to bed an hour ago. At least that's when the fire was put out. I shifted onto my side and pulled my sleeping bag up to my shoulder as the numbness began to roll back. It didn't matter. I pressed my palm to my forehead, trying to make everything go away. I'm fine. I'm alive. I'm safe. Yeah, but for how long? A year? Maybe. I rolled on my back and stared up at the sky through the mesh ceiling. Everything ran back through my mind. Being kidnapped, being groped and beaten, then healing. Fuck, it had taken so long. Tears leaked out of the corner of my eyes, and I took a shaky breath. But it didn't matter. He would be out in a year, all because his parents knew the right people. That numbness pulled away even more, leaving me raw and aching inside. Orden had thought of me as a thing, something to possess, something to control. He treated me as if I didn't matter. And the justice system, the fucking judge and DA, they just showed me that I didn't matter too. It didn't matter that he hurt me. It probably wouldn't have mattered if he had killed me. It didn't matter if he permanently fucked up my voice. He was still going to get a slap on the wrist. Everything I was shook. The world as I knew it was gone. The icy touch of fear slid through me as I tried to breathe around the rock in my chest. Would he come after me again? I got up, pulled on my hoodie, unzipped the flap, and stepped outside. The fire was out, and the moon shined above. I wrapped my arms around me as I started across the campsite. Hades moved beside me in the quiet, his shoulder pressing against my hip as he walked. Hold on. Hold on. That numbness was almost completely gone. All I wanted to do was curl up and cry. I took deep breaths as I passed the guy's dark tent and walked through the grass barefoot. His tent was dark too, but it didn't matter. He wouldn't be asleep. Not after the news today. I walked around to the front and bent under the overhang. Hades dropped to his belly and crawled with me. I unzipped the flap. Zeke was already moving to the other side of his mattress. He took an extra pillow and set it next to his. Hades stretched out across the entrance under the overhang after I crawled inside. I quickly pulled down the zipper and closed the flap most of the way. When I turned back, he was on his side, lifting the blankets up for me. I climbed in and pressed against his warm skin. His arms slipped around me, one for my pillow. The other held me close to him as the tears started to fall. He kissed my forehead and held me tight as I sobbed into his shirt. All the fear I had been holding back poured out of me in tears. Not wanting to wake anyone, I cried silently against his chest, his arms keeping me safe, his body holding me tight. He didn't ask what was wrong. I didn't ask if I could stay. We understood each other perfectly. Chapter 12, August 20th. I woke up slowly, with my eyes feeling gritty and my throat raw, lying on something hard yet soft at the same time. I took a deep breath of engine grease and leather. Zeke. I slowly became aware of the arms around me, one over the middle of my back, holding me to him, the other hand cupping my thigh in his big calloused hand. I eventually became aware that I was on top of Zeke. My knees were straddling his waist, my legs straight down from there. How did I get here? All I could remember was I wasn't comfy. It didn't matter. He was breathing deeply, and I wasn't going to move. I floated in warmth and the scent of him. The pain in my head started getting louder and louder. I shifted a little on his chest. Zeke's hand tightened on my thigh as his arm tightened around my back. Something started buzzing. He shifted and reached over his head to the pocket where his phone was. I refused to budge as he shut off the alarm. His hand came back under the covers to my back. My cami was pulled up to my ribs again. His fingers ran over my bare skin. I rubbed my eyes, hating the gritty feeling. He ran his hand up and down my back, slowly, letting me know he wasn't in a hurry to get up. I tilted my head back and opened my eyes. His sky-blue eyes were warm as they met mine. I sat up a little, my hands resting on his chest, and smiled a small smile. He reached up and held my face, his thumb brushing over my cheekbone. Warmth and love poured through me. He knew I was coming to his tent last night. He hated it when I cried. It killed him every time, but he held me as long as I needed to get it out, all without saying a word. I shifted further up his body, leaned down and pressed my lips to his. My heart pounded in my chest as his lips moved with mine. My hands moved up his chest as his lips parted. I didn't hold anything back. I kissed him with all the love I had. His hands held my face as our kiss grew softer, slower. When I pulled back and opened my eyes, I met his again. His hands trailed down my back to my hips. His fingers squeezed gently. I climbed off Zeke, then opened the flap. I slipped out into the pre-dawn light and headed back to my tent before the others woke up. Hades walked with me on my way back from the bathroom when Asher ran by. I expected him to stop, but he didn't. It was like a hit to the stomach. He had definitely heard me and Miles yesterday. Guilt ate at me, but I shouldn't feel guilty, right? Grrr. I walked back into camp and found it still empty. The others would be up soon. Hades went into my still-open tent and disappeared. Going to the picnic table area, I started the coffee and pulled out everything I'd need to make breakfast. That's when I found the food dye. What the hell were we doing with food dye? I lit the barbecue and started cracking eggs. When I was sure I had enough for everyone, I put in the dye. Miles was wearing his swim trunks and toweling off as he walked back into camp. He probably just finished his morning swim. God, I would never get tired of seeing him shirtless. I highly doubted it. He slipped his glasses on as he reached the other side of the griddle. He smiled. "How are you feeling?" "Better." I started slicing meat. I'm still trying not to think about it too much. Miles's eyes were shadowed as he watched. "So you're trying to cheer yourself up with green eggs and ham?" "Yeah." I smiled. "Sorry I was so quiet last night." He shook his head. "Angel, There's nothing to apologize for. I couldn't face it yet. I wanted him to understand. I didn't want to think about what it would mean. He walked around the barbecue and pulled me into his arms. You don't have to explain. I took a deep breath of wintergreen and relaxed. Everything inside my head grew quiet. He'll never come near you ever again. His lips brushed my ear. I promise. Thanks, Nemo. I pulled back a bit and kissed his cheek. Now go get dressed. Breakfast will be ready soon. He smiled a small smile and headed toward his tent. I felt the griddle. It was hot enough. After scrambling, I poured the green eggs onto the griddle. As they began to cook, I tossed the slices of ham on, too. Ethan shuffled out of the guy's tent, still half asleep and in his pajamas. He zombie walked over and grabbed a mug. Have you had coffee yet? Not yet. Ethan grabbed another mug and poured coffee for both of us. I was flipping the ham when he put cream and sugar in mine. I smiled to myself as Ethan handed me the mug before fixing his own. He leaned against one of the tables and started to wake up. How are you this morning? I'm better. I moved the eggs again. Sorry for going silent. Ethan moved behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. He buried his nose in the crook of my neck. He took a deep breath and sighed. I don't care if you're silent. Just throw something at me when you're hurting. I leaned my head back on his shoulder and smiled. I promise. He lifted his head. What the hell did you do to the eggs? I chuckled as I grabbed the bread and handed it to Ethan. Start the toast and I'll get plates. Ethan nodded and took the loaf of bread. Zeke made his way into camp, smacking the guy's tent as he went. Fuck off, Isaac shouted from inside. Zeke walked into the kitchen area. What's with the eggs? They look off. I made green eggs and ham. I smiled up at him. They make me smile. The corner of his lips lifted into a half grin as he picked up a mug and poured himself coffee. I grabbed several paper plates and got the eggs off the griddle. Then I began pulling the ham off. Miles came out of the guy's tent in his climbing clothes, the same kind of climbing pants that all the guys wore when they climbed, then set an alarm. It wouldn't matter if I did. Isaac followed Miles out of the tent, fuming. He'd just fucking wake up earlier. Someone snorted. I glanced over my shoulder to see Zeke fighting not to laugh. I shook my head as Ethan began to take the toast off the griddle. Isaac must not have been wrong. Breakfast is ready. I set the plate down and moved out of everyone's way. I was starting to feel naked in my hoodie, cami, and flannel pajama bottoms. Where are you going? Isaac asked as he reached the kitchen. I need to get dressed. I turned around and walked backward as Asher walked into the campsite, but didn't look at anyone. I don't know. I think that's a good look for you. Ethan smirked. Yeah, I can totally see Zeke agreeing to me going climbing in this. I gestured at my pajamas. Miles shook his head. Please don't try. You should be getting dressed before you even go to the bathroom. Zeke shot me a look. He didn't seem to mind last night or this morning. I rolled my eyes and climbed into my tent. When I came back out, I was in my climbing clothes and sandals. The guys were talking about the climb as I grabbed my breakfast. Well, most of them. Asher's face was somber as he picked at his breakfast. I sat down in my chair in time to catch his hard eyes. Thanks for breakfast, Red. Isaac tossed his paper plate into the fire ring to burn later. No problem. I refused to turn away from Asher. I hadn't done anything wrong. I couldn't take that look. I put my plate down for Hades, my appetite more than gone. Everyone was cleaning up when Asher finally spoke. Are we going to talk about what happened yesterday? I went still. Zeke and Miles turned from the sink where they were cleaning silverware. Isaac turned from the grill where he was scraping the griddle. Ethan set his coffee mug down. You mean about the sentence that fucker was given? Ethan asked as he leaned against the table.
No, I don't mean that.
Asher met my eyes.
It's time to choose.
My heart slammed in my chest. What? We were waiting until the end of the trip. I turned to Miles. Were we really doing this? Now? Before the big climb? That's what we agreed to. Zeke eyed Asher.
What's crawled up your ass? I'm tired of games.
Asher met my eyes. Games? Was he serious?
She's not playing games, Asher.
Miles began tapping his fingers on his thigh. Asher turned to him.
You, out of all of us, I don't want to hear from. I fucking heard enough yesterday.
My face caught fire. Oh, God. Miles's eyes grew icy.
Asher, let's talk in private. You think of that now?
Asher shook his head.
I was 15 feet away. What the hell are you two talking about?
Zeke crossed his arms over his chest. As Asher opened his mouth to tell them, Miles silently strode across the space, separating them, and clocked him. Asher fell back as my jaw dropped. A stunned heartbeat passed before Asher went after Miles. They fell back into the picnic area, knocking the barbecue over. Ethan grabbed my arm and pulled me away from them. The dull thud of punches landing filled the air as the guys hit the ground and started grappling. Hades bolted out of the tent, only to get between me and the fighting. A growl rolled from his throat. "Stop it!" My voice cracked. It didn't matter, they couldn't hear me over the fighting. Miles had hit Asher. Hades barked as Zeke and Isaac moved in and struggled to get their hands on them. Finally, they pulled the two apart. The whole food prep area was destroyed. Asher strained against Zeke's hold on him.
What the fuck did you think I would... Stop.
Miles pulled at Isaac's grip. His glasses gone.
It's none of your damn business. What the fuck is wrong with you two?
Zeke bellowed before pulling Asher back and shoving him away from Miles. He put himself in the middle and scowled at Asher.
What are you two fucking talking about? He made out with Allie yesterday,
Asher announced. Silence fell like a bomb while tension skyrocketed. Hades didn't move from his alert pose. I couldn't fucking believe this. Asher, stop talking.
I'm tired of this. I'm tired of hearing everything and not knowing how I should feel about it.
Asher shook his head.
Fucking hearing you ask him to touch you? Do you think that's easy for me? Stop talking.
Miles strained against Isaac again, his face furious.
For your own sake, shut up. I know what I fucking heard.
Asher shot at him. You didn't seem to fucking mind in New Orleans. I couldn't keep the bite from my voice. Asher's face turned red, the anger in his eyes fading. Or is that different because it was you? I waited for an answer.
Answer her fucking question, Asher,
Isaac demanded.
Oh, fuck you.
Asher went to open his mouth again. Zeke's hand wrapped around Asher's throat, cutting him off.
Stop fucking talking.
Miles slipped Isaac's grip. Zeke's face was hard as stone, his eyes furious. Zeke shoved Asher back as he let him go.
You're just as pissed as I am,
Asher spat, his eyes lightening.
No shit, I'm pissed.
Zeke ran his gaze over Asher.
Asher, stop.
I couldn't fucking believe this. What the hell was wrong with him? Miles had just decked him. So, you know what happened yesterday. You don't have to announce it to everyone.
It concerns them too. You're supposed to be making a choice.
He turned to me. Or have you? Miles adjusted his glasses.
This isn't the time.
Yeah, I have. I looked at each of them and shook my head. I can't choose.
You mean you won't?
Asher bit out. No, I mean I can't. I lifted one shoulder into a shrug. I care about each of you so much, and I'm watching you tear at each other already. Do you guys really think it'll stop if I choose one of you? I shook my head. I needed to rethink this. Rethink everything. Rethink what I was doing to them. Maybe I just shouldn't fucking be around you guys at all. Not knowing what else to do, I walked out of the camp with Hades and down the trail.
Miles. I watched Lexi disappear on the trail before I turned back to the others and focused on Asher. What the hell is wrong with you? The blood drained from Asher's face. Do you even know what you just did? I bit out. Cold rage spread from my chest. Asher shook his head. First, you violated our privacy. I fought to keep from shouting. I couldn't help. You couldn't help but hear. I know. I began tapping my thigh. But you announced what you heard to everyone. That's what I mean by violating our privacy. What is going on in your head? Asher shook his head again. I don't know. You better fucking figure it out, Isaac growled. 'Cause you might have just fucked us all over. Asher pressed his hands against his face hard. Lexi isn't going to choose, I stated. It wasn't just Asher that caused this. It's been all of us. Asher dropped his hands and met my eyes, the lost look on his face. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Everyone grew silent. What do you mean? That could mean a lot of things. Asher shook his head, walked over to the picnic table, and sat down. I get furious over fucking nothing. One of you touches her, and I lose my shit. Not just over yesterday. He met my gaze again. You touch her hand, and I want to knock you away from her. We moved to stand in a semicircle in front of him. Zeke planted himself directly between Asher and the trail that Lexi took. It didn't go unnoticed. Asher glared at him but said nothing. That's not a normal response. I was out of my depth here. Not even Zeke was this bad. What did I know? I searched my memory for anything that might help. Asher shook his head again. Isaac makes her laugh, and I want to hit him. That's not normal. She goes off with one of you, and I... He shrugged. Does it only happen when she's involved? I had to know. If he was obsessed, then we needed to know. No. He met my gaze again. I just can't seem to control myself when it's her. When else? Zeke crossed his arms over his chest. I almost lost my shit with Jason last month. He swallowed hard. He was trying to pull Jess off the stairs and make her go somewhere with him. That would have set me off too. Zeke frowned, not understanding. I shook my head and met his gaze. Not like this. I dragged him out of the house and threw him off the porch. I stopped tapping. That was strange for Asher. He'd normally just ask him to leave. He would be intimidating, but he'd never get physical first. She cried for a while. Then I wanted to pound my fist into his face until he stopped breathing. His voice rasped. I ended up running for miles that night. Anything else? I needed to know it all. Besides weird dreams? He shook his head. I'm wanting to hit something 100 times a day. Maybe it was physical. When we get back, we'll have the doctor look at you. It might be a problem with your adrenal system. It could be a lot of things. I made a point to keep my voice calm. There was no use in speculating when we didn't have a clue. Asher swallowed hard. That'd be a good idea. He looked up and met my gaze, his right eye already turning dark. Maybe we should keep away from Allie until we know what's going on. Isaac and Ethan chuckled darkly and shook their heads. What? Not getting it, I wiped my fingers over a cut under my eye and winced at the raw skin. That was going to be a bruise. Isaac turned to me. He just hurt Red's feelings, or at the very least pissed her off. Isaac turned back to Asher. There's no keeping you away from her. When she gets back, she's gonna rip you a new one. And you deserve it, Ethan added. I know. Asher's face was resigned. What was wrong with him?
Lexi. Furious, I followed the trail through the woods, not paying attention to where I was going. Miles had hit Asher. Hit him. Sweet, mild, and polite Miles. Out of everything that I thought could happen in this trip, that sure as hell wasn't on the list. What the hell was happening to us? To everyone. Miles had hit him. It took 2 hours for me to finally cool down enough to look around and realize I was lost. Oh, shit. Great. I was lost. The lake wasn't in view through the trees. I couldn't hear anything. I pulled my phone and tried to get a location, only to find I had no signal. Perfect. At least I was still on the trail, or a trail. I turned around and started back down. If the guys had to come out and look for me, I was never going to hear the end of it from Zeke. I could already hear his lecture.
What do you mean you weren't paying attention? How could you not be paying attention?
I muttered under my breath.
Do you know what could have happened to you?
Hades strolled happily beside me as I rolled my eyes and kept walking, only to realize I really had no memory of walking through here. Oh, shit. I tried to retrace my steps for the next hour, and I still didn't recognize anything. I had passed several other path connections, but none of them looked familiar either. Okay, I might be in trouble. The trail had taken off west and went around the lake to the east, then into the woods, right? So, if I keep going west on a path, then I would run into the lake or another trail, right? I checked the time. It was around noon. Great. I needed a damn compass. Cursing myself, I kept walking, hoping that I wasn't going the wrong way. That chill ran down my neck. I stopped and looked around. I know you're there. The soul of a man stepped out of the trees. He wore green pants and a yellow button-up long-sleeve shirt, a hard hat, and had a pack on his back. His shirt was smeared with black soot along with his face. He couldn't have been older than 25. Hi, I gestured around me. I'm lost. Can you point me back toward the lake? He looked at me, stunned.
You can see me?
I nodded. Yeah, I can see the dead.
Well, that's new.
He smiled as he came down the hill.
How?
I'm a necromancer. I shrugged. We're kind of rare. He stepped off the hill onto the path.
I'm Jack.
Lexi. Nice to meet you. I gestured at the trees. I have no clue where I am. He chuckled.
What camp did you come from?
The group campsite on the north side of Swan Lake? I didn't actually remember the name of the campgrounds. Jack shook his head.
I know the site. It's about 3 miles west.
I was going in the wrong direction, wasn't I? I cringed. He held his fingers up, barely an inch apart from each other.
A little bit. You were actually heading south.
Can you please take me to the lake?
No problem.
Jack led the way.
So, how did you get lost?
Oh, I followed, watching my step. My friends got in a fight. I yelled at them and walked off.
And got lost.
Yeah, not my finest hour. I chuckled.
Don't feel so bad. People get lost on this trail all the time.
He looked over his shoulder at me.
It's why I stick around.
Oh, yeah? We turned a bend in the path. The path split off. He led me to the right.
Yeah, usually I manage to get people back on track with broken branches or weird noises.
He chuckled.
You'll be a lot easier.
It helps that I can see ya. I smiled. So, you help lost people often?
Not as often as you'd think.
His voice grew sad.
I was working with a crew fighting a wildfire in the sticks back there.
He stopped at the next branching and waited for me to catch up.
It was my job to keep us on the right path.
I reached his side.
I screwed up, got us lost, and when the fire got the wind behind it...
It overtook your crew. I had hoped this wasn't where he was going. He nodded.
Yeah, everyone died.
My heart ached. I'm sorry. He shook his head.
It was my fault. The others moved on and I stayed to help.
And I'm sure you have. I tilted my head to the side. You're saving my ass. He snorted before gesturing down the trail to the left.
Which is why I keep doing it.
He led me down the left path. Have you been to town? I asked, hoping.
Not since most of the other souls disappeared.
He glanced over his shoulder at me. What do you mean, disappeared? I stopped walking. He turned and shrugged.
There were a lot of other souls around the lake in town. It was busy. Then they started disappearing.
I'm seeing that back home. I looked up at him. So, no warning? No rotting? They're just gone? He nodded.
Yeah, and I don't think all of them moved on.
Do you have any idea how long it took? I needed answers. His eyes unfocused.
It started slow. I'd say a year and a half.
Wait, a year and a half? That was before I even moved here.
Yeah, it started small. Just a couple here and there. The groups started going missing.
He looked out at the woods.
Now the town is empty, and I'm the only one left.
The only one left? Do any of them have anything in common? Did they interact with the same ghosts? Go to the same places? He turned to me and ran his eyes over my face.
Why do you care?
I explained to him what the veil was, how someone had closed it, and that I was trying to fix it. His eyes narrowed on me.
There's one thing.
What? I'll take anything at this point. I honestly had no idea where to start.
The only thing I heard about was a ravine.
He shrugged.
Rumors, really.
What kind of rumors?
The don't go there kind.
He shook his head.
I wasn't in town much, but rumor was ghosts were going in that ravine and not coming out.
A chill ran down my spine. Where? When I reached the camp, I didn't bother to say hi. Get your hiking boots on. Miles and Asher turned in their chairs to watch me head to my tent.
Lexi.
Miles's voice had me looking over my shoulder.
Asher has something to say to you.
I shook my head and started opening my tent. Not now. We might actually have a chance to figure out what happened to the disappearing ghosts.
How?
Miles's voice came closer as I sat on my bed and opened my bag. I got lost and ran into a ghost. I pulled off my sneakers. He says the place was full of souls a year and a half ago.
What happened?
Miles came to my tent as I pulled on a pair of socks. Exactly what is happening back home? I grabbed my boots and shoved my feet into them. They disappeared.
Asher needs to talk to you,
he said again. Anger boiled through me again. Well, I'm not fucking ready to talk to him. I finished tying my boot and looked up at him. And since you're telling me, I highly doubt he's ready to talk to me.
He wants to make things okay between you two.
Miles began to tap his leg. I scoffed as I tied my other boot. Right now, I'm still pissed and have other things to do besides cater to everyone. I got to my feet and climbed out of my tent. I'm not ready to talk.
Allie.
I turned to look up at Asher. Not now. His eyes were rough when they met mine.
Okay.
I swallowed hard and unclenched my jaw as I turned to Miles. I need your keys. Miles pulled his keys out of his pocket and handed them to Asher.
Drive her.
Miles! I couldn't believe he just did that. Miles turned to me.
The two of you are going alone. Work this out.
Without another word, I headed toward the parking lot. Jack was waiting next to the trucks.
Who are you?
Asher headed for the driver's side. That's Jack. He's going to take us to the valley that ghosts are rumored to go missing in. I opened the back door. Jack got in, and I closed it behind him.
Where are we going?
Asher closed his door and started the car. I climbed in and closed my door. Back towards town. On the drive, I was quiet while Jack and Asher talked. What the hell was I expecting in that valley? The person that closed the veil? Some great clue that will solve everything? It looked like ghosts had disappeared here first, so the reason had to be here, right?
Here, pull over into that lot.
Jack pointed between the seats. Asher hit his blinker and pulled into the lot.
It's not too far from the trail near town.
Jack went through the door to get outside while I climbed out.
How far?
Asher got out of the other side.
Not even a mile?
Jack started down the dirt path. I fell into step behind him. Asher followed. The hike wasn't much of a walk. We followed Jack through the woods to a spot where the hillside was split down the middle, creating a ravine.
This is it.
Jack turned to us.
There's no way I'm going in there.
You don't have to. I turned to him. Do you want me to cross you over before we go in? Jack shook his head.
No, I have more that I need to make up for.
I smiled. If you ever do, you can find me in Spring Mountain.
Thanks.
Jack started back down the path. Asher eyed the small valley.
Do you know what we're looking for?
Nope. I started down the barely visible path. Look for anything weird. We walked into the ravine with our eyes peeled. The rocky walls were far enough out that getting through wasn't a problem. Trees had sprouted from the soft dirt floor and even from some ledges on the walls. It was rather pretty. Focus, Lexi. Jeez. A rock formation caught my eye. I stopped. Something about it nagged at the back of my mind. I didn't think. I started through the trees and toward it.
Allie?
A stick snapped behind me. I have a feeling. I walked through the grass and out onto dirt. The rock formation created an overhang around 10 feet up. Further back underneath, there was something, but it was too dark to see.
What is that?
Asher stepped next to me. Let's find out. I headed inside and pulled out my phone. Asher wasn't too far behind. The light from my phone danced over a large domed-topped metal tank, rusted where the paint had chipped. It sat in an old metal tub. Weird. From the bottom of the tank, a rubber tube ran to a connector on the table that emptied into a glass tube to a large round glass flask with a Bunsen burner underneath. From there, whatever it was filtered through several loops of copper coil to empty into a smaller round flask that was connected by another tube to another large beaker. It looked like something out of chemistry class. Everything had a dull blue crystallized gunk crusted on the inside. Is this a still? I looked at it carefully again. Asher turned on the flashlight on his phone and looked at the setup.
Maybe.
So, someone was making moonshine? That didn't seem right. You could buy moonshine in a store now.
It's safer, too.
Asher bent down and looked under the tank.
You won't go blind from the stuff in the store.
This part looks like a distillation setup. I pointed at the last half of whatever it was.
Yeah, but what's this half?
Asher straightened and tapped the top of the tank.
There's a hose heading out of the overhang.
A hose? I started taking pictures for Miles. What's it attached to? Asher moved around the back of the tank.
The top of the tank?
I finished taking pictures. Well, let's see where the hose goes. Asher started following the line. We walked out from under the overhang and through the grass. The old gray hose snaked out into the woods. It wasn't far until we found the end. A cold chill ran down my spine. Holy. Down on a large flat boulder in faded and chipped paint was a giant triangle. Writing that I couldn't understand was along the outside of each side. Inside the triangle was a large circle. Around the outside of that circle, in worn and peeling paint, were 3 other words. In the center of that circle were dead, dry, narrow, golden-brown, stringy-looking things. I think we just found something. I pulled out my phone and began to take pictures of the giant triangle.
The paint is old and peeling.
Asher pointed along the lines.
It hasn't been redone recently.
So, whoever was doing whatever this is stopped. I shook my head. What the hell was this? And what did the hose have to do with anything?
What the hell is in the middle?
Asher stepped over the line, almost giving me a heart attack. Fuck, Asher! I couldn't keep the panic from my voice. He turned down to look at me.
What?
You know energy manipulation is real, and you just stepped over the fucking line of something without knowing what the hell it was. I grabbed him by the shirt and jerked him away from the triangle. You can't fucking do that.
Allie.
Don't fucking Allie me. You could have fucking been killed, possessed, something even worse. Fear tore through me, making me shake. His hands covered mine.
I didn't even think about it.
You better start fucking thinking about it. I shoved him. This isn't a fucking game. Magic can fucking kill you. He grabbed me by the wrists and pulled me closer.
I'm sorry.
I tried to pull away, but he wouldn't let me. Sorry isn't going to help you if you die. My voice echoed off the rock. His eyes grew softer. His hands moved to hold my face and pressed his forehead against mine.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
My eyes burned as my hands went to his forearms. What is going on with you?
I don't know.
He kissed my hair and pulled me against him. His arms wrapped around me as I fisted his shirt and buried my face in his chest.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
He took several deep breaths.
Miles thinks it's something physical.
When I was calmer, I pulled away, wiped my face, and glared up at him. I'm still so pissed. He swallowed hard.
I know.
Why did you announce it to the others? My voice cracked. Would you have wanted someone to do that to you?
No, it was fucked up.
Asher swallowed hard.
I was jealous and furious. It wasn't me. I shouldn't have even opened my mouth.
I shook my head. You know I love him too, just as much as I love you. He nodded but kept his gaze on our hands.
Why not me?
I was going to have to explain. Normally, I shouldn't fucking have to. But there was nothing normal about any of this. Did you hear what I told Miles? He took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
I heard you ask him to.
Did you hear anything else? Frowning down at me, he shook his head. Arden touched me, Asher. My voice was matter of fact, but inside, I didn't want to talk about this. That's what Zeke knew that no one else did. Asher's eyes grew oddly lighter as his gaze met mine.
He touched you?
I swallowed hard and kept talking. Yeah. He groped me in a couple of fucked up places. I swallowed hard and dropped my hands. Yesterday, I wanted to move on. I wanted to stop feeling him, his touch. Asher rubbed the back of his neck as he turned away.
But you chose Miles.
I love him just as much as I love you. How many times did I have to keep saying it?
I know you do.
I don't think you do. I narrowed my eyes at him. You keep saying you do, but you know how you feel about me? He nodded. Imagine that you feel that way for 4 other women, too. 4 other amazing, wonderful women that you just fit with. What was it going to take for him to get it? That you feel like you're being torn apart by different parts of you, and there's nothing you can do except wait for it all to fall apart. Swallowing hard, he held my gaze.
Okay, I get it.
He shook his head.
I just can't listen to it.
And you don't have to, I promised. I shouldn't have made out with Miles, with Asher nearby. I needed to start thinking about these things. I should have thought about it, but at the time, I didn't. I'm sorry. Asher took several deep breaths.
We should probably get back to the others.
I nodded. And try to figure out what the hell that is.
Chapter 13. Asher. We pulled into the lot and found another car. Who the hell was here? My mind somewhere else, we got out of the truck. As we got closer to camp, laughing echoed back to us. It sounded like the guys were talking. A new scent was in the air that made me take notice. It was weird. I knew it, but I couldn't place it. Like a tune stuck in your head that won't go away until you figure out the lyrics. We walked into the camp to find the guy sitting around the fire with a tall blonde woman with red-streaked hair sitting at the picnic table facing them. Beside her was a rather large and tall Scotsman.
Astrid, Ranulph, when did you guys get here?
Allie asked as she walked around the fire ring. Astrid smiled and got to her feet.
About an hour ago.
She pulled Allie into a hug.
How are you doing?
Allie pulled back.
Could be doing better. You know, not raising dead bears.
Aye, I can see how that would kill your good mood. Ranulph didn't bother to get up.
Well, help is here.
Astrid sat back down.
We're your backup. What?
That couldn't be right.
You're a werewolf and you're a gargoyle. How are you guys going to help? No offense.
Ranulph smirked. Well, it's more that we brought you back up. Ranulph tilted his chin toward the trees. Looking almost solid enough to touch, Lewis was standing just outside the trees. His black hair was cut close to his head, white silver at the temples. A strong jaw and the same sharp, clear eyes. The last time we had seen him, he had died in front of us. Allie smiled. I stepped up beside her and put my hand on her lower back. Her watery eyes met mine. She was remembering the same thing. The guys waved Lewis over.
We told you to come hang out,
Ethan called.
I needed to find a space.
Lewis met Allie's gaze.
We have some work to do.
Astrid's eyes narrowed as her gaze ran over me.
We'll be in town for the night.
Ranulph got to his feet as he watched Ethan.
We'll be back tomorrow to check in and see how you're doing.
We have a climb tomorrow, so you might want to wait until the afternoon.
Zeke leaned forward in his chair.
For once, we get to sleep in.
Ranulph smiled as he took Astrid's arm.
A small frown appeared on Astrid's face before they left camp. What was that about? Allie headed toward Lewis. We couldn't help but watch them disappear into the trees. Miles turned back to me once they were out of sight.
How'd it go?
We found something. I sat down in my camp chair. We took pics, but Allie has them. That's not what I'm asking about. Miles' voice grew icy. I figured. We talked.
Are you going to still be an asshole?
Isaac turned to me.
I'd just like to know.
I don't know. I really don't know myself anymore. I met Miles' gaze. I'm sorry, Miles. I shouldn't have said that. I don't really know what was going on in my head. Miles watched me for several seconds.
You're struggling. I understand that. But you cannot use Lexi against us like that.
I nodded. He was right. But there was more. Guys, I think we should have tonight's family meeting now, without Allie. Miles grew still.
Why's that?
It needs to be about her. What she had said was going around in my head, and if I didn't really understand then, the others probably didn't either.
Fine.
Zeke leaned back in his chair. What do you want to talk about? Miles pushed up his glasses. She's not going to choose. From what she told me, she really couldn't.
Yeah, she told us that.
Isaac shrugged.
But I'm sure after she calms down, she will.
That's what I was afraid of. No, she won't. She can't. Zeke eyed me.
What are you talking about?
Guys. I explained it the way she explained it to me. It was the only way I could think of to make them understand. When I finished, Isaac's face was paler.
So she really can't pick?
Ethan asked, his face carefully blank. I shook my head. No, she can't.
Well, what does that mean?
Isaac turned to Miles.
Do we have to choose for her?
Zeke sent Isaac a furious look. Do you really think she'll go along with us deciding who she fucking dates? Isaac cringed. Oh, yeah. She'd kill all of us. Forget I even thought that. Smart move, Ethan muttered. Our options are that none of us date her. Miles looked at each of us. Or we all date her at once. Red's never going to go for that. Isaac scratched his arm. We're all screwed. Tension filled the silence. I think we need Lexi for the rest of this conversation. Miles leaned forward in his chair. Asher, I understand why you wanted to talk to us without her. Several of us didn't quite understand that she really felt that she couldn't choose. No one's going to go along with this. My heart sank. It was over. Miles shared a look with Ethan. Ethan turned to us. I would. Everyone eyed Ethan. You would agree for all of us to date her? I couldn't believe it. Was he serious? I told Lexi to pick Isaac instead of me. Ethan met everyone's gaze. The only way I'll get to be with her is if we all agree. How do you feel about her? Miles' question had everyone glaring at him. I haven't told her, but... Ethan licked his lips. I love her. It was like a kick to the gut. Something inside me didn't like it. I closed my eyes and took slow, deep breaths. When I was able, I opened my eyes to find the others watching me closely. I'm okay. Miles looked at each of us. I'm going to assume that everyone here feels the same way. Silence was his only answer. Miles nodded as if he expected it. Then we each need to start figuring out if we can do this. Sure, you mean? Zeke growled. Miles shook his head. Each of us would have our own relationship with her, and we'd have to work together and be understanding of everyone else's relationships. He looked at each of us again. And if not, we need to come to grips with the fact that we all have to let her go.
Lexi. Still stunned, Hades and I followed Lewis into the woods. The birds chirped, the breeze danced through the trees. I didn't ask questions. I couldn't even think of something to say. What was I going to say? Sorry you died for helping me? We walked for a while before I couldn't take it anymore. How's the family? It popped out before I realized it. Damn it, Lexi.
As good as can be expected.
He stopped and turned to me in a small grove.
Uma has taken time off from her art gallery to spend more time with the kids right now.
How's Juan? Juan was Lewis's necromancer son.
He's being a teenager.
He smiled a small smile.
I've been mostly talking to him at night before he goes to sleep.
That's good at least. I didn't know what else to say. His brown eyes met mine.
You raised a bear.
I nodded as I tried not to fidget. I was asleep and woke up to the yelling. His eyes ran over me.
Any outside influences? Stress? Drugs? Alcohol?
I was drunk. Hades moved over to a patch of grass in the sun and stretched out. Lewis's chest rose as he took a deep breath, which seemed strange since he didn't have to breathe. Was it a habit?
No more drinking until you have your control down, all right?
I nodded. I had already been planning on it. He sighed.
I knew you'd be strong, but I didn't think you'd be this strong so fast.
That didn't sound good. And no control. He nodded.
That's what you're going to learn now, at least the basics.
He gestured for me to sit down. I sat on a flat rock and waited.
Necromancy isn't about collecting energy and using it. That's being a witch or warlock. The energy we use is ours. We're the battery.
A horrible thought occurred to me. What happens if you drain the battery? His eyes met mine.
You die.
Okay, let's not do that. I shifted on the rock.
Necromancy is about will. You have to want or need what or who you are raising. You have to focus solely on that and nothing else.
Then how the hell am I raising shit in my sleep? I couldn't help the frustration in my voice. Lewis met my gaze.
That's instinct, not control. If you want to raise what you're trying to raise, you have to concentrate.
Something about his words filled me with dread. Why'd you say it that way?
What way?
As if I could raise something more than the dead. The clearing grew quiet. His eyes met mine.
Lexi, there are a lot of dead things on the planet. Not just humans, but animals, dinosaurs, and other larger extinct supernatural races.
Oh, that didn't sound good. I raised an eyebrow. Larger?
Yes. You don't only raise dead humans. That's why you need to learn how to raise what you mean to.
He walked over to a pile of sticks.
There's a dead squirrel here.
I looked and didn't see anything. How do you know?
Because I can feel it.
He turned back to me.
When you're alive, you have barriers, and when you're dead, you don't. So, first thing you're going to learn is how to sense the dead.
And we're going to start with the squirrel? It made sense. Start small.
Exactly.
Oh, boy. Chapter 14. I growled and slammed my palm in the dirt. This is fucked up. I can raise a fucking bear in my sleep, but I can't find a stupid squirrel?
Getting angry won't help.
Lewis called from the log he sat on besides Hades.
You're using your own will to get the job done.
How does that help me connect to the dead? I turned to him. I don't want to have anything to do with them. His face softened.
And that's your problem.
I grew still. What?
Being a necromancer is a delicate balance between living and death.
He held his hands out, palm up.
If deep down you don't want to deal with the dead, you will never get control of those abilities.
I growled in frustration. Can you blame me? He gave me a half grin.
No. I spent most of my life doing the exact same thing.
The frustration pulled back some. You did? He nodded.
I had many bad years because of it. I wasted so much time being miserable and hiding because I didn't want to deal with the dead.
What did you do? My voice was quiet.
I finally accepted that death would always be part of my life.
He sighed.
So, do me a favor and learn from my mistakes so you can be happy much sooner.
What do I do?
You have to embrace the part of you that is connected to death.
He got to his feet and started to walk around me.
All of us have it to some extent, but necros can use it.
I cursed under my breath. This is never going to go away. Lewis stopped in front of me. I looked up and met his eyes.
You need to accept it so you can control it. You will never not have death in your life. You can fight it and raise the dead more and more in your sleep. Or you can finally accept what you are.
My throat grew dry as I looked down at the dirt. Accept it. It sounded so easy. Just accept that death will be in your life. Every day. All the time. A wave of weariness washed over me. I was so tired. Tired of fighting to appear normal. Tired of not talking about it with my friends or Rory. Tired of the secret. I'd kept almost everyone in the dark about the dead. The guys had broken in and made themselves at home somehow. They brought in some light. It was dusty, stuffy attic light, but light all the same. I trusted them more than anyone in my life, but not enough to open the doors and show them the darkness. I had avoided looking too deeply at it myself. The thought of showing it to them scared the hell out of me and made me want to run. But maybe it was time to at least accept that this darkness was there. Stop denying it and just face that it's there and never going to go away. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Okay, death is a part of me. That darkness inside me that's fascinated by zombies, yeah, that scares the shit out of me, but it's there. And denying it isn't going to make it not true. Death will always be in my life. For once, instead of hating it, it was an odd feeling. It was as if your bully from grade school came to your home. You hated them, you despised them for years, but now, it's years later and you understood now what you couldn't then. There was no point to hating them. It was like hating gravity. They just existed. They just were. So instead of turning that person away, you give them a chair, a beer, and deal them in for the next hand. I didn't have to hate necromancy. I met Lewis's eyes and nodded. Okay. Lewis's smile was understanding.
Let's call it a day.
Thank God. We'd been at it for hours. I got to my feet as Hades hurried to my side. I scratched his ears as I looked around the grove in the fading light. You know how to get back, right?
He
scratched his head as he turned to me.
I thought you did.
For fuck's sake, I groaned. He started to chuckle.
I'm just messing with you, Lexi.
Irritated, I flipped him off. He was still laughing as we started back toward camp. We were halfway back when I finally thought to ask, So, did you guys fly in? He looked at me with a somber face.
No. Ranulf drove. I just hitched a ride with them. They had plans to come into Spring Mountain when Evelyn called. They're planning on helping get the supernatural species settled and out of Miles's house as soon as possible. But we came here first.
Oh, fun, I cringed. Who's in town?
You have a few of DuPont's vampires and their blood donors.
Lewis walked through a log that had me climbing over it.
A couple of werewolves from Hollis who are finding housing for those coming to back you up. And there are a few other shapeshifters.
I bet they're super fun. The sarcasm was thick in my voice. Miles's house is going to be packed.
Good luck with them.
He smirked.
Miles tells me that you guys are considering polyandry.
I stopped. Well, it's an option, I guess. But I don't think the guys will agree. He turned to me with knowing eyes.
And you can't choose.
I sat down on a log and sighed. No. Is this a necro thing? Fall in love with several people at once? He chuckled.
No. Well, I don't think it is.
His eyes unfocused.
My parents were monogamous, grandparents too, but there were rumors that they each broke several hearts by marrying my mother and grandmother.
His eyes focused on me again.
Honestly, I think it's because of what we see every day.
Dead people? That could be it. He shook his head.
We see people after they've died. We know that life ends. It's in our face every day. So I think that's why we have such big hearts.
He shrugged.
I don't think we can say no to love. We don't want to waste love, because we know life is precious. It ends.
My chest ached. I can't choose. I tried once. I had a panic attack and cried all night.
I remember the feeling.
He gave me a half grin.
Communication. You have to talk to them about how you feel.
Most of them don't know that I'm in love with them. I hadn't told anyone but Asher and Miles.
You should tell them that.
He put his hands in the pockets of his pants.
It might help them make a decision.
Influence them, you mean? I shook my head. Don't you think they should decide this on their own? His eyes narrowed on mine.
Do you want them to make a decision this big without all the information?
Well, when he said it like that, isn't it selfish or wrong? He sat in the grass across from me, long bits sticking out of him.
I felt selfish for a long time. Uma, Savannah, and Rose had a hard time adjusting. They had never met before this. They had to create that friendship between each other. It took around a year before they were more secure in our relationships. Uma almost killed Vanna several times for using her rare spell herbs in dinner.
I snorted.
But with communication and my time divided as equally as possible, this strange setup became our strength.
He leaned forward.
If I couldn't pick the kids up from school, Uma, Rose, or Vanna would be able to. We learned to work together as a team.
You didn't answer the question. He sighed.
It looks selfish from the outside, but on the inside, a normal marriage takes a lot of work, communication, and time, and I had 3 at once.
Shit. That would be tons of work. So, you're saying it will be the hardest on me? His eyes met mine.
Every couple is different. Every partner has their own needs that need to be met for a successful, happy relationship. That's a fact. Then there are your own needs. Taking care of yourself. Poly relationships are hard and a lot of work. As the center of it, you'll put more work in than the others. So no, I don't think it's selfish. You're giving more of yourself than you know.
His eyes shined.
I gave everything I was to my wives, all the time. To make it work, it took every minute of every day and everything I had.
Do you regret it?
Not a second of it.
Would you do it again? He smiled.
To be as happy as we were, yes. I'd do it all over again in a heartbeat.
They already had relationships with each other, and I'm scared those are going to fall apart. It was a relief to finally talk to someone about it who wasn't a part of it, who understood what we were looking at if we went this way.
They're not being destroyed.
Lewis reassured me.
They're being remodeled. It's a hard, painful process, but in the end, it's worth it.
I leaned forward, bracing my elbows on my legs. When I met my true self, she told me to throw normal out the window. He smiled and chuckled.
Well, this certainly will be doing that.
I smiled a little. It would indeed.
Come on, I'll take you back to camp, then disappear until tomorrow afternoon.
He got to his feet.
You guys need to work out your problems.
Silently, I got to my feet and followed him back to camp. When we stepped into camp, it was empty. I looked out at the lake and noticed the jet skis were gone. Looks like they went out on the lake. I turned back only to find that Lewis was gone. I looked down at Hades. Want a before-dinner snack? Chapter 15.
I think it's crazy.
Jake's voice chimed in my ear. I was afraid of that. I figured.
That doesn't mean you shouldn't try it.
Jake's voice was matter-of-fact.
It's crazy, but considering how you feel about these guys, it's worth a shot.
I finished shading Jack's face in my sketchbook. Riley had a shit fit. He huffed.
Riley is a closed-minded bitch.
My eyebrows shot up as I stopped shading.
Don't hold back. Tell me how you really feel.
He chuckled.
I love the girl, but she's got something up her ass about the whole thing.
She said she left Zeke because he cared about me. I reached out and scratched Hades' head where it sat on my knee.
He's in love with you, that's what she said.
Something closed on his side of the phone.
And she broke up with him so he could go to you, but that's not what happened and she needs to get over it.
I went back to sketching. She thinks it's crazy and she won't be alone.
Okay, yeah. There are going to be repercussions, and the guys will have to deal with them too, but that shouldn't stop you from trying to make it work.
Jake's logic was exactly what I needed to hear right now.
You don't care what people think, remember?
Yeah, but would the guys think the same thing? I kept my voice quiet just in case Asher was around, though I hadn't seen anyone since I got back with Lewis.
Ask them.
I paused. What?
Ask
Them. Just ask them if they're going to think I'm a slut or something? Ask them? Was he serious? Yeah. Jake's voice grew softer. You need to know this if you're going to try. If what they think about you is going to change, then you should know ahead of time. Was it crazy? Just ask them? I could give it a shot. Picturing it, I shook my head. Maybe I'll talk to Ethan about it, then maybe the others. Hey, I don't care if you talk to them one-on-one or all of them at once, but you should be able to ask these kinds of questions if you guys are going to try this. He had a point. I don't think I like it when you're right so often. He laughed. I'm just telling you what you already know. Do you think I should call Riley? Something told me I should, but the way we had left things... I think after you decide what you want, you should call. Jake said, I don't want her getting in your head and making you do something you'll regret. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I think you're right. Again. He snorted. I'll love you no matter what you decide to do. I smiled. Thanks, Jake. It's nice to know I'm not insane. No problem. A door opened. Derek is here. I've got to go. Have fun. I hung up my phone and tucked it into my cup holder on my chair. Tapping my pencil against my sketchbook, I watched the trees sway in the slight breeze. Was I going to try this? Could I do this? It was this or be with none of them. But I wanted the guys to stay friends no matter what. I lifted my glasses to sit on top of my head and rubbed the bridge of my nose with one hand. What did I know? I was in love with the guys. There was no question about it. Asher loved me. Miles, too. Isaac had said it once. Ethan and Zeke might, too. I wanted their relationships to come first, but I wanted them, too. I braced my elbow on the arm of my chair and rubbed my temple. If we tried this, it was going to be hard. People would think the worst of me. Hell, not just me, of the guys, too. If I dated all of them, it was going to be a lot of work to keep everyone happy. I sighed. Was I willing to do that work? Throw normal out the window. That's what she had said. Happiness isn't just going to drop on your doorstep. You have to work for it. From what Lewis said, this would certainly be working for it. But there was something else. Follow your heart. What did my heart say? Love all of them. That was easy. I wanted them. All of them. My head immediately told me it was wrong. But why? Why was it wrong if everyone agreed? The answer was simple. That's the way it's supposed to be. People aren't supposed to date more than one person. They aren't supposed to be in love with more than one person at a time. Supposed to. I stopped rubbing my temple. Was the only reason I thought it was wrong was because I was taught that it was? If I followed my heart, I'd be with all of them without hesitation. But would it work for us? Would it fit us? I pushed away everything I was taught and thought about what I knew about the guys and their relationships. Over the last year, they had worked together to keep me alive. They were there for each other. When Isaac was possessed, there wasn't even a question about if we should go to Boulder to find the Templars. And when Isaac tried to make things right with each of them, they were all there telling him to stop being an idiot. At least that's what he said. Maybe I needed to trust in their relationships more. Something in my chest told me I wasn't wrong. I was still deep in thought when water hit my head. Jumping, I looked up to find a smiling Isaac. You look so serious, Red. Isaac started toweling off his hair. Yeah, serious thoughts require a serious face. I smiled. I thought you were out with the guys on the skis. He shook his head as his smile faded. Actually, I was talking to Danielle. Jealousy reared its head. Oh, yeah? He sat down in his chair. Yeah, she was sitting on the shore alone when we were heading to the skis. She had that black cloud over her again. In the middle of everything, I had almost forgotten about the black cloud. How'd it go?
It definitely responds to her moods.
Isaac draped the towel over his shoulder.
When she laughed, it disappeared completely.
So, what do you think it is? His eyes unfocused.
I think she's suicidal, or is at least getting close.
Are you still feeling those feelings when you look at her? He nodded.
Yeah, but I've noticed it changes with how dark the shadow gets. I'll talk to her again before we leave and see what she says.
Jealousy curled inside me. I chewed on the corner of my lower lip. Isaac noticed.
What?
I'm a little jealous that you hung out with her. My face burned. Is this how it feels all the time for you guys? He chuckled as his cheeks tinted pink.
Yeah.
It sucks. I made a face. I don't like it. His face grew somber.
Yeah, Red. That's how it feels right now.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to say.
It is what it is.
His smile came back.
But you don't have to worry about me, Red. You're the one I want.
That warm feeling of being loved washed over me. Let's just hope we don't fuck it up. He nodded.
That'd be good.
After dinner, everyone was sitting around the fire talking about the climb in the morning. At least that's what we were doing before Miles put down his roasting stick.
Family meeting.
The others set their sticks down. I took the opportunity to snag the marshmallow bag for myself. The twins chuckled while I popped another marshmallow on my stick.
Lexi.
Zeke's voice was chiding, but the look on his face told me that he wasn't even going to try to take my marshmallows. Sugar good. I smiled.
Will you stop burning them at least? The smell is killing me.
Asher grimaced and rubbed his stomach. Okay, I'll just try to get the perfect roasted marshmallow, I said in a haughty tone. The guys laughed. Miles sat down.
Family meeting, remember?
I put my stick down and gave him my full attention. Miles gave me a gentle smile.
Lexi, what did you and Asher find this afternoon?
Well, first we found this overhang. I pulled my phone and found this weird setup. I pulled up the pictures and passed the phone to him. Do you have any idea what that is? Miles adjusted his glasses before he looked down at my phone.
It's a chemistry setup. Someone making drugs?
Zeke bit into a graham cracker. I gestured for him to pass me some. The corner of his mouth lifted a little before he pulled out a few and passed them to the right to Isaac.
No, it could be a still, I guess. This half looks like a distillery setup. The other half I'd have to see for myself.
Miles lifted his head to meet my eyes.
I'm sorry, Lexi. This could be nothing.
Isaac handed me the crackers while I smiled at Miles. Scroll to the next set of photos. Miles did that as I watched him. I knew the second he saw it. His fingers began to tap.
You found this? Here?
Yep. It's broken and faded, but I think there is enough there. I leaned forward. I've gone through all the research you've gotten me and then some, but I haven't seen this anywhere.
I haven't either.
Miles had his thinking face on, the one that put a little wrinkle between his eyes.
Where did you find this?
Not far from town, actually. I picked up my stick and started roasting my marshmallow. Now, there's a hose going from that tank to those markings.
I think I better get out there tomorrow.
Miles scrolled through my pictures a couple more times, then passed the phone back to me.
Now, family matters. Allie.
Asher got my attention.
I explained to them about you not being able to choose one of us.
You did? I couldn't tell if I was irritated or relieved. I decided to go with relieved. Asher nodded.
He made it clear that you really couldn't choose.
Isaac handed me a chocolate bar for my s'more pile. I leaned my stick against the fire ring. Okay. My stomach nodded as I looked at each of them. And what was everyone's reaction?
After talking about it, everyone understands why you can't choose.
Miles took a deep breath.
And we started discussing the options.
All of us dating or no one? I nodded, oddly calm about it. The tension around the fire grew.
We need to know if we should start considering if we could handle all of us having a relationship with you.
Miles met my eyes.
To do that, we need to know if you are even willing to try that path.
I actually thought about that a lot today while you guys were gone. Even talked to Lewis about it. And I realized something that I hadn't before. I swallowed hard. I wasn't trusting you guys. Not when it came to your relationships with each other. I was terrified of ruining them.
What do you mean you weren't trusting us?
Ethan asked. I took a deep breath and let it out. I mean, you guys have been friends since you were like 4. I wasn't trusting that to hold up because of me. I kind of realized how stupid that was.
It's not stupid, Red.
Isaac met my gaze.
It's a legitimate concern.
Miles started tapping his thigh.
So, what are you saying?
I took a deep breath and was honest. I'd love for us to try. I know I got us into this mess, and it's a lot to ask, but I can't imagine not trying just because it's different.
Are you saying yes?
Miles needed me to clarify. I nodded. Yeah.
Then all of us need to really put thought into if we can work on our issues and decide if we can try this type of relationship.
Miles looked at each of the guys.
As you guys know, Lewis is here. He's told me that he's willing to answer any questions that you may have about how it worked with his family.
Almost everyone nodded. It wasn't long before everyone walked off to go to bed. Everyone except Zeke. He was watching the fire without really seeing it. Deciding I should at least try to get some sleep, I got up and started for my tent. Zeke's hand snagged my wrist as I went by. He tugged me to his side. His arms pulled me down and settled me in his lap with my head against his chest and my legs over the arm of the chair. He pressed his face into my hair and took a deep breath. He said nothing. He just held me. I wrapped one arm around his waist, rested my other hand on his chest, and took a deep breath of engine grease and leather. Why did he feel so good? He held me for I don't know how long. Eventually, he pressed his lips to my forehead and moved me back on my feet. In silence, he picked up the bucket of water next to the fire and poured it over the wood. The wood smoked and hissed as the flames went out. He headed for his tent without a word. I stood there, my heart aching. Why did this feel like goodbye? Chapter 16, August 21st. I looked up at the cliff and swallowed hard. 400 feet at a 5.9 difficulty. And we weren't sport climbing today. We were setting our own safety equipment on our way up. 2 teams, 2 routes. Isaac wrapped his arm around my shoulder and looked up at the cliffside.
This is going to be fun.
I smiled, still a little worried. If I don't fuck up.
You're not belaying, you just need to climb.
Isaac squeezed me.
Did you get enough sleep for this?
I nodded as I eyed the cliff. I had done fine on my climb. I could do this. I looked up at him and met his amber eyes. No stunts today, please? His smile was warm as he squeezed me again.
No stunts today.
Thanks. We turned and went back to the guys. Asher watched as Isaac dropped his arm from around me. He shot a look at Isaac before going back to transferring his gear onto the sling around his waist. Not today, please. I stepped further away from Isaac. We were about to go up the cliff. I didn't want the guys being pissed at each other up there. Isaac must have noticed, because he stepped closer and rested his elbow on my shoulder.
So, 2 teams, Asher, me, Lexi, versus Zeke, Miles, and Ethan. The first to the top wins? If that's what you want to do, then go climb somewhere else.
Asher's voice was sharp as he got to his feet. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths.
I was fucking joking.
Isaac dropped his arm from my shoulder. Asher's eyes were hard as he struggled to control his voice.
Keep joking about climbing safety, and Lexi will go on to their team, and Ethan onto ours.
This was fucking ridiculous. I turned and headed back to the tree where we had been sorting our gear. I started to loosen the buckle at my waist, and then began on my leg buckle. Miles stepped between them.
Stop.
He looked between the two.
Is this going to be a problem? Nah, he's just being a jealous ass,
Isaac muttered. I undid the last buckle and stepped out of my harness. I walked back toward them.
Neither one of you will touch rock if your heads aren't clear,
Zeke growled. No, I'm not going. I threw my harness at Asher. He caught it against his chest.
Allie?
Everyone turned to me. I'm not going to be the reason one of you do something stupid and get yourself killed. I turned and headed back toward Miles's truck.
Red.
I stopped and turned around. What? I pointed at Asher. You're pissy because... I pointed at Isaac. He had his arm on my shoulder. It's been happening all week between all of you, and frankly, I'm sick of it. I dropped my hand. Go climb the fucking cliff. I'll take one of the trucks back to camp and hang out with Hades. Before I could turn to go to the parking lot, Miles stepped forward.
I propose that a no-touching Lexi rule needs to be in effect when we're all together for now.
Seconded. Asher sighed.
Third.
Isaac shifted on his feet.
Passed.
Miles looked at each of them with a stern face. I snorted. Yeah, because your last rule worked so well. I couldn't help it, but they made a rule about not dating me and, well, look where we were now. The guys looked at each other and chuckled. Just like that, the guys were the guys I knew again.
Put it back on.
Asher tossed me my harness.
And the teams are Miles, Isaac, and Allie. Zeke and Ethan are with me. That's not what you said earlier.
Ethan crossed his arms over his chest.
That was before I was a jerk.
Asher rubbed the back of his neck.
Isaac can belay for Miles. Miles and Isaac can take turns being lead while keeping Allie in between them. I can actually belay Zeke and his giant... Fuck you.
Zeke crossed his arms over his chest.
While he can belay for me.
Asher turned to the rest.
And if there's an accident, Allie should be able to belay both Miles and Isaac if she needs to.
Ethan turned to me.
Which means get your harness back on.
I smiled, stepped through the waist, and slid my leg through the loop.
Everyone have their radios?
Miles asked as I started clipping buckles. There were yeahs and yeses.
Zeke, Ethan, let's get climbing.
Asher started toward the cliff. Zeke went to the base and started setting up his belay.
I noticed you took your radio off your harness.
Ethan stepped up beside me as Asher started to climb. Barely managing to keep a straight face, I looked up at him. I was mad. That didn't mean I wasn't going to eavesdrop. He chuckled as he walked away toward the cliff.
Are you all right mentally for this?
Miles adjusted his radio on the collar of his old shirt. I nodded. Yeah, just tired of the bickering.
That should stop most of it around you.
Miles started walking toward the route that we were planning to take. Isaac was already there, tying the rope to the belay device on his harness. I headed over. Miles tied in, attached another rope, and began to climb. I stood back and watched his progress.
Sorry, Red.
Isaac gave Miles more slack as he climbed. Miles was a good 10 feet up when he pulled a nut off his belt. A nut was basically a wedge of metal attached to a cable that you'd fit into a crack in the rock. Then you'd attach a quick draw and clip your rope in before moving on.
More slack, Zeke.
Asher's voice rang in my ear. I looked across the rock and found him already setting his second and clipping in. Asher was fast. "Tension." Asher's voice rang in all of our ears.
"These push buttons are a little annoying."
Ethan's voice chimed in.
"Next time, I'll take the time to find voice activated."
Miles was almost out of breath. I looked up at him some 15 feet up and hit my button. "Pay attention to what you're doing, boys."
"She's right. More slack."
Miles was setting another nut. Isaac let out the slack for him.
"Tension."
Miles started to move on. Time went on. Miles and Asher climbed. They set the safety gear and moved on. It wasn't even an hour later when Miles reached the first belay station.
"Belay off."
Miles's voice was out of breath. Isaac took Miles's rope off his belay device.
"Belayer off." "Belay off."
Asher's voice crackled in my ear. Zeke did the same on the other route.
"Belayer off."
Miles's rope was taken up as he coiled it from the belay station. It didn't take him too long.
"Lexi, tie onto your line."
I moved to the rope Miles had trailed behind him. I started tying the line to my harness while Isaac tied a line on the back to trail behind me. On the other route, Ethan was doing the same. I looked up and touched the button on my ear. "On belay?" There were several heartbeats before Miles's voice chimed in my ear.
"Belay on."
"Climbing." I looked up at the wall. Oh boy.
"Climb."
Miles's voice crackled in my ear. I found my first hold and started climbing. My earpiece crackled in my ear as Ethan and Asher ran through the same routine. I ignored Ethan climbing some 20 feet away and focused on every handhold, every foothold. Since Miles was belaying from above me, I didn't have to use the quick draws that Miles had placed. They were there for his safety to get up the cliff. I simply climbed.
"You're going fast today."
Asher's voice was impressed. "I'm feeling pretty damn good." Ethan's breathing was lighter than mine, as if he was only walking quickly.
"At this rate, you'll decimate your old record."
Asher clicked on.
"Don't get cocky."
Zeke's growl moved through my ear.
"You're doing great, Red."
My earpiece came to life. I had to stop to catch my breath. I hit the button. "Miles, how far am I?"
"Around 65 feet. Allie, be careful of your grip."
Asher grunted.
"I just broke my record."
Ethan breathed heavily into the radio. "Show off?" I teased.
"You know it."
Ethan's breathing was almost back to normal. When I was ready, I started moving again. It was another 30 minutes before I spotted Miles's leg over the ledge. He stayed put until I could climb up on the ledge and move back. I leaned back against the rock face and caught my breath.
"Lexi."
Zeke's voice barked in my ear.
"Anyone have eyes on her?"
I started to untie the trailing rope from my harness as Miles pressed the button on his ear.
"She's here. She's just catching her breath." "Go, Red."
I handed the rope to Miles and made sure I was against the cliff and out of the way. Miles ran Isaac's rope through the belay station and into his belay device on his harness. He sat back down on the edge and hit the button at his ear.
"Belay on." "Climbing?"
Isaac asked.
"Climb."
Miles put both hands on Isaac's rope. As I got my breath back, I noticed Asher and Zeke on a ledge higher up. Zeke was belaying for Ethan while Asher waved down to me. I smiled and waved back. As Isaac climbed, I looked out at the view. It was amazing. The trees below, the mountains out on the horizon, and nothing but blue sky in between.
"Ethan?"
Asher's voice caught my attention. I kept my back to the rock and moved to the left of the wide ledge. Wind blew tendrils of my hair back as I spotted Ethan. He was cleaning up the route on his way, but he was further off the right and evaluating his options. Ethan reached up and hit his earpiece.
"Tension. You good?"
Asher clicked in.
"Lock it off."
Ethan bit out in our ears. What does that mean? My heart sank as I turned to Miles.
"Locked off,"
Asher answered. Before Miles could answer me, Ethan fell. A girly scream ripped from my throat. Ethan's rope went taut. He swung back further down and hit the wall with his feet. It wasn't even a minute before he was climbing again, and laughter rang in my ear. I tapped my earpiece. I hate you all. The laughter got louder as it bounced off the rock around us. You're assholes. I shook my head. You're all assholes.
Are you sure you want to date all of us?
Miles couldn't stop smiling. I'm seriously rethinking it now. The shitheads. A couple of hours later, I was halfway up the second section of the cliff. Isaac was on the belayer below me to give Miles a break. The wind battered at me. My fingertips were getting raw, and I was almost out of breath. The holds I found had gotten smaller until I was struggling to find another. There. I stretched a sweaty hand up as far as I could. My right foot slipped. My stomach jumped into my throat as I fell. Shit! Shit! I screamed in as high a pitch as my voice went. Adrenaline shot through me. Panicking, I scrambled blindly as the rock rushed by. I skidded down the cliff, hit something hard, and flipped upside down. I jerked to a stop and swung into the cliff face with my back. I was suddenly looking down over 100 feet toward the ground. Blood pounded in my ears, drowning everything else out as I swung out from the cliff. Gasping, sweat rolled down my face to drop off my nose into the air. Lexi! My name echoed off the rock. Everyone was shouting in my ear as the sound came back. Alive. I was alive.
I've got her! I've got her!
Isaac shouted over the others. The yelling in my ear quieted as I swung back to the cliff. Move, Lexi. You have to get back up there. Instinctively, I reached for the rope and swung my legs to bring me right side up. Heart galloping in my chest, my entire body shook as I came to rest on the cliff face. Get on the wall. You have to hold your own weight. Taking deep breaths, I spotted several good holds and reached out a trembling hand. When I could, I took my weight off the rope and onto my still shaky legs. Breathing heavy, cold sweat running down my skin, I pressed my forehead against the rock and just tried to get my shit together.
Allie!
Asher called.
Fucking answer!
Zeke's voice was loud.
Isaac, do you have her?
Miles demanded.
Yeah, she's on the wall again.
Isaac reported.
Let her catch her breath.
My muscles locked as I tried to work through what just happened. I fell. Okay, I fell. It happens. I'm okay. How far did I fall? What the hell did I hit? The back of my left leg throbbed as I clung to the rock. The guys continued to yell.
Quiet,
Miles ordered. The earpiece finally went silent. I took several more deep breaths and let them out slowly.
Lexi?
Miles's voice was the silky, smooth one I loved. It helped me loosen my death grip on the stone.
I can see you from here. It looks like you fell maybe 11 feet. Nice catch, Isaac. Just about shit myself,
Isaac admitted.
You're not alone on that one,
Zeke muttered.
Whose fucking idea was it to teach her rock climbing?
Isaac demanded.
Mine,
Asher chimed.
I hate you.
Ethan's breath was heavy.
Ethan, don't you dare go off the rope.
Asher's voice echoed off the rock and in my ear.
Then give me some fucking slack.
Ethan snapped.
Lexi, Ethan is making his way to you.
Miles said in that voice. That's it. I hit my mic button. Can you all just shut the fuck up for a minute? I'm just trying to get my shit together. The radio went silent. With the silence, I was finally able to get my head together. Yeah, I fell, but that's what the belayer is for. It worked. Isaac had me covered from below. The nuts and quick draws held. See? I'm okay. When the shaking finally eased up, I hit my mic. Dangling over 100 feet in the air, upside down, kind of makes a girl stop and think.
Lexi.
Ethan was below and to the right, about 15 feet away. As I watched, he leaped up and grabbed a ledge I hadn't even seen 4 feet above him. Before I could be impressed, he was moving again, scrambling over the rock face. I'm okay. I tried to get him to stop, but he just kept coming. Soon he was beside me on the rock, pulling on his belay rope.
You okay?
He asked, his eyes raking over me. Yeah, I just banged my leg.
Lock 'em both. I want to go hands-free.
Ethan ordered into his mic.
Locked.
Asher's voice rang in my ear.
Locked.
Isaac chimed in.
Is she okay?
I'm fine, I bit out as he took my hand off the cliff. I trusted my weight to Isaac as Ethan's hands ran over me. Having enough, I smacked his hand away. Get your ass back on your route before you fuck up your belay. Zeke's laughter bounced up the stone wall, followed by Miles's from above.
Do it, Ethan,
Asher ordered. Ethan leaned away from the wall and looked at my back.
Your shoulder is bleeding.
I looked over my shoulder and found the scrape he was talking about behind my left shoulder. Blood and grit covered the skin. Nothing I can do about it now. I turned back to him. Back to your route. He smiled and headed back toward the other side. I got back on the wall. Climb?
Climb.
Isaac's smile was in his voice. Out of breath and hands burning, I finally climbed over the cliff edge at the top. Crawling from the edge a bit more, I dropped onto my side and tried to find the energy to move. Whose idea was this? I asked. Boots moved over rock and dirt.
Ours, but you were a bit insistent,
Miles said as he untied my rope and then the trailing rope. Sure. Blame the girl, I quipped. Miles chuckled as he started attaching Isaac's belay rope to the belay station. Hands grabbed me under the arms and dragged me further back from the edge. What the fuck? I looked up to find Ethan dragging me. I can move. I just didn't want to at this point. Ethan lowered me back to the ground.
Asher didn't like how close you were to the ledge.
Yeah, sure, Asher didn't. I sat up and started trying to wipe the dirt off my clothes.
Come on. I need to look at your shoulder before Zeke sees you with blood on you.
Ethan sat down behind me and opened the field first aid kit that Asher always carried in his pack. Okay, but I want water too. I grinned over my shoulder. Ethan handed me a bottle of water while the sweat started to dry on my face and neck.
This is going to sting.
I gritted my teeth as my shoulder burned. Fuck. That hurts more than getting it.
That's because you've got dirt and sweat in it.
Ethan continued to clean the back of my shoulder.
You know, from lying on the ground.
I rolled my eyes and took a long drink.
Red, why is there blood on the wall?
Isaac's voice crackled to life in my ear. I don't know. I gave it a shot.
She scraped her shoulder on the wall when she fell.
Ethan said.
She's fine. I'm cleaning her up now.
Just worry about yourselves. I'm off the wall and safe. I sighed. They were the ones still climbing. Jeez. Ethan started cleaning up the trash.
Leave the air on that to dry it out, and don't lie down. Hey, blue hair.
Zeke's voice rang in my ear.
What, giant of the north?
Isaac grunted.
Race you to the top.
My stomach dropped. Don't you fucking dare.
Go,
Isaac shouted. Asher cursed as he began pulling up the slack in the line. Miles worked just as quickly. It was about 30 minutes before Isaac was climbing over the ledge of the cliff, with Zeke just reaching the ledge of his route. Isaac climbed up, got to his feet, and raised his arms.
I win!
Zeke cursed as he climbed over the edge. I was shaking my head when Isaac took off his line and strode toward me.
Let me see.
I didn't bother to move. Ethan shook his head as Isaac moved around me and looked at my shoulder.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Isaac's voice was edged with relief. I rolled my eyes as Zeke started toward me. Up. I grumbled under my breath as I got to my feet. The back of my thigh aching, I turned around. Zeke shoved my braid out of the way. He took a deep breath and let it out. It's not so funny when you're the one scared, now is it? I looked up at them over my shoulder. The twins chuckled as Zeke let go of my braid. Miles and Asher joined us.
Everyone all right?
There was a round of yeses and yas. Let's set up to rappel down. I smiled at them cheerfully.
No,
they all shouted in unison. I fought it as long as I could, but eventually I started laughing. The guys shook their heads as we got ready to go down the path. Chapter 17. I rinsed the shampoo out of my hair. The hot water ran over my already sore muscles, finding new scrapes and bruises. I tilted my head back and just enjoyed the heat. Miles had said with the setup they used, I could take as long of a shower as I'd like and not run out of hot water. It was kind of great. I worked up a lather and started to wash up. Hades lay down on the tarp floor in the doorway of the shower area. The guys had surrounded the small area in tarps so I'd have privacy. Apparently they normally just did the separation for the camp. I shook my head. I didn't understand that. My washcloth found bruises and scrapes I didn't know I had, in addition to the big one on my thigh. I checked out the back of my left thigh. The bruise was about the size of a large hand. Dark purples, dark blues, and lighter colors colored the area. I cursed. That was going to be fun with shorts. Zeke was going to have a fit. I washed the scrapes and cuts on my legs, admiring the bruises I hadn't felt before. I was still enjoying the heat on my back when Hades sat up.
Red?
I went still and looked up at the top edge of the tarp. I'm still in the shower.
Still?
Yep. He chuckled.
Loving that hot water, huh?
I can see the benefit of glamping. I tried for innocent, but by his laughing I could tell I hadn't pulled it off.
How are you doing?
Isaac asked, his voice tired. I picked up my conditioner. I'm okay. You?
Any bruises from the harness?
His voice was slightly rough. I smiled to myself. Nope, just from my own clumsiness. The only sound was the water from the shower hitting the tarp floor. He was quiet so long I thought he'd left. Isaac?
Yeah?
Are you okay? I put the conditioner in my hands and rubbed them together.
You scared the fuck out of me up there.
A stick snapped as he shifted his feet. I didn't mean to. I was just being stupid. Reached too far for a hold and slipped. I started to work the conditioner through my hair. You caught me. He huffed.
Yeah, but I might not have.
Of course you would. I stopped messing with my hair. You even checked my knots twice before you let me start climbing the second pitch.
If I didn't, Zeke would have killed me.
He sighed. Zeke wasn't on our route. I ducked my head under the spray. And you checked Miles's too.
I guess.
I stopped rinsing my hair and threw subtlety out the window. You saved my ass today. I fell, you caught me. Don't pick it apart to make yourself feel like you could have done more. You did exactly what you were supposed to do. His feet shifted in the dried needles.
Okay, you're right. I'm just picking at it.
I sighed. In some ways, Isaac was just as anxious as his brother, just over different things.
Is she still in the shower?
Ethan's voice joined Isaac's.
Yeah, she's loving the hot water.
Isaac ratted me out. Snitch? I finished rinsing my hair one more time. The guys chuckled as I turned off the water.
What do you guys want for lunch?
Asher's voice came closer until he was on the other side of the tarp. Food? I grabbed my towel off the top of the tarp.
Hot or cold?
Asher sighed.
Hot,
Ethan answered.
Cold.
Isaac said at the same time as I started drying off.
What are you three doing?
Miles's voice joined them.
Is Lexi still in the shower?
Zeke showed up. Oh, shit. I held my towel to cover my chest.
Yes.
Zeke is taller than the tarp went. Thankfully, he didn't move any closer to the barrier.
We're talking about lunch,
Asher said.
Hot or cold? It's fucking hot out. Cold.
Zeke didn't even have to think about it.
Well, a hot sandwich and a salad would be a good compromise,
Miles offered. Were they really just going to stand there? They continued to debate until I realized they thought I was dressed. Ethan headed for the doorway and Hades. Hades growled and blocked his way.
Why is Hades on guard, beautiful?
Ethan called as everyone grew quiet. Wishing I had a bigger towel, I made sure I was covered from chest to not quite mid-thigh and stepped into the doorway with my hand on my hip. The guy's jaws dropped. He's on guard because I'm naked. Satisfied, I moved back into the shower area and put my towel up. I picked up my underwear and started to get dressed.
That bruise is as big as my hand,
Zeke barked.
That's what you focused on?
Ethan chuckled as he started laughing.
Please get dressed, Lexi. We'll leave you to it.
Miles's voice told the others not to argue. And my vote is for hot sandwich and fruit salad. I started pulling on my bra as the guys chuckled.
Anything in particular?
Asher's voice was getting further away. I started to relax. I would kill for a Philly cheesesteak.
Ollie has spoken,
Asher declared.
Philly cheesesteak it is.
And fruit salad. I clipped my bra and slipped the straps onto my arms. After I pulled on my white tank top, I slid my feet into my sandals. Being sure to pick up my stuff, I headed back toward camp. Asher was in the picnic area with Miles, cooking, while the twins were talking in their chairs. Zeke was coming from one of the coolers with a bag of ice and a towel. Frowning, he took my clothes from me and handed me the bundle. I reached up and touched the tip of his nose. Boop. He didn't smile, but his frown disappeared to his usual grumpy face.
Sit and ice it.
Sir? Yes, sir. I saluted. Hades left me to go sniffing in the picnic area where Asher was cooking. Zeke made an exasperated sound before he went to my tent and tossed my clothes in. I sat down in my spot and put the ice under my thigh, hissing as the cold began to take the sting out.
Lunch.
Asher started dishing up plates. When I went to get up, Isaac got to his feet.
Stay put, Red.
I can get my lunch. I fought not to whine.
Stay.
Asher pointed at me with the spatula. I stayed in my spot. Ethan brought me a plate, fork, and paper napkin.
Here, beautiful. Now behave.
I bit back a laugh as I took my plate. Everyone sat down and started eating their cheesesteak and fruit salad. Hades came straight to me, begging for food.
After lunch, I want to head over to where you guys found that setup yesterday.
Miles wiped his mouth with a paper napkin. Asher nodded.
I'll take you.
Lewis should be here soon for our next lesson. I took a bite of my sandwich and rolled my eyes in ecstasy.
How is that going?
Ethan asked. I took my time eating. I think I'll make more progress today.
Well, there weren't any dead squirrels this morning.
Asher got up and headed to the kitchen.
That's better at least, right?
I nodded. I really didn't want to talk about it. And Lewis walking into the campsite made it so I wouldn't have to.
Ready?
Lewis smiled. Seeing my food gone, Hades left my side and went to Zeke, his eyes riveted to Zeke's sandwich. I nodded and tossed my paper plate into the fire ring to burn later.
What's the plan today, Lewis?
Isaac tossed his plate to join mine.
Lexi, could you show Lewis those pics? Maybe he'll have an idea what it is that you found.
Miles added his plate to the fire ring. That was a good idea. I'll show him when we get to the clearing. I put the cap on my water bottle, got to my feet, and headed for the trees. Asher, you're taking Miles to the ravine?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Asher waved me off. Zeke? I turned around while walking backward.
I've got Hades.
Zeke waved me off. I sent him a thankful smile. We walked in silence. When we reached the clearing, I took out my phone and pulled up the pictures. I explained what happened and held up my phone so he could see. He stopped when I got to the symbol on the stone.
You found this?
I nodded.
I've never seen that before.
He shook his head.
You might want to ask Uma.
I'll send it to her to see if she knows what it is. I held my phone up, trying to find a signal. He chuckled.
Stop stalling.
Sighing, I tucked my phone away and sat down in the same spot as yesterday. Taking a minute, I took several deep breaths. I needed to stop denying that death is in my life and just face that it's there and never going to go away. I met Lewis's eyes and nodded.
Close your eyes.
I did as he said and took several deep breaths.
Now you're going to sink. Take deep breaths, feeling the air as you take it into your lungs.
I followed his instructions and focused.
Relax a little more. Keep taking slow, deep breaths.
Everything fell away. My mind quieted.
Now, lower your barriers all the way.
My pulse picked up. Are you sure?
Trust me.
I took several more deep breaths then, finally letting my barriers come down. It was like getting out of a pool in the wind. It whirled around me before spinning off.
Good.
His voice was gentle and calm, an acre in the windstorm.
Now, place your hand palm side down in the dirt.
I pressed my hand onto the ground. Instantly, I was thrown into more chaos. I was stretched and pulled, almost as if I was being pulled apart. My pulse pounded in my ears as my energy spread out through the ground. Soft. The dirt was soft as silk. In my mind, I watched my energy spread out in every direction, soaking into the earth, plants, trees. Why do I feel the grass? I whispered as I tried to understand.
Because death is a part of everything in the world. Everything dies. Life springs from it, and the cycle continues.
His voice was soft as he squatted beside me. He was right. I could feel it, see it. That green energy moving into the stalks of the grass and spreading through the blade. It was warm and full of promise.
Do you feel the cold spot?
I did. About 8 feet away, a dark spot over the green. I nodded.
Move your energy closer to it. Feel its shape.
I hesitated. I don't want to. It was cold and dead. I didn't want to feel that.
You have to.
I inched my energy closer to that cold spot of darkness in a sea of greens.
Move your energy into the grass and soil around it.
I swallowed hard, then spread my energy further. The bones of the animal were broken. I could feel them on my fingertips. They lay in several places from scavenging animals.
Now, fill those bones with your energy.
How? I really didn't want to do this.
Reach out with your will and focus on making those bones whole.
I focused on wanting to make the squirrel whole again, its bones not broken, its skull not crushed. Then I sent that tendril of will out. That gold ribbon carefully touched the squirrel's bones. Ice cold washed over me. Darkness swept into me, making me cry out. Alone. In the dark. Cold. It was so cold it burned. It filled my vision. My blood rushed in my ears. I didn't want to feel it. I slammed my barriers closed with an oddly physical clank. I shook. I took deep breaths as the darkness receded and the grove came into focus again. When I could, I finally looked at him. What the fuck was that? I had never felt anything like it in my life, and I never wanted to feel it again. Lewis sighed.
That's what a body feels like without a soul. It's usually only for a split second before you fill the body with your energy. I barely noticed it as I got older.
That's what death feels like?
Only for a few.
His voice was calm, but it made me dread what he was going to say next.
My death was different. It was like falling asleep. I was warm. I was loved. I knew I wasn't alone, and I knew everyone I cared about would be okay.
What do you mean for a few? I needed to know.
People who have betrayed everything they are. The people who kill, rape, and look for ways to hurt others. Those people have killed off their souls. They're nothing but emptiness. They start to rot from the inside out, spiritually speaking.
My thoughts went back to the serial killer I helped cross. So, what happens when they die? He gestured at the pile of sticks where the dead squirrel was.
They feel that when they die, and if they have anything of who they were left, it'll pop out. It'll look like a soul but won't be complete.
I saw that before we left. I met his eyes. I crossed this fucking psycho, and after the veil pulled all the energy from him, he was almost just a shadow. He nodded.
People's choices affect their souls. They decide what to put out there. If they spent their lives trying to cause pain, or whether they were kind to people, if they tried to help or prey on others, who they were in life affects the rest of their eternity.
The psycho. I met his eyes. He was dragged through a door into blackness. Lewis nodded. Hell exists, doesn't it?
I won't know until I cross over.
He shrugged.
Now let's get back to your lesson.
Yes, Yoda. He narrowed his eyes at me.
Drop your barriers and find the cold spot again, Padawan.
I closed my eyes and focused. It only took a minute, and I was exactly back where I was a few minutes ago. My ribbon of will hovered over the body of the squirrel.
Now, just touch the skull of the squirrel.
My heart pounded in my ears. Then what?
Then you send your energy into it, and when it glows in your mind, you tell it to rise.
Bracing myself for the cold, I lowered the ribbon and touched the skull. That ice began to seep into me. Instead, I pushed my energy against it. The cold went away as the bones began to glow.
Now, let go of the skull. Pull back and you can close your barriers.
I did exactly as he said. When I opened my eyes, the glow was still around the pile of sticks.
Tell it to rise.
My throat went dry. Rise. The glow intensified, but nothing else happened.
You have to mean it, Lexi.
Lewis turned back to me.
Need or want, it doesn't matter, but mean it.
I swallowed hard. I wanted control of my abilities. I didn't want to raise animals while I was asleep anymore. To do that, I needed to raise this squirrel. Rise? My voice was firmer, stronger. But nothing happened.
Lexi, it's not a question.
Irritation filled me. Stupid motherfucking. Rise! It was my pissed-off voice that finally worked. The pile shifted. A white skull popped out with gold flames for eyes.
Tell it to come to you.
I point to a spot a foot in front of me and focus. Come here. The squirrel bounced over the sticks and grass, just as if it was still alive. It even tilted its head to the side. Yeah, that's not creepy at all. This close to the zombie squirrel, the hair on my arms raised. That gold energy moved over it like smoke. Is it supposed to do that?
Only when you use too much energy.
Lewis knelt beside me.
Which is fine for now. You have to learn finer control before that stops.
I nodded. The thing was looking at me. Can I put it down now?
Drop your shields like before, and reach out with your will again. I always found it easier to put my hand over them for this part.
I dropped my barriers. The freaking squirrel glowed in my head as if it was radioactive. Taking a deep breath, I held my hand out over it. My palm grew warm.
Now, tell it to rest. All of your energy left will snap back to you.
Right. My energy. Only now it felt like warm, dead squirrel energy. Rest. The light shot up and into my hand. The bones fell apart in front of me. A small wave of giddiness swept through me. It didn't last long, but as soon as it was gone, my stomach rolled. I turned and threw up. Lewis didn't say a word as he waited until I was sitting up and wiping the back of my mouth with my hand.
Everyone does that the first time, too.
I shot him a look. Are we done? I enjoyed it. The rush had been fun. What kind of monster enjoys that?
For today, no.
His eyes were kind as I sat back on my butt.
You're not a bad person for having that endorphin rush.
My eyes met his.
We're necromancers. Our bodies are wired differently for that kind of thing.
He reminded me.
It's okay to like the rush. It's not okay to love it.
That did make sense. I nodded that I understood.
Now, again.
A couple of hours later, Lewis finally called it.
Now, I doubt you'll be able to raise anything more than a fly, not with how far your energy went.
What do you mean? A nap did actually sound really good right now.
Your energy went about 15 feet in radius.
He tilted his head to the side.
Didn't you notice?
I shook my head and got to my feet. Tired and achy, I walked back into camp with Lewis. Isaac was waiting next to the fire ring. When he saw me, his shoulders relaxed.
Good luck,
Lewis whispered before heading back into the woods. Isaac met me.
Lexi, we need to talk. Want to take a walk?
Yeah. We started down the trail heading west out of the campground. Where are the others?
Asher and Miles got back a while ago. Asher went fishing with Zeke and Hades, while the others are at the rope swing.
He took my hand in his.
I needed some time to think.
My stomach nodded. You're avoiding the others.
So I can think, yeah.
We needed to do better. They're your best friends.
And they all fucking kissed the girl I fell for, so what does that tell ya?
His voice was sharp and edged. That they have good taste? I smiled up at him, hoping for a laugh. His amber eyes met mine. I didn't get a laugh, but I did get a grin.
I can't argue with that.
I squeezed his hand. Do you know what really scares the shit out of me?
Snakes.
He smirked as we walked around the bend in the trail. It's the way they fucking move, I shrugged. What was so wrong about that? He laughed again. I waited until he was done to tell him. Normally, yes, snakes, but not this time. The thing that scares the hell out of me, that keeps me up at night, is worrying about you guys. That's what gives me nightmares. Your relationships to each other, and that I might have messed them up. He said nothing as we continued to walk. I would hold 1,000 poisonous snakes if it would make everything all right between everyone again. I'd jump in a fucking vat of them, but I can't. I squeezed his hand.
So instead, you want all of us to date you? At the same time?
He shoved his other hand into the pocket of his cargo shorts.
That's not fucking fixing the problem, that's adding to it.
How do I fix this? I stopped walking, forcing him to turn and look at me. I fucked up so badly that everyone I care about is likely going to get hurt. I shrugged, frustration making me clench my fists. So please, tell me how to fix this without losing everything. I'll try anything at this point.
You pick someone.
Isaac ran his hands through his hair, his fingers digging into his scalp.
You pick someone, the rest deal and move on. That's how it's supposed to work.
I wiped my face. We had already talked about this. Could you do it? He dropped his hands and narrowed his eyes at me.
Do what?
Could you choose? If you were me, could you hurt the best friends you've ever had? Your family? The people you love so much that you're willing to put the world at risk to save them? Could you point at one and say, I pick you. I care for you more than the others? Could you watch their faces as their hearts broke? Could you do that? My head ached as indecision warred over his face. I simply waited because I needed an answer. His eyes filled with unshed tears as his breathing grew heavier.
Am I not enough for you?
Pain filled my chest, burning a hole straight through me. More than any girl could ever hope for. I took a shaky breath as I moved closer, my hands gripping his shirt. You're amazing, sweet, funny, wonderful. You push me to try new things even if I'm scared. You remind me not to take life so seriously. I had to take another deep breath through my tightening throat. I love you and everything about you. His arms moved around my waist as tears fell down his face.
Then why?
Because if I choose, how can I be happy knowing my happiness is at the price of their pain? I took several deep breaths. He had to understand. Because I love them just as much as I love you. And losing all of you, I can't even function from the thought. But I would. I'd rip out my heart and leave it shattered on the ground if it meant the guys would stay friends, would stay family. Trust them, Lexi. You have to trust their history, their friendships. He pulled me close and buried his face in my hair as we both cried. You're more than enough, Cookie Monster. More than anyone I could ever want or ask for. I just royally fucked up. My lungs grew tight as I tried to breathe. He took several deep breaths with me as we both struggled for control. I don't know how long we stood there, clinging to each other, and I didn't care. When he loosened his hold and stepped back, he didn't even look like he'd been upset. Whereas I'm an ugly crier. He wiped my cheeks, held my face, and kissed my forehead. I closed my eyes and just felt him.
I need to think about this.
When we were almost back to camp, he squeezed my hand and let go.
I'm going to go on one of the skis for a while.
I nodded, though my instincts screamed not to let him go. He didn't even go change into his board shorts. He just walked down the beach and started pushing a ski into the water. I wrapped my arms around myself, worrying that he was going to take some stupid risk.
Are you all right?
Miles asked as he came to my side. Could you make sure Isaac doesn't do something stupid? I asked in a quiet voice before turning to meet his eyes. Isaac sped off at high speed across the water. He took in my tear-streaked face and red eyes.
Of course.
He squeezed my arm before heading down to the jet skis. Ethan came to my side as Miles took off at full throttle after Isaac. I closed my eyes as my heart ached. Please, Isaac.
What happened?
Ethan asked, in that soft, smoky voice I loved. We talked. Needing time alone, I turned away from the lake and headed for my tent. I needed my sketchbook. 2 hours later, I was sitting on the sand, trying to draw something. Anything other than the fears running through my head. And for the last 2 hours, nothing. Nada. I couldn't come up with anything. I was about to give up when Ethan sat in the sand beside me.
Hey, beautiful.
Hey, Snoopy. We both looked out at the water.
Are you going to tell me why Miles ran after my brother?
His voice was soft as he turned to me. My chickens are coming home to roost. I turned my charcoal pencil in my hands.
What?
Nothing. Nothing. I set the pencil down on my notebook and turned to him. We talked. We both got upset and I gestured toward the water. He reached over and wrapped his arm around my back.
How'd it go?
I shook my head, and started running my fingers through the sand. You don't really want to hear about it.
If it has to do with my brother, I do.
His arm disappeared before he grabbed me behind my knees and carefully spun me to face him. Careful of my bruise on my thigh, he set my legs over his lap. My toes curled in the sand on the other side.
Now I can hear you.
I gave him a half grin. He thought he wasn't enough for me. My eyes filled as I looked at my hands in my lap. I never wanted to make him feel that way. Ethan's hand ran up and down my back again.
I know, beautiful. It's not your fault.
I sniffed and looked up at him. But look what I'm asking him to consider. What I'm asking you to do. What else is he fucking going to think? He tucked a stray curl behind my ear.
You didn't mean to make him feel that way.
No, but I shook my head. I should have thought about how what I was asking would make you guys feel, and I didn't. What kind of friend does that?
The ones that aren't perfect.
He gave me a soft smile.
You can't predict how we would react or feel.
I should have realized you guys would feel like you aren't important to me or something. I took a deep breath against the weight in my chest. I should have thought of that first.
Beautiful. That's how Isaac reacted.
His fingers on my knee made comforting circles on my skin.
You haven't asked how I feel about it.
Stomach nodding, I lifted my head and met his eyes. How do you feel about it? He looked at me in confusion.
About what? You need to be specific.
I snorted. How do you feel about the me dating everyone option? He smiled a warm smile.
Relieved.
Everything stopped. Did he just say, "You're relieved"? He nodded.
Yeah, because it meant I have a chance not to lose you.
His eyes were warm as I met them. The pain in my chest eased back little by little. Snoopy. He leaned in a little closer, our hair cutting off the rest of the world.
I only have one reason. You.
I shook my head. But you'd be sharing me.
So? I'd rather have part of you than none of you.
His warm hand rested on my knee.
Besides, I'm not exactly good at normal.
I smiled. It was that simple for him. He wanted to be with me. But I still had to ask, why did you tell me to pick Isaac? His eyes grew shadowed as he took my hand and kissed my knuckles.
Because I want my brother to be happy.
He met my eyes again.
After all the shit that he went through with Sophie, with girls, with that demon, he deserves it more than I do.
You're a good brother.
I'm an amazing as fucking hell brother,
he countered, making me laugh again.
But the only way I can be with you is if everyone agrees to give this thing a try. So I'm all for it. We just have to get the others on board.
Love filled me, leaving me just staring at him. Amazed that someone like him existed, I leaned forward and kissed him softly. It wasn't long. It wasn't passionate, but it was still filled with love. I pulled back and felt lighter than I had all day. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He pulled back even more.
Now, we've established how awesome I am. What are you working on?
I chuckled as I pulled my legs out of his lap. Nothing. I couldn't even come up with an idea.
So, use real life.
His wicked smile was back.
Draw me like one of your French girls.
I burst out laughing as he leaned back against the tree and picked up his notebook.
Draw the lake.
He gestured at the water.
It doesn't have to be a masterpiece.
He was right. The lake wasn't that interesting, though. I eyed Ethan as he started working in his notebook using one of my knees as a table. Smiling to myself, I started sketching his face. His general outline first, then the details.
Asher. I was getting ready to cook the fish that we caught for dinner when Astrid and Ranulph arrived. The pair split up. Ranulph headed over to talk to Zeke at the fire ring with Hades, checking the dog for ticks. Astrid came toward me. The tall blonde werewolf picked up a bottle of water out of the ice chest.
Hey, little brother.
Brother? Hey? She leaned against the barbecue and gestured at me as she took a drink.
So, what happened?
I pulled the burger meat out of the cooler. What?
Well, last time I saw you, you were human.
Astrid reached over and snagged a chip out of the bag before popping it into her mouth.
So, how did this happen?
I pulled out the seasonings I need and set them on the table. I don't know what you're talking about. When I turned back, she eyed me, her face puzzled. What? I looked down at my shirt, thinking I had dropped something on myself. When I found nothing, I met her eyes again. Okay, you're starting to creep me out. She grew still.
When did you get bitten?
I shook my head. What the hell are you talking about? Her mouth opened.
You don't know.
Know what? She wasn't making any sense.
You haven't...
Her eyes grew wider.
Oh, fuck.
At this point, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Ranulph. Ranulph turned toward us, smiling. Do you know what Astrid is talking about? Ranulph walked over, his smile fading. Goddess?
He hasn't shifted yet,
she whispered, her eyes wide. Ranulph's shoulders grew rigid. It's in a couple of days, isn't it? Astrid nodded slowly. What's in a couple of days? And what are you talking about? This was really starting to get on my nerves. If they didn't make any sense soon, I was walking away. Astrid turned to me, still stunned.
You're a werewolf.
Okay, yeah, sure. I stepped around Astrid and walked away. Which one of the guys put you up to this?
Asher.
Astrid followed me.
I'm not messing around. This is serious.
Extremely. Ranulph followed us as we reached the fire ring. Okay, was it you who asked them to pull that prank on me? My gaze went straight to Zeke as he continued to check Hades' fur. This isn't a joke, kid. Ranulph shifted to the side while Astrid moved to stand across the fire ring. What isn't? Zeke looked up at us while scratching Hades' ears. Astrid hesitated as I sat down. The twins, Miles and Allie, walked back into the campsite from the lake. She's trying to tell me I'm a werewolf. I glared at Ethan, who I was sure set it up. Nice try, Ethan. Ethan raised an eyebrow as they stopped at the fire ring.
I'm missing something.
Ethan turned to Isaac. Isaac shook his head. Ethan turned back to me.
Asher? We didn't set up a joke. If we were going to bring Astrid and Ranulph in on a prank, it'd involve Ranulph picking you up as he flew and have him drop you in the lake.
Ranulph pointed at Ethan. That I'd go along with. Astrid moved around the cement ring and sat on it in front of me.
Asher, I'm not fucking around. I felt your wolf the second I walked into camp yesterday.
Now this was just getting annoying. This isn't funny anymore. Astrid scoffed.
Well, considering the full moon is 2 days away, and you'll have no control over yourself, you're right, it's not fucking funny.
She looked at everyone else.
He would have killed at least one of you, if not more.
My stomach dropped. She really didn't look like she was kidding. But a werewolf? No. No way. What would cause someone to turn into a werewolf? Miles stepped up to my side and moved to the side of my chair. Astrid shook her head.
Being born to wolf parents, or being bitten, it's all about DNA.
I relaxed and chuckled. Well, I've never been attacked, and my parents are human.
Asher.
Isaac's face was serious as he got my attention.
You let a werewolf pup chew on your fingers last month in New Orleans, remember? Astrid groaned and covered her face with her hands. How old? Not even 2, I think. Miles scratched his eyebrow. Astrid cursed, dropped her hands, and met my eyes. When we're that young, our teeth are as sharp as needles. You might not have felt it, or even seen it, but that kid had to have drawn blood. They all stooped over me, looking at me in stunned silence. I didn't like it. Something about it. I got to my feet and stepped out from between all of them. This is crazy. I started out for the road. You've been moody, right? Astrid's question stopped me in my tracks. I turned around. So? It's stress. It had to be, 'cause this was insane. She got to her feet and walked out from between everyone. Let me guess. You have so much energy you can't sleep at night. You are running for hours, but it's still not enough. Something still tells you to run. I swallowed hard as my heart pounded against my ribs. But she wasn't done. I'd bet everything I have that you've been more aggressive, losing your temper, doing and saying things you normally wouldn't. Fighting more? The blood drained from my face. That could still be stress. It couldn't be true. No, it was crazy. She shook her head, her eyes understanding. A minute ago, you didn't like anyone standing over you. Something about it was wrong, but you can't pinpoint it. Things like that have been happening more and more. Holy shit. But it couldn't be. Yeah? So? I've been on edge with this whole alley thing. Then there are the dreams. Astrid met my eyes. Running, the feel of dirt under your feet. A heartbeat gets your attention. A rabbit, deer, or something runs out of nowhere, and you chase it. The taste of blood in your mouth is so real, you can still taste it when you wake up. Bile rose in the back of my throat as something moved inside me. She stepped closer. That was your wolf. That weird shifting inside. I can tell because you're wolf. You're not bonded yet. You're not in control. The bond will happen after you shift 2 nights from now. Until then, you're dangerous. My pulse pounded in my ears. Dangerous. Werewolf. Is there any way to tell for sure? Astrid's eyes were understanding again before she turned to the others. Anyone have any real silver? Ethan walked forward and pulled off the big silver ring Allie had given him a long time ago. Ranulph held his hand out. Ethan hesitated but still gave it to him. Ranulph strode toward me with a somber face. Hold out something you're willing to scar. What? Scar? This couldn't be happening. Silver burns and scars wolves. Ranulph held the ring up to show it to me. This will hurt if you're a wolf. If not, you're human and Astrid's off her game. Small tremors shook my arm as I raised my forearm. Ranulph pressed the silver ring into the meat of my arm. The heat was scorching. I jerked away, cursing just as he was lifting the ring away. I looked at my arm. A heavy weight settled on my chest. My skin stopped smoking, and my arm was a perfect burn mark of Ethan's ring. No. This wasn't happening. I took a step back, and another. Something inside me snapped. I turned and ran. Everyone shouted my name. Keep them here, Astrid shouted. But I didn't care. My arms pumped, my legs moved. I didn't think. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran.
Lexi. Astrid ran after Asher faster than my eyes could follow. Werewolf. Asher was a werewolf. Unable to process it, I turned to the others. Hades left Zeke and came to lean on my hip, my fingers automatically going to his fur. What exactly happened in New Orleans? Asher was bitten by a werewolf pup, Miles said as he turned to the rest of us. No, that wasn't right. He wasn't hurt in New Orleans. When did this happen? I turned to the rest of the group, his face pale.
After we found the kids on our way back, he was carrying a 2-year-old that shifted. She was anxious and scared.
I closed my eyes. Oh, fuck. He let her chew on him, didn't he? That was so Asher. Give anything you needed to make you feel better and not think about what it would cost. I loved it about him, but... Fuck! I broke out in a cold sweat. It was all my fault. I took several deep breaths and tried to push my emotions back down. Asher. This was about Asher. I got control again and met Miles's eyes. We need to go find him. I couldn't just sit here. His entire life was just... his fucking species. He had to be freaking the fuck out. I forced my stiff legs to move.
Hold it, Lexi.
Ranulph got in front of me, forcing me to stop.
Right now, he's scared, and his wolf isn't under control. It's a bad combination. You guys need to stay here.
My eyes grew hard as that solid feeling filled my chest. He's family.
I get it.
Ranulph sighed.
But the risk.
The guys gathered around us. Hades pressed against my hip again. I shook my head. We can't just sit here. Ranulph ran his eyes over all of us before meeting mine again.
Even if he hasn't shifted, he can still tear each of you limb from limb without even working up a sweat. He knows us, not you.
Zeke shifted on his feet. Ranulph turned to him.
Right now, he's not him. His wolf might be the one driving the bus, and that wolf doesn't know any of you.
My heart dropped. That wasn't good. We can't just... Haven't you ever had someone you cared about go missing? Would you be able to stand around and do nothing? The gargoyle took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
I have.
His voice was warm and understanding.
I've also seen what happens when a human thinks their family member's wolf will know them when they haven't met. It's usually bloody and ends in the suicide of the werewolf.
Tension filled the silence.
So, unless you have experience dealing with wolves, you're going to do more harm than good.
All right. Miles began tapping his leg.
We'll stay here. It would destroy Asher to hurt any of us.
Everyone mumbled in agreement. Ranulph relaxed. I pretended to keep looking at the ground, tilted my head a little and met Zeke's eyes out of the corner of my eye. He nodded. It was barely a movement, but it was enough. Everyone went to their chairs and sat down. Hades rested his big head on my knee as my stomach continued to knot and unknot. Ranulph pulled his phone out and stepped away.
This is bullshit,
Isaac muttered.
We don't know what we're dealing with.
Miles shook his head.
Astrid is a werewolf and Ranulph's her husband. If he says it's safer here and out of the way, then we're safer here.
I looked around the group. None of them looked okay with this. I eyed the distance between us and Ranulph. Deciding to go for it, I leaned over to Ethan. He turned to me with worried eyes.
Beautiful.
We need a distraction, I barely whispered. A grin spread across his face as he glanced at Zeke, then back to me. He raised an eyebrow. I nodded. He smiled.
Oh, beautiful.
I smirked.
Let's see if I can get a head start.
Ethan watched as Ranulph turned away. He got to his feet, stretched, drawing attention to himself, then ran for the trail.
Ethan!
Miles shouted.
I'm going to kill you.
Isaac got to his feet and glared after him. Ranulph cursed and took off after Ethan. When they were far enough away, Zeke got to his feet. Promise me you'll bring him back? It slipped out before I realized it. Zeke's face was hard as he met my gaze.
Promise.
He turned and took off at a run for the trail. Isaac turned to me and smiled.
Sneaky, Red.
I watched Zeke's back disappear down the trail. Let's hope it's not a huge mistake.
Chapter 18. Ethan. It didn't take long for Ranulph to catch me, but hopefully it was long enough for Zeke to get out of camp. The big Scotsman had me by the back of the shirt and was marching me back toward camp when he stopped and let go. "So, what happened to you?" Ranulph's voice was gruff. I adjusted my shirt as I stepped further away and looked up at the big guy. "Shouldn't you be out with Asher or something?" Ranulph's gaze ran over me. "My mate is with him, so he's as safe as he can be. What I'm worried about right now is you." "What? Why?" Was it my back he was worried about? "Because you're not completely human anymore," he snapped, his brow drawn down. My world stopped. My pulse began to pound in my ears. "What the hell are you talking about?" Ranulph surveyed me. "Something happened to you and changed you into... I don't know what." "What do you mean, not human?" I swallowed hard as I started to spin my rings. This couldn't be fucking happening. Not to me, too. Ranulph shook his head. "I meant it exactly how it sounds. What the fuck happened?" I gaped at him for at least a minute before I could even think. New Orleans. The Witches' Council took me and tortured me for like a day or so. His eyes narrowed on me. "What do you remember exactly?" I crossed my arms over my chest. "Not much. Needles, some liquid they kept injecting me with. Pain. A lot of fucking pain." "How have you felt since?" "Fine. Great." I shrugged. "How the hell do you answer that?" "What are you looking for?" "Anything out of your usual routine." My throat went dry. "My back. I have 2 slipped discs, and since... The pain is gone?" He shifted on his feet. I nodded. "I haven't had to take my meds in almost a month." "So, there's some healing going on." He ran his hand through his hair. "Anything else?" I swallowed hard. Lexi fell during the long climb. I was on a different route, but around the same area. I made myself look at him. "I pulled off a dino today." He raised an eyebrow. "I don't climb. What does that mean?" "It means I jumped off the cliff to another handhold." I took a breath and let it out. This one was around 5 feet above me, and was barely big enough for the first joint of my fingertips. Both of his eyebrows were up. "That's not your usual?" I shook my head. I didn't even realize I did it until I started climbing again. "So you're stronger. I'm going to say better reflexes and coordination?" I nodded. "I'm having some weird-ass dreams." "What about your dreams?" "That's the thing. I can't fucking remember." I ran my hands through my hair and tugged on the ends. I wake up and all I remember is that it was weird and freaky. "Did you come into contact with any shifters?" Ranulph asked, his brow drawn down. "Yeah, but I didn't let anyone gnaw on me." Was this really happening? "It was a long shot. You don't smell like a shifter." He eyed me again. "I'm 1,800 years old, and I have no idea what you are. That worries me." I dropped my arms. What the fuck do I do? He shook his head. "I'm going to talk to Evelyn and Atticus and figure it out." Should I even be around people right now? Was I going to hurt the guys? Lexi? "Do you feel an increase in aggression?" He crossed his arms. "Are you having any mood swings?" "No, just..." I shrugged. "I'm me." He shook his head. "You need to tell your friends and have them keep an eye out for new aggression, any behavior that's out of your usual." Who the fuck could do that? Asher was a fucking werewolf, and he needed more help than I did right now. I was going to have to tell Isaac. "I'll take care of it." He nodded. "We'll figure it out. It might just take some time.
Take some time? Right. 'Cause patience has always been a virtue of mine. I shook my head. One thing at a time. Let's head back to camp.
Asher. My breathing was shaky as I rocked back and forth. Everything was too loud, too much, too bright. The tips of my toes and my fingers burned. My jaw ached. Taking deep breaths, I tried to get through the next heartbeat, the next minute. Werewolf. A fucking werewolf. All because a little girl was upset. You stupid son of a bitch. I held my head in my hands and tried to breathe through the vice in my chest. Wolf. Werewolf. Something kept moving inside me. But that couldn't be real. Could it?
Asher?
Astrid called from her spot on the boulder outside the cave I had found.
It's going to be all right. You are going to be all right.
Dangerous, I muttered, my eyes burning. You said I could have killed everyone.
Yeah, you could have. But you won't now. I'll be here with you when you shift, and I'll keep you from doing any damage.
Her voice was matter of fact. It helped. A little. My life is over. My throat grew tighter.
Your life isn't over.
Astrid shifted on the rock. She kicked a pebble that bounced off another stone. I could tell because I couldn't seem to stop hearing everything. How? I bit out. How is this going to be okay?
It'll only be like this until tomorrow night.
Her voice was quiet.
Once you create the bond with your wolf, it'll be easier. He'll be able to communicate with you. He'll work with you instead of against you like this.
It feels... I swallowed hard. It feels like something is moving in my chest.
That's your wolf pacing. It's weird the first month or so.
Her voice was still calm and soothing.
You'll be able to control your hearing, your sight. It's the last 24 hours that are the worst before your first shift. Being with your friends will help.
I kept rocking back and forth. I need to stay away. I'm dangerous. Then it hit me. Allie. Shit.
Breathe, Asher.
Her voice had an odd, calming effect. It was new and not, all at the same time.
Talking helps.
I shook my head. I didn't know, Astrid. How dangerous is it for a werewolf to date a human? She sighed.
There are things you need to know before it's a good idea. I'd suggest not dating a human until at least a year from conversion, to be safe.
I closed my eyes and took a shaky breath. That was it. I couldn't be with her.
But if you have open and honest communication with your mentor, then I can see them agreeing, as long as some rules are observed.
Mentor?
Yeah, it's a werewolf that's your teacher. Usually you stay with them for the month after your first shift. Work with them, live in their house. You know, the whole teacher and student thing.
I shook my head. I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine my future. Did I even have one? Asher! Astrid! Zeke's bellow was unmistakable. I closed my eyes and pressed my head back against the rock.
Up here,
Astrid called. Zeke's path through the woods was loud and easy to hear. Well, maybe just for me. God, what the fuck was I going to do? Where is he? Zeke bit out.
He's just inside the cave.
Astrid sighed.
What the hell are you doing here?
I have experience with wolves, Zeke muttered. Zeke always did hate explaining himself to people.
Okay, you can stay, but I wouldn't get any closer.
The scent on Zeke reached me. Rosemary and engine oil. Allie. He had to have touched her today, or been extremely close to her. A growl rolled out from between my lips. The urge to tear him apart tore through me.
Don't move,
Astrid ordered. Where's Allie? My voice was an octave deeper. Ranulph got her to stay in camp with the others. Zeke leaned against the rock wall outside. For several heartbeats, I forgot about my life being in pieces on the ground. How? Allie wasn't here? Knowing her, I thought she'd be running through the woods looking to yell at me. Ranulph explained how dangerous it was for anyone without experience with wolves. Miles made the call. He sighed. She made me promise to bring you back. I snorted. Of course she did. I shook my head. I fucked up, Zeke. Maybe, but you can fix it now? Zeke asked. The knot in my throat grew even bigger. No. I still couldn't fucking believe it. My life is over. Planning on offing yourself? Zeke shifted against the rock. No. Then your life isn't over. Zeke's clothing rubbed together. It's just changing. It's fucked up. You didn't want to do it. But it's just change. Tears flowed down my face. It's my entire species. I'm not human anymore. A lot of humans aren't human, Zeke countered. There are truly fucked up people out there. If anyone would know, he would. But you're still breathing, your heart is still beating, and we can always work with that. Zeke's matter-of-fact tone helped. I wiped my face. Zeke walked slowly into the cave and sat down across from me. Something about him was calming, solid. Something about him just helped me get a handle on myself. Just a bit more. I met his eyes. I'm dangerous. You're Asher. I shook my head. I'm not me anymore. You're going to get through this, man. His eyes softened and grew warm. We just need to know the new rules. New rules? I scoffed. You think it's that easy? I don't think it's going to be easy. He refused to turn away. It's going to be hard. You're a werewolf. It's a new everything. A different life. But you are still Asher. I could kill and not even mean to. Did he even understand that? That's nothing new. He stayed still as a rock. There was always that possibility. But now, I'd say the odds are against me. Astrid. Zeke looked out the mouth of the cave. How many people have you hurt or killed by accident? By accident? None, Astrid said. If you have a pact for support and guidance, and you take care of your wolf, you'll never do it on accident. What about on purpose? I bit out. Only in self-defense, she admitted. Zeke turned back to me. You're one of the kindest people I know. If anyone can go through this and stay himself, it's you. I met his eyes. He had to understand. Are you telling me that right now you'd trust me alone with Allie? He didn't even flinch, but his eyes did grow harder. Tonight? No. Tomorrow night? No. When you've got your shit together and you know your limits? Yeah. I huffed. Zeke always did have a way of laying shitty situations out, so they didn't seem so impossible. Hell, he'd had enough practice. I met his eyes again. Do you really think I can do this? His eyes narrowed on mine. You don't have a choice. It's done. The choice you do have is how you handle it. Do you roll over and let this change everything about you and rule your life? Or do you fucking fight to stay you? I swallowed hard, the pressure in my chest easing. He was right. I am a werewolf. There's no cure. There's nothing I can do but move forward. Roll over or fight. I met his eyes and nodded.
Lexi. It was late when Asher and Astrid walked out of the parking lot. Asher's shirt was drenched with sweat as he went straight to the guy's tent. He didn't even look at us. Zeke had walked in from the trail hours ago. When I saw he was alone, I wanted to kill him. Before he even reached us, he was explaining how Astrid was taking Asher out on a run that would satisfy his wolf. That had been 4 hours ago. Astrid let the cooler lid drop, walking over to the fire, and sat in a chair. She was chugging down water as Asher left his tent with a towel and a bundle of clothes. He didn't even look at us before he went out of the campsite toward the shower. And he didn't go alone. Hades got to his feet and hurried after him. Good boy. How'd it go? I finally broke the tension. He'll be all right until tomorrow. And now he knows a way to calm his wolf down. Astrid put the lid back on her bottle of water. The night of the full moon. I'll help him shift and take him on a run. Astrid turned to Ranulph. Then he's coming to stay with us for a month. Ranulph nodded.
You're going to mentor him.
What? I sat up straight in my chair, and I wasn't the only one. Everyone else sat up straight, too. Astrid nodded. Hollis is in the middle of moving his pack into Canada, and I don't know any other pack alphas that I'd trust with him.
What do you mean he'll stay with you for a month?
Miles asked as he leaned forward. Astrid turned back to us. Asher's life is completely altered. His body has changed, too. Traditionally, after a first shift, if the wolf doesn't have pack family, then they have a mentor they stay with to teach them. But he has to leave? I asked. Astrid returned my gaze. Yeah, he does. But only for a month, so he can at least begin to start understanding his wolf.
Then he'll come home?
Ethan asked. Astrid nodded. He'll know the basics of what he'll have to do to control and take care of his wolf. He won't be completely safe, but with the other wolves in town, he'll be safer.
What do we do when there is a full moon?
Zeke, at least, had the balls to ask what we were all thinking. Astrid turned to him. He'll need other wolves to keep him safe for maybe 6 months or more. It depends on when the bond is deep enough that he starts to remember being a wolf. Astrid turned to Miles. The only reason he'll be coming home in a month is because of those wolves that just moved to your town. They'll keep him in check. The silence stretched.
What can we do to help?
Miles asked. Astrid opened her bottle and took another drink. He's going to have aggression trouble, jealousy, anger. He's going to struggle for a while. He has to learn everything all over again. So just be patient and understanding with him. And listen, if he says back off, do it. If he says that he needs to leave, get him out into the woods and away from people. So, just like Zeke. I couldn't help it. The twins snorted. The others shook their heads. A more deadly version, yes. Astrid's face let me know she didn't think it was funny, but she understood what I was going for. All of us nodded. We're going to head back to the hotel. We'll be back tomorrow for another run. Astrid got to her feet. But, Lexi, I need to talk to you alone first. I got to my feet and crossed the campsite with her.
When will he shift?
Miles asked.
A couple of hours after sunset on the day after tomorrow.
Ranulph answered.
That's generally the rule I've noticed.
When we were at the back of the trucks, she pulled the tailgate down on Miles's truck and sat down. I sat next to her. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that you and Asher are dating. Astrid turned to me. No, I was going to have to explain. I gave her the Cliff Notes version. So that's one of the reasons we're here. She sighed. If there was any possibility that he had a mate, then it'd be a disaster just waiting to happen. But it's still going to be a difficult and dangerous situation. Mate? What do you mean? What was she talking about? She shook her head. If he was a born wolf, there'd only be one wolf he'd have healthy children with. But since he was bitten, he won't. He can't pass it on genetically. So, no mate. He can still bond to someone, and that's a whole different discussion we'll have another time. She shifted on the tailgate to face me. What I'm trying to tell you is that right now he's dangerous. Okay, you've said that to the guys and me, and you're repeating it to me. Why are you warning me again? Screw beating around the bush. Just come out and tell me. You're in a different kind of danger. She gestured at my body. Let's say you two are making out. If he reaches a certain point, it will be a struggle to stop himself. My heart dropped as the blood drained from my face. Are you saying he'd try to rape me? Her eyes grew wide. No, not that. If he'd never do that, his wolf would never do that. I'm trying to illustrate the fact that dating a shifter is different. There are different rules if you are human, and I'm really bad at this. Relief filled me. Okay, rules I can follow. Again, Lexi. She met my eyes. It's a new body. He has to learn how he reacts to everything again. Oh, a horrible thought hit me. Was she? You're going to... She sent me a look. Fuck no, I'm not going to sleep with him. We both chuckled at how fast she shut that down. Screw being PG. Astrid met my eyes again. He's going to have to learn how he's going to react sexually as a werewolf, and that needs to be done extremely carefully and slowly. I nodded. Okay, that I understand. I'll send you a list of rules and advice, but basically, you can't be physical with him until at least he comes back. Can I kiss him? He was going to leave for a month. Until he's got his wolf under control, only on the cheek. She shook her head. I'm sorry, Lexi. That's the way it has to be until he comes back. I shook my head. No, this is the shit I need to know. He really has to relearn everything? Controlling his temper, all of that? Guilt ate at my insides. I shoved it behind a door for now. She nodded. His body has changed completely, all the way down to his DNA, and that takes time to adjust. That made sense. Now, until he shifts, he's going to get worse. Be angrier and more agitated. The last 24 hours before shifting are the worst. How do we help? She smiled. Try to avoid making him jealous until he can shift. Distract him. You're on vacation, so have fun. Just remind him he's still Asher. I nodded. Ranulph came around the truck. We good, ladies? Yeah. Astrid got to her feet. We'll see you tomorrow. Astrid and Ranulph headed for their car. I went back to camp and sat in my chair. Isaac rubbed his eyebrow. Shit. You can say that again, I muttered. Shit, Isaac repeated. I grinned a little. We should get some sleep. Ethan got to his feet. I'm going to talk to Asher. Miles stayed put. Everyone else got to their feet and headed to their tents. I changed into my flannel PJ bottoms and cami before lying down. Hades wasn't back yet, so he must be planning to stay with Asher. I picked up a book and muttered under my breath as I reached over to pick up my glasses and book light. An hour later, Miles's voice came from the fire ring. Do you want to talk? No. Asher's voice was firm. You know I'll listen. Miles tried again. Not tonight. Asher snapped. I waited to see if he'd change his mind. What are you doing? Miles asked. I'm crashing in the hammock. Why? Someone got out of a chair. Just let me finally get some sleep. Asher's voice was an odd mix of lost and pissed. All right. Good night, Miles said in a calm, soothing voice. Night, Asher said. I put my glasses back, shut my book, and turned off my book light. Struggling to get comfy, I rolled to my side and punched my pillow. I didn't like how Asher hadn't looked at anyone when he came back. I didn't like how quiet he was either. I needed to see him and know he's okay. Worried, I got up, slipped on my sandals, and opened my tent. I walked across the camp toward the hammock. Asher was still awake and looking up at the sky. The unzipped sleeping bag over him, his hair was still wet from the shower. His eyes shined, reflecting the moonlight like a predator watching prey. As I walked toward him, my pulse jumped at the reminder. He wasn't human anymore. The hand hanging over the side and buried in Hades' fur stopped scratching.
You should be in bed.
I didn't even pause in my stride. I'm staying with you.
That's dangerous, Allie.
His voice was so lost it made my heart ache. Tell me to go and I'll go. I stopped at the side of the hammock. His eyes were rough as they met mine. Anger, fear, everything was fighting it out inside him. He didn't say anything. I started to climb into the hammock. Let me decide how much I'm willing to risk. He moved over a little to counterbalance as I got in next to him. I sat up, moved his arm and lay back down against him with my head on his shoulder and the front of my body pressed against his side. So, what are we looking at?
Being gone for a month. No football in the fall and 1,000 other things.
He wrapped his arm around me as my leg hooked over one of his to lay between his. He covered me with the sleeping bag. I tilted my head back and met his eyes. I meant, what are we looking at in the sky? His lips twitched as I lay my hand on his stomach.
I wasn't really looking.
He took my hand from his stomach to hold against his chest. His pulse pounded under my fingertips. How do you feel? I whispered. He swallowed hard.
Better. I'm not restless anymore. Instead, I'm pretty exhausted.
My fingers stroked his. Then why are you still awake? He looked back up to the stars.
What's going to change keeps running through my mind.
So, no football? He shook his head.
Which isn't a huge loss, but I'd rather have it be my choice.
That does suck. I kept stroking his fingers with mine, not having a choice.
No baseball in the spring, either.
He sighed.
Forget MMA and sparring. Hell, even my diet has to be different. It was already high protein, but now...
I looked up at him as a tear ran out of the corner of his eye. Squeezing his hand, I listened as he ran through what he knew was going to change. It wasn't just a lot. It was almost everything. There was nothing I could say, so I just listened. Because that's what happens when someone you love is in pain. You share it with them. Eventually, his fingers squeezed mine.
Everything has changed.
Not everything. I met his eyes. Your family still loves you. He took a shaky breath.
I'm scared, Allie.
Me too. I swallowed hard through the hard knot in my throat. But I'm not going anywhere. Neither are the guys. He looked down at me, his eyes as rough as waves crashing in a storm. He let go of my hand to hold my cheek in his hand. His breathing grew even more ragged. He rested his forehead against mine and cried. We both did. We quietly cried for what he lost, what he'd never do again. Fear. All of it. And he didn't do it alone. Chapter 19. August 22nd. Chirping birds brought me to the surface. Warm, safe, comfy. Vanilla and cinnamon surrounded me. Asher. I started to sink back under. My bladder, on the other hand, had other ideas. Muttering under my breath, I opened my eyes. Asher's eyes were closed, his breathing deep and even. At least he finally got some sleep. I carefully untangled myself from him, got out of the hammock, and almost stepped on Hades in the process. The big lug didn't even budge as I stepped over him. Asher took a deep breath and opened his eyes.
Where are you going?
I smiled. The bathroom, and getting dressed. He reached out and took my fingers in his.
I need to go for a run.
Already? He just woke up. He gave my fingers a squeeze and let go. I stepped back. giving him room as he got out of the hammock.
Astrid said it's better to go for a run before you have to go for a run.
I looked up at him. Do what you have to do to take care of yourself, Ash. His eyes were warm as he leaned down and brushed his lips against mine. After a heartbeat, I pulled away and stepped back. His brow drew down as pain flashed in his eyes. Astrid said I can only kiss you on the cheek until you get back. I rushed to explain. His face relaxed.
Oh, okay.
He stepped closer, leaned down, and kissed my forehead. I closed my eyes and enjoyed his touch. I breathed in cinnamon and vanilla before he stepped back and headed for the guy's tent. On the way to the bathroom, I stopped by my tent and grabbed my toiletry bag. After I washed my face with cold water, I looked at the mirror. My eyes were a little swollen, but not so bad after we spent most of the night crying. It could be worse. Sighing, I brushed my teeth. Asher was a werewolf. What could we do to help him today? Get his mind off things. Have fun. That's what Astrid said. Hell, that's about all we could do. I packed my stuff up and headed back to camp. When I got there, Miles was in the picnic area and it was a disaster. He had a puzzled look on his face as he flipped a gooey pancake. The batter splashed across the griddle. The top of the pancake was half burnt and half raw. There was a mess of 2 burnt and 2 raw pancakes already in the trash. I smiled to myself as Miles pushed his glasses up and scowled at the barbecue. Need a hand? He jumped, then gave me a small smile.
I thought I'd try to make breakfast.
He looked back down at the griddle.
But I believe I've overestimated my ability.
I held my hand out to him. Hand over the spatula and step away from the griddle. He handed me the spatula and stepped back, clearly relieved.
Please, take over.
I turned down the heat on the griddle. Can you follow the directions on the box for more pancake batter? He nodded.
That is one thing I don't screw up in the kitchen.
Batter?
And most microwaving.
He picked up the now empty batter mixing bowl and moved to a nearby table.
I just thought it'd be nice for Asher not to have to cook.
It was a good idea. I couldn't stop smiling as I scraped the remnants of Miles's attempts off the griddle. Most microwaving? What did that mean? But now I understand why the guys don't let you cook. He pulled eggs and milk out of the cooler.
Do you want the bacon?
Is there more bacon or sausage? I slid the burnt pieces onto a paper plate, then threw it into the trash.
There's more sausage.
Then sausage it is. I turned and took the packages as he handed them to me. The eggs, too.
That's a lot of food.
He set the eggs on the table beside the barbecue. Asher said his diet needs to be even higher in protein now, and the twins are still eating enough for 2 each. I started to open the sausage. So, I figure we'd make a ton this morning and get an idea of how much.
Then we'll probably need to go to the store again.
Miles set the fresh batter next to me. I ran a stick of butter over the top of the griddle. It sizzled as I used a ladle to put the batter on the griddle in several places. While those cooked, I pulled out another mixing bowl and started cracking eggs.
How was he last night?
I paused. We talked, and he got some sleep. I went back to work.
Thank you, Angel.
I turned to him with a raised eyebrow.
Thank you for being there for him when he wouldn't let us.
Miles turned away and picked up 2 mugs. Needing to change the subject, I turned back to the griddle. You never did say why you call me that.
I thought it was obvious.
Miles began to pour coffee into the mugs. Well, I don't have any wings, so... I smiled as the bubbles finally popped on the pancakes. I flipped all of them. He finished adding cream and sugar to my coffee and handed it to me.
Because you have one of the biggest hearts I know.
I went still and simply watched him.
You're always considerate of others and are always willing to help people even if they don't deserve your help. And if it's family,
It doesn't matter what it will cost you. Not to you, at least. He shrugged. That's amazing to me. You're the same way. I went back to cooking while hoping he didn't notice how much my face was burning. You were right. Miles's voice grew softer. I hadn't truly thought what this plan would mean to me. My shoulders grew tense. I was hoping you would think about it. I have, or at least I thought I had. He leaned against the table next to me. The other night when Ethan went to your tent, I was jealous. I wanted to go in and stay with you, to make sure you were all right. I concentrated on putting the done pancakes on a plate and covering them with a towel. Until then, I'd never really truly been jealous of the others. He pinched the bridge of his nose. That's when it really hit me. I focused on pouring more pancakes as cold dread filled me. He changed his mind. Of course he did. How could anyone ever agree to this? He reached up and squeezed my arm. I turned to him, fully expecting to have my heart ripped out. It's okay, Nemo. His eyes met mine. If you've changed your mind, I'll understand completely. His eyes narrowed on mine. I've realized I'm not perfect either. More often than not, jealousy happens because of insecurity or low self-esteem. So, I surmised that I was feeling insecure. I was wondering what Ethan could do for you in a relationship that I can't. Nemo. I set the ladle back in the batter. That's not the situation at all. His eyes met mine. I know. I stayed up most of the night thinking about it logically, and I believe I figured it out. It's not a competition. Angel. His voice was the silky smooth one that I loved, that made all the ragged edges inside me smooth. Ethan encourages you to be passionate. He encourages your art. He talks about it with you. You talk about his music. Besides the fact he's a good person, this is what Ethan does for you that I can't. You encourage me? How could he think he didn't? You gave me professional-grade pastels for Valentine's Day. I'd say that's encouragement. He smiled. But I can't experience art with you. I never really understood what was so important about it. But the way you talk about it, the way you get excited, I support you, and I love your work. But I can't understand it like he does. Was he... If you tell me to pick Ethan, I'm going to smack you upside the head with the spatula. He chuckled. I'm not kidding. I've already got Ethan doing that crap for Isaac. I don't need it from you too. I'm not choosing. I'll walk away first. No, I'm not saying that. He shook his head, smiling. I'm saying I think I can work with this new perspective. It's not going to be easy. Everyone will make mistakes and step on everyone else's toes, but I think I can accept you dating the others. Are you sure? He was saying yes. Stunned, I could only look up at him. He smiled and leaned forward. His lips moved against mine, his hand moving to hold my neck. His thumb settled in front of my ear. I couldn't think as I parted my lips. He kissed me slowly, deliberately, as if time didn't matter. Only me and him. Slowly the kiss grew softer. He pulled back a little, leaving small kisses on the corner of my lip, then my cheekbone, followed closely by my forehead. When he smiled down at me, I couldn't quite think. Or breathe. I needed to breathe, right? I'm sure. I wrapped my arms around his neck and hugged him tight as my eyes filled. Even if none of the others agreed, Miles and Ethan had. Angel. He pulled back and met my eyes again. Have you really thought about this? Truly imagined what dating all of us would be like? My hands dropped from his shoulders as I turned back to cooking pancakes. I've tried to, but some things are bugging me. What are they? I can't help if I don't know. I chewed on the corner of my bottom lip. Actually, I think I want to talk to Ethan about this one. He smiled. All right. I went back to cooking while I tried to process his answer. He wanted to try. I thought it would take a miracle to convince one of the guys, let alone two. It didn't seem real. By the time the others got up, breakfast was almost done. All that was left was the eggs. Asher came back into the campsite with sweat running down his face.
You didn't have to make breakfast again, Ollie.
I smiled up at him over my shoulder. I was salvaging what Miles almost destroyed. The others chuckled.
I think I've finally given up on trying to cook,
Miles said from his chair. The twins clapped with enthusiasm. I laughed as I poured the eggs onto the griddle.
About time.
Asher started pouring coffee for himself. Zeke strode into the campsite with a frown already on his face. I moved the eggs around.
What the hell, Lexi?
Zeke scowled at me as he stopped at the table we were using as a counter.
Lexi, get a hoodie on. You're fucking... It's cold out here.
My face burned as I looked down. Oh, shit. I was putting down the spatula when the sound of breaking ceramic stopped me. I turned back to Asher, who was bracing his arms on the other table. His head hung back as he took slow, deep breaths. Ash? I reached up and touched his shoulder. He jerked as if I had shocked him.
Don't touch me.
I dropped my hand as he continued to take deep breaths, his body radiating tension. The world was silent as we watched him struggle. Zeke gestured for me to come toward him. I shook my head. I wasn't moving. Asher needed some normal today, not people who were afraid of him.
Sorry.
Asher's voice was deeper than usual.
It's just going to get worse until
you shift. I kept my voice matter of fact as I seasoned the eggs. Astrid told me, "Could you hand me a big plate, please?" Asher took a couple of heartbeats, but eventually grabbed a paper platter. Thank you. I started taking the eggs off the griddle and putting them on the platter. Now, clean up your mess or no breakfast for you. I set the platter down on the makeshift counter, picked up a clean mug, and filled it with coffee. When I turned back, he was looking at me with a look of disbelief on his face. I handed him the mug, then the paper towels. Hurry up. I want to see if you can out-eat Zeke now. The others chuckled as they relaxed.
I want to see that too.
Isaac got out of his chair and headed toward us.
I have 20 on Asher winning.
Ethan followed his brother. While the guys started taking bets, Asher kept looking at me as if he couldn't believe what he saw. I smiled up at him and winked before going to get my hoodie on. In the end, Asher barely ate out Zeke by one sausage link. Isaac pulled out his wallet and paid his twin. Ethan gloated. Zeke just shook his head. It was a normal morning.
Isaac. I can't believe I'm doing this. Sighing, I walked up the shore toward Danielle, who was simply sitting in the sand and watching the water. That black shadow was moving over her face again, darker than before. If we were wrong, then I was going to look like a nutcase. Oh, fuck it. I sat down next to Danielle in the sand. She eyed me. What do you want? To talk. I made a point to keep my eyes on the water. About what? She turned back to look at the water. While you're sitting alone on the shore, sad? I took a shot. She looked down at the sand between her toes. I don't know what you're talking about. It's a beautiful day, but instead of swimming or having fun, you're sitting here being miserable. I turned back to the water and watched her fidget with her fingers out of the corner of my eye. Why the hell would I talk to you about it? She stared down at her knees. Because sometimes it's easier than telling your friends or family how deep into a hole you've gotten. I took a shot in the dark. How could you tell? She whispered. I've been there myself. Holy shit. Lexi and Evie were right. It's just... She sighed. Nothing I do is ever enough. If I get straight A's, it's, why didn't you win the student council president election?
If I get second place in the 400-meter sprint, it's why didn't I get first? Her eyes grew wide, and she slapped her hand over her mouth. That's fucked up. I shook my head. Want to talk about it? She hesitated for several heartbeats. Eventually, she met my gaze and nodded slowly.
Lexi. I was in the middle of sketching in my chair when Ethan came out of the guy's tent.
Where'd they go?
Ethan sat down with his notebook in the chair beside me. Jet skis, I smiled. They want to keep Asher moving today to keep his mind off tomorrow. He opened his notebook as he shook his head. What are you working on? I tried to peek at his notebook. His cheeks darkened.
Something.
I perked up. What kind of something? He sighed and handed me the notebook. It was the rough draft of a poem. I smiled. I didn't know you wrote poetry.
Yeah, it's not something I really advertise.
His cheeks grew even darker. I love my book, by the way. I leaned over and kissed him quickly while no one was around. Thank you. Hades turned to me and started barking.
You're welcome.
Ethan frowned at the dog. Hades, what's wrong? Why was he barking at me? A loud horn blew, rattling me down to my bones. My heart dropped. No.
Lexi?
The veil. It was all the explanation I had time for. I closed my eyes and dropped. I hit the grass and rolled to my feet. Then I smelled the smoke. Rage coursed through me as I spotted the black billowing cloud. Running, I dropped my barriers and pulled the energy from the veil. By the time I spotted the intruder, I was ready to kill. A black-robed figure was surrounded by scorched earth and flames. Oh, no, you don't. I pulled more energy and threw a ball of ice. It hit in the center and spread out to smother the flames. The figure turned toward me with fire in its hand. I hit it with a lightning blast that shot it off its feet and back a good 10 feet. I didn't stop running. As easy as swiping at a fly, I changed the veil. Rain poured down in torrents, soaking everything. Then I lowered the temperature. The veil became an instant blizzard. I skidded to a stop on the ice with a focus I'd never felt before. You! Do you have any idea what you've done? I watched the black figure with its hand of fire in the sea of white. I stalked closer, changing my clothing to white camo as I moved, pulling the hood over my hair. You've put the entire world at risk. For what? A little extra energy? A little extra power? I shook my head as I pulled the weather back. The blizzard faded to almost nothing. The veil was covered in ice and snow, and silent, as if even it was holding its breath. The cloaked figure turned to me, fire still crawling over its hand. I filled my hand with lightning. Did you think this place wasn't protected? The figure seemed to be considering its options. It really didn't have many. I threw another lightning bolt. It managed to dive out of the way in the last second. Only I hadn't stayed put. I ran toward it, conjuring a sword on the run. So when it dodged, I was already there slicing at it, keeping the figure on the move. It dropped backward to the ground, out of the path of my blade. It somersaulted backward to its knees, then threw a ball of fire. I took the hit to my hip before I could shield. It knocked me to my knee. Hissing, I brought my blade up just as its newly conjured blade came down. The clang of metal on metal echoed across the veil. There was nothing there. No face, only shadows. Whoever this was hiding. I smiled, and it wasn't my nice one. I pulled energy, changed it, and threw it up at the intruder. The wall of force sent it flipping back away from me and the center of the veil. I strode through the frosted grass and snow, refusing to take my eyes off that black figure. Another fireball came at me. I threw my shield up in time, but I was blasted back off my feet by a wall of force. Pain shot through me as the ground knocked the air out of me. I struggled to get to my feet. A boot came out of nowhere and hit my stomach. I immediately wanted to puke. Instead, I tried to roll away. A blade came down toward my face. Instinctively, I brought my blade up and blocked. The black figure's face was covered except for its eyes. Everything else was shadows. That's fine. I didn't need to know who this was to kick its ass. Shoving its blade away, I rolled to my feet, and I brought my sword up to face it as my hood fell back. It hesitated. Do you even understand what you've done? The repercussions? People are dead because of you. I went after it. Blades clashed. Punches were thrown. Kicks dodged. We went after each other. The stench of burnt skin and ozone filled the veil. Blood splashed across the snow as I caught it along the side. It dropped to the snow, its arm going to its ribs. Wiping the blood from the corner of my lips, I limped over to the figure as it struggled to its knees. I reached down and grabbed the cloth. Suddenly, the figure shimmered and disappeared. I was left with a handful of nothing. I screamed in frustration, then groaned from the bruises that seemed to cover me. I closed my eyes and pulled myself out. I opened my eyes to a body that hated me. Gasping, pain rolled over me. Fuck! The coppery taste of blood covered my tongue. Everything hurt.
Lexi?
Ethan's worried face came into focus. I hate that fucker. I sat up and bent in half at the aching hell running over me.
What the fuck happened?
Ethan's arms wrapped around my back and under my knees. He lifted me out of the chair and against his chest. I whimpered. The veil was attacked again. He carried me into my tent and gently set me down in my bed. I cringed and rolled onto my side. Shit.
You're bleeding.
I remember burns. I shook my head as I tried to focus.
Stay put while I get the first aid kit.
Ethan left my tent while I tried to breathe through the pain around my stomach. Fucking hell. The fucker had to hit me in the stomach. Ethan was back with the first aid kit. He set it down, tore it open, and looked up at me.
Let me get the bleeding to stop.
Ethan poured something that burned over my bicep. I gritted my teeth, then cursed. Eventually, the burning eased as the rest of my pain pulled back a little too sharp throbbing aches. When he was done bandaging my arm, he looked down at me.
You said burns?
My hip. I reached down and shoved the side of my shorts down along with my R2-D2 panties until my hip showed. From the left hip bone to the curve of my hip was deep pink and irritated. I stopped moving simply because it hurt so much. Ethan started cleaning the burn and spread a cooling ointment over it.
Any more?
I shook my head. The rest are bruises.
Stay awake for me, okay?
Ethan's hand brushed the hair out of my face. An odd muscle in his jaw twitched. No problem. I was in too much pain to fall asleep. Ethan left the tent. Hades came inside and curled up around my head with his body. He put his head on my shoulder, pressing against the side of my face. I reached up and scratched his ears. I'm okay, baby. He licked my shoulder and settled back down.
Just get back here.
Ethan hung up his phone as he climbed back into my tent with a bowl of plastic bags filled with ice. He knelt down next to my bed and set the bowl down.
Here. Where are the bruises?
I pulled my shirt up to show my stomach. Ethan cursed as he set an ice pack on my stomach. I grabbed one to press against my face. Ethan grabbed the last one and carefully set it on the burn on my hip.
What happened?
Whoever closed the veil went back. My head pounded. They tried to burn it up again.
Tell me you kicked some ass.
I smiled. Oh yeah, all over the place.
Did you get a good look at him or her or it?
Ethan shifted to sit beside my sleeping bag. I shook my head. It had a mask or something on. When I went to tear it off, it left the veil. Ethan shook his head as he examined my face.
It punched you?
Rattled my teeth, yeah. Hopefully the headache would go away soon. Is there anything for a headache in that kit? Ethan opened the kit again and handed me a small packet.
I'll get you some water.
Thanks. While he was gone, I ran over everything again in my mind. Who the hell was that? I'd had my hands on the intruder. I was so fucking close. Ethan came back and handed me a bottle of water. I took the painkiller and lay back down. Voices came closer. We need to find this fucker. A wave of exhaustion rolled over me.
We will, beautiful.
Ethan took the water bottle from me and put the cap on it. The tent flap was torn open. The zipper snapped, breaking it. Well, there goes this tent, too. Asher ducked into my tent, his eyes burning bright blue with silver mixed in.
Allie?
I'm okay. I was finally getting used to the pain. My eyes grew heavy. Ethan moved out of the way.
What happened?
Asher dropped beside me, his hand brushing my hair from my forehead and pulling the ice pack away. He cursed. Ethan will tell you. I'm going to pass out. I reached up and squeezed his hand. I'm okay. I promise. I slipped under. When I woke up, the sun was at a different angle through the trees. It had to be around late afternoon. For the moment, I wasn't hurting. I knew that as soon as I moved, that was going to change.
How are you feeling?
Lewis's voice had me turning my head, like I got in a fight. I carefully rolled to my side. Hades moved away from my head to lie down against my back. He smiled.
Feel up to raising some dead today?
I groaned. He chuckled.
Did you raise anything last night?
No. I sighed. Do I have to raise something every day?
Not if you're raising something every night.
He shook his head.
If you raise something at night, then you need to raise that day.
I met his gaze. For the rest of my life? He nodded. Joy, I muttered.
That, or roadkill will follow you home.
His face told me he wasn't kidding. I hope I stick to squirrels.
Lexi, I need you to understand how strong of a necro you are going to become.
Lewis's voice was dour.
I didn't get to this point until I was in my early 20s. You're just barely 18.
How strong do you think I'm going to be? I didn't want to ask, but I needed to know. He clenched and unclenched his jaw.
I think by the time you're in your mid-20s, I think you'll be able to raise entire graveyards.
My heart dropped. That's not frightening at all.
I know, but you need to know, 'cause I'm not going to be around forever.
He gave me a sad smile. Something about the way he said it had me forcing myself to sit up. What?
Lexi, one of the reasons I came with Ranulph and Astrid is because I want you to cross me over.
Chapter 20. You what? Lewis met my gaze with calm eyes.
I need you to cross me.
Stunned, all I could do was gape at him. What about your family? Juan, everyone. How could he want to leave them?
They're all right.
He shook his head.
The only person who can see me is Juan, and he can't heal until I'm gone. I don't belong here anymore.
My mind went back to what he had said. Necros had a choice after moving on. Are you going to become a Reaper? He shrugged.
I don't know.
If you did, you'd be able to see your family, right? He'd be able to be with his wives. He'd be able to be there. He shook his head.
That's not how it works. As a Reaper, you're in this strange dead but not dead state. It doesn't mean you can go back to your life.
Seriously? I couldn't imagine what that would be like. To be alive, but not. To be able to see your family, but not.
My life is over, Lexi. My family needs to heal and move on. It's the way it's got to be.
My throat tight, I nodded. Give me a couple of days. He smiled.
Thanks.
I pushed myself to my feet, groaning as my bruises objected loudly. Now I'm starving. Hades hurried out the tent flap, the hanging, busted tent flap. I shook my head and climbed out. The guys looked up from their spots at the fire ring. Asher was busy at the barbecue. Hey, guys.
Sit.
Zeke barked from his chair. Isaac got out of his chair so I could take it since it was closer.
Ease up, man.
I sat down in Isaac's chair. So, how bad is it? Zeke got to his feet and headed for the picnic area. Oh, that must be bad. Isaac sat on the fire ring.
Not bad. You don't have a black eye, but you do have a good bruise on your jaw. Your stomach is pretty colorful.
Ethan added. Well, that fucker will be hurting just as much, if not more. It was a small comfort, but one all the same. Something slammed behind us. Everyone turned. Asher was taking deep breaths again. Zeke was beside him, looking just as pissed.
Time for a run.
Zeke tossed a bag of ice to Isaac. Asher nodded and pushed away from the table.
You can't keep up. I wasn't talking to you.
Zeke turned and headed for the road. Asher pulled his shirt off and followed. Isaac handed me the ice bag. I held it to my face. I guess it's not that pretty, huh?
It's not only about you.
Miles leaned forward in his chair. I know. I met his gaze. We never talked about it, but Asher took you to the site. Did you find anything new? Miles nodded.
Well, I know what the setup was. The left side with the tank was rigged to create condensation. Basically, it would turn any gas into a liquid. It was attached to a distillation station, where whatever it was condensed down.
So, no drugs? Is that what he was saying? Miles nodded.
Not drugs or alcohol.
Then what the hell were they doing? Isaac got to his feet and sat in an empty chair. We need to find out what that triangle thing was. That'll tell us what they were doing. I tried to my feet and failed.
What do you need?
Ethan demanded as he watched me. The bruises convinced me it wasn't worth it. Something to munch on? I'm starving. Ethan got to his feet and headed into the kitchen.
Are we sure this has anything to do with ghosts? The markings could mean nothing.
I shrugged. All I know is there is only one ghost around here, and he said that there were rumors of ghosts disappearing in that ravine. Ethan brought me back a bag of chips. I smiled gratefully before stuffing a few in my mouth.
So it could be nothing?
Isaac asked. Ethan winked at me before going back to his chair and sitting down. I swallowed my bite before asking, what else do we have to go on? Miles turned to Isaac.
She's right.
We need to find who did this, or at least figure out what they're doing. I ate another chip. Miles nodded, then met my eyes.
There's something I need to talk to you guys about.
That didn't sound good. Okay. What did I do? The twins chuckled. Miles didn't. He held my gaze, his expression serious.
Zeke already knows about this, but Asher doesn't.
He turned to the twins.
And with the way Asher is reacting to anything regarding Lexi, I think it's best we don't tell him until he's back home.
Isaac and Ethan's smiles disappeared. That doesn't sound good. I closed the bag of chips, my appetite gone.
It's not.
Miles cleared his throat.
The day we came out here, I went downstairs and found my father in the house.
The twins cursed. My jaw dropped. What happened? Miles began tapping his fingers along his thigh.
He wanted to talk. During the conversation, he mentioned you. He knows about her?
Isaac leaned forward in his chair. Miles nodded.
He knows your name and where you live, so he might have someone following you.
Anger sparked in my chest. Why?
It's his usual motive.
Miles's voice grew colder.
He always needs to know everything about everyone in our lives.
Do you think he'll do something? I struggled not to yell. Another fucking asshole following me. Yeah, that's fucking great. Miles met my eyes.
I don't know, but I know him being interested is not a good sign.
So what the hell do we do? And how big of a threat will he be? I took several slow, deep breaths to keep the panic in my stomach from rising.
For now, you need to be aware of people and cars around you.
Miles explained.
I put someone on it before we left, so we should know if you're being followed by the time we get home.
I nodded as I simmered. Okay, you take care of that and keep me in the loop. I'll try to take care of the fucker who closed the Veil.
I can help with that too,
Miles assured me.
At the moment, all we can do is wait on the problem of my father. In the meantime, I can hire more graduate students to do more research.
Miles.
I know. You don't want me to spend money on you.
Miles smiled.
But we need to find the person who did this and stop them.
I hated to admit it, but he was right. All right, you have a point.
So, when we get home, how are we going to find this guy?
Ethan asked. I thought about it. I think we need to start looking around town and out in the woods for more of those setups.
Sounds like a plan.
Ethan scratched his arm.
Well, since we are all checking in right now, I talked to Danielle.
Isaac turned to me. How did that go? I rested my chin on my hand.
We were right,
Isaac said.
She's suicidal, or at the very least on the road to it.
I nodded.
Okay, I'm lost.
Ethan turned to each of us.
You're not alone.
Miles pushed up his glasses. Isaac quickly explained what he had seen and Evelyn's theory.
And that's what's going on. You didn't tell me you saw anything.
Ethan watched his brother carefully as his hand clenched into a fist. Isaac shrugged.
I thought I was going nuts, and we've had more important things going on.
Ethan's eyes stormed.
You're my brother. There's nothing that is more important than that.
Isaac met Ethan's gaze.
That's not what I meant. Let's go for a walk.
Ethan got to his feet as he spun his rings.
Isaac. I followed Ethan out of camp and onto the trails. His shoulders were rigid as we walked further away from camp. I can't fucking believe we have to have this fucking conversation again. Ethan turned on me, furious. You agreed to tell me if shit is going on. I didn't know what was going on. I shrugged. I thought I was going nuts. All the more reason to tell me. His eyes narrowed on mine. We talked about this in New Orleans. We need to be there for each other. We need to trust each other. I eyed him. His hands shook slightly. His eyes were storming. The muscles in his forearms stood out as he clenched his fists. What are you not telling me? The blood drained from his face. Oh yeah, he was fucking hiding something. Fess up. He swallowed hard. I didn't know anything was wrong. But something is wrong? I stepped closer to him. Ranulph told me yesterday after I ran off as a distraction for Zeke. He let out a deep breath. He says I'm not completely human anymore. My blood turned cold. What do you mean, you're not human? He shrugged, his eyes filling. I don't know. He doesn't know what I am. He's got to talk to the other gargoyles. Fucking shit. Brother, He shook his head. It looks like the witches did something to me. Changed me. We don't know what, but... No, I wasn't going to lose him too. I grabbed and pulled him against me and held him as tight as I could. As if I could keep all this from happening now. Ethan. My eyes burned as a weight began crushing my chest. He hugged me back and took a shaky breath. It could be good. It could, but the chances... I pulled back, but kept my hand on the back of his neck. Why didn't you tell us? He lifted his head to meet my eyes. It happened in New Orleans. Yeah? That wasn't a good enough reason. He shook his head slightly. Asher was bitten in New Orleans. If he didn't fucking answer me, I was going to kill him. Brother? We were in New Orleans because of Lexi. He spelled it out for me. Oh, fuck. She would blame herself just like she probably already was with Asher. He shook his head. I can't do that to her right now. She might be able to handle one of us changing, not two of us. 3, I muttered. I'm seeing shit no one else can right now. He held his hands out to his sides. See? Shit. He had a good point, but why didn't you tell me? He hesitated. I need you to watch me. Look for anything out of the ordinary. Aggression, mood changes, weird behavior, anything. Fuck. Well, yeah. But we're going to have to tell the others at some point. We're working on our communication, remember? I know. But there's nothing to tell them right now. He twirled his rings. I just want to give her some time to adjust. And for you to adjust. He wasn't fooling me. This was fucking insane. He nodded. Yeah, and to get some time to figure out what the hell I am now. Wait, the full moon is tomorrow. This wasn't good. What if you're a shifter? He shook his head. Ranulph said I didn't smell like a shifter. At least we know that. Anything else? He cringed. I haven't had my pain meds in a month. My brain stalled out. A month? Yeah, and I carried Lexi into her tent after that fucker went after her in the Veil. My eyebrows shot up. He hadn't been able to lift more than his book bag for years. Are you fucking with me? I wish, he huffed. I also pulled a dino the other day, 4 feet from handhold to handhold. My jaw dropped. So your back isn't a problem anymore. He snorted. No. Ranulph suspects that I'm healing and that my strength and agility are better. But we've got a whole fucking mess of other problems now. What the hell are we going to do?
Lexi. It was after dinner and Asher wasn't back from his run yet. The twins had kept dinner simple. Hot dogs, chips, and salad. Miles had gone for his evening swim with Isaac for company while I sat with Hades and roasted marshmallows with Ethan. I stared at the fire, not really paying attention. Tonight we were going to have another family meeting to talk about how dating would work if I dated all of them. Dating. All of them. At the same time. Miles wanted me to think about what my concerns would be about it. Besides the guys staying friends, there was only one thing. I watched as Ethan popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth. Well, there was only one way to know the answer. Snoopy? Ethan got to his feet and stretched.
Yeah, beautiful.
I hesitated. Come on, it's Ethan. I've got to ask you something. He came over and sat in the chair beside me.
Ask away.
You know how we're talking about me dating everyone? He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees.
Yeah?
If we do this, and it works, eventually sex will become a factor. I don't know why, but it was easy talking to Ethan about this.
Yeah?
He raised an eyebrow. If I date everyone, then this is going to be a different setup. I swallowed hard. You know I don't care what people think of me. His eyes narrowed on me.
Except the people you care about.
I nodded. If we even get that far, if I did end up sleeping with all of you, would your opinion of me change? He grinned.
Are you asking me if I'll think you're a slut?
I shrugged. I was gonna say easy. He smiled a big smile.
Look who you're asking, beautiful.
I snorted. I know. But with guys, there isn't a huge stigma. Hell, I just stepped on campus and Jessica started calling me a slut.
Yeah, I know.
His eyes were warm as they met mine.
My opinion of you will never change, Lexi. You're amazing, and that's all I'll ever think.
Relief almost left me limp, but that wasn't the entire problem. You know the guys better than me. Do you think... His face filled with understanding.
You think the guys' opinions would change?
I nodded. I don't want to think it.
You're going to have to ask them.
His voice was soft.
Ask us what?
Asher and Zeke walked into the campsite, both drenched in sweat. My face burned. Nothing? Ethan shot me a look before looking across the fire ring to them.
Lexi is wondering if her being physical with all of us would change our opinions of her.
The silence was deafening. Only the crickets told me that time hadn't stopped. Ethan turned back to me, grinning. You're a dead man. I was going to kill him.
If it's worrying you enough to ask me about it, then you need an answer from everyone,
Ethan said. I shook my head. You're still dead.
What did my brother do?
Isaac and Miles walked into camp, using their towels to dry off. My face caught fire as Zeke and Asher stood in stunned silence while Ethan repeated himself.
Oh.
Isaac's cheeks turned pink. Miles's ears quickly followed.
Are you actually worried about this?
I met Miles's eyes and nodded. Yeah, it's been on my mind.
Then we should talk about it.
Miles looked at the others before moving to a chair. The others followed suit. You guys don't have to. I looked down at the fire to avoid looking at them. I know I'm just being stupid and insecure.
It bothered you enough to ask.
Isaac set his towel down in his chair before sitting down.
What exactly are you worrying about?
Miles continued to dry his hair as Zeke and Asher sat in their chairs. I looked at each of them and said, fuck it. All right, here it is. If we all do end up dating, time goes by and things become physical. Will the way you guys think of me change? Will you think I'm easy or...
Fucking son of a...
Zeke bit off whatever else he was going to say. Isaac took a deep drink of water.
You never care what people think of you.
Zeke clenched and unclenched his fists on his thighs.
Why would you care now?
I care what the people who matter to me think of me. Everyone else could go fuck themselves. How the hell could I explain this? I need some outside perspectives here because half of me is telling me that is exactly what I'd be. But the other half of me is saying fuck what everyone thinks and trust my own judgment. I shrugged. I don't know what's right or wrong in this situation. The tension was thick enough to taste.
I'll go first.
Miles met my eyes.
I've already thought about how this part of the relationships would play out, but I never thought that you were worried that how we think of you would change.
Like I said, I know I'm being stupid.
You're not.
Ethan's voice was sharp.
It's a valid question. There's a huge social stigma on any girl who sleeps with several guys, and you deserve to know what we'd think ahead of time.
I sent him a thankful smile. My opinion of you wouldn't change. Miles brought my attention back to him.
It never would have.
Thanks, Miles. I sent him a smile, then turned to the others.
I don't think it would. I mean, you have a big heart, Red.
Isaac shrugged.
You don't sleep around.
His face turned dark red. Thanks, Cookie Monster. Asher sighed.
My opinion of you wouldn't change, Allie. Something tells me it should, but I know you. You value yourself.
Thanks, Ash. My throat was tight as I turned to Zeke. Zeke's face was blank as stone. He shook his head.
No, your opinion wouldn't change? Or no, you're not answering the question?
Miles asked. Zeke's eyes met mine.
No.
He got to his feet and started toward his tent. Everyone was silent until he was out of earshot.
He didn't clarify.
Miles pinched the bridge of his nose. I got my answer. Zeke's opinion wouldn't change, but he was done with this conversation. How we were lucky he stuck around for it with the others here. He was just a private guy.
How?
Isaac turned to me. I speak, Zeke. I shrugged. The guys chuckled.
Lexi, I have a follow-up question.
Miles leaned forward, his ears already red.
When the time comes, whenever the physical aspect of the relationships advance, do you think you could...
His face turned beet red.
Trust us enough to enjoy yourself without worrying that our opinions of you would change? Fuck, Miles.
Ethan shook his head, smiling. Wow. That was hard for you to say. I couldn't help but smile as his face began to cool off.
It would have been easier if it was one-on-one, but it still needed to be asked.
He met my eyes again.
Because if you won't trust us with you in that way, then this will never work.
He was right. It came down to trust. Did I trust the guys enough to not think of me as less? Why did it always come down to trust and communication? I sucked at it. I bit back a groan. I racked my brain trying to think of a reason I should or shouldn't do this. It could work, or it could be a disaster. I could lose everyone, or I could keep everyone and be happy. It was pretty much 50-50 at this point. Wait, happy? I closed my eyes. Happiness isn't going to arrive on your doorstep. You're going to have to bust your ass for it. Well, this would be busting my ass. But it wasn't. Forget normal. Throw normal out the window. Well, shit. I opened my eyes and met his. Yeah, I think I can. The smile that spread across his face was the best smile I'd ever seen from him.
Do you feel better?
Asher asked. I nodded. Sorry to put everyone through that.
It's communication. We've been needing to work on it.
Miles reminded me.
Let's get cleaned up and we'll start the family meeting after. This wasn't the meeting?
Isaac asked. The others chuckled. Nope. I smiled at him. We've only just begun the awkward conversations. I didn't realize how right I was until after Zeke and Asher took their showers and came back to the fire ring. Miles got to his feet and looked at all of us.
We need to talk about how it would work if all of us were to be in relationships with Lexi at the same time.
Crickets were the only reply. My head started pounding. The guys weren't going to make this easier.
How would it work day to day?
Miles started tapping his fingers against his thigh.
We'd all hang out as usual during the day and school. Homework together as usual. It'd be hanging out after that would change.
So, until after homework, nothing would change? I asked simply because the guys weren't asking questions. Miles nodded. Right. No touching in front of each other like we've already agreed. Just like usual. Then, if it was Isaac's date night, they'd go hang out or we'd leave. Then the next day, it's someone else. Guys? I looked at each of them. Any questions? Concerns?
No one's going to go for this,
Zeke announced.
so there's no reason to even ask questions.
It was like a blade to the heart. Was he really this against it? I didn't even know what to say. I looked down at the fire while trying to keep control. If Zeke wasn't going to even consider, there was no point. Hades put his head in my lap. I focused on running my fingers through his fur. I took several deep breaths as the silence stretched.
I'm thinking about it.
Ethan's voice alone wasn't enough to make me lift my head. But Miles's voice agreeing with him was.
I am as well. I don't even know where to start.
Isaac sighed. Zeke, I know it's not normal. I met his eyes and was honest with myself for the first time about this. Everything I've been taught and everything I know is telling me this is wrong, that it's not the way it should be. His face softened.
Then why do it?
Because it doesn't feel wrong. I spread my hand over my chest. In my heart, it feels right. It feels like us. All of us. I didn't know how to explain it. It fits, like a piece in a puzzle. This weird, crazy, strange piece just fits.
It would never work,
Zeke repeated.
Give us an example of why, Zeke.
Miles started tapping his leg.
And we can work through it.
If Zeke isn't even willing to consider it, I turned to Miles. There's no point. I won't date anyone. That's it. I was done. I swallowed through my tight throat and got to my feet. I'm going to take Hades for a walk. I started toward the lake with Hades trotting beside me and tried to remember how to breathe.
Ethan. Rage boiled through me as Lexi walked away from the camp. She was hurting when she left. There was no doubt in my mind. When she was out of earshot, I glared at Zeke. Well, thanks for taking all of 2 seconds to make this big of a decision for all of us. Zeke's eyes narrowed as he turned to me. No one was going to agree with it to begin with. I was. My voice was boiling and furious. You never even considered it, did you? I'm not going to pass Lexi around, Zeke bit out. For fuck's sake, Isaac snapped. That's not what we're talking about. She's not going to choose this. Zeke surged to his feet. She already has. Miles got to his feet too. And you need to face that. Oh shit. Miles yelled. Zeke took slow, deep breaths. I got to my feet and walked up behind Miles. Maybe the question shouldn't be, if we can all do this. Maybe it should be, does it have to be all of us? Miles turned to me. As in, if Zeke doesn't want to date her as a group, but the rest of us do, maybe that's the way it should be? I met Zeke's gaze. 'Cause I'll be damned if I'm going to lose her because you're a prude. Zeke surged toward me. Miles tried to stop him but got knocked to the side. Isaac stepped between us and was knocked back into me. I don't know how, but I twisted around as I fell, my hands going out to catch myself. One hand right onto a white-hot ember-covered log. Adrenaline shot through me. I jerked my hand away expecting agony. Only there wasn't any. I looked down at my hand in shock as shouts about a fire erupted. The guys scrambled to put it out. My hand glowed, as if I was holding it over a strong light. My veins stood out, but so did... Under my skin, a glove of scales glowed brightly from my fingertips down to my wrist where it faded away. My blood pounded in my ears as the glow began to fade just as quickly as it had appeared. Icy cold water poured over me, jolting me back to reality. Isaac and Zeke pulled me off the fire ring to the ground. "Ethan, are you burned?" Zeke barked. I curled my fist and shook my head. Zeke's face was pale, his eyes wild. A cold sweat had broken out on his forehead. No, I caught myself on the ring. The lie slipped out easily enough. I got to my feet and looked up at the giant. "I shouldn't have gone after you like that, man. I'm sorry." Zeke shook his head, still pale as hell. "It doesn't matter. I shouldn't have fucking pushed you guys." Asher eyed me. "Are you sure you're all right? Your shirt caught fire." I looked down. Sure enough, the sleeve of my shirt was burnt. I hadn't even noticed. "Yeah, I'm fine." Miles shook his head. "Zeke, take another run or a swim to cool off. Take some time alone. Do whatever you have to. Then come back and talk to me." Zeke's eyes were haunted as he headed back toward his tent, probably to change. Miles turned to me when he was out of earshot. "You can never say that to him again." "What? Why would that?" "Oh, fuck." Miles nodded. "It's a trigger." "Fruit?" I had to be sure. Miles nodded, his eyes cold. Guilt and rage hit me hard. Bile rose in my throat. I sat down on the ring and tried not to be sick. "Anyway, I don't think Lexi will go for dating only those who agree." Miles changed the subject. It'd be too much like choosing for her. I sighed. I didn't care at the moment. "Shouldn't someone be with Zeke right now?" Miles shook his head. "He's not having a flashback. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped when he pushed you. He needs some time to settle." "Should we get Red?" Isaac shifted on his feet. Miles thought about it, then shook his head. If he needed her, he'd have gone after her. I shook my head. This really is a clusterfuck. "We have one more day before we can make a decision," Miles reminded us. "Let's take some time." Time. Yeah, that's easy to say. I looked around the campsite. "Where the hell is Asher?" Miles scratched the back of his head. He might have needed another run. Everyone should take some time to cool off. Miles started walking back toward the lake. Isaac sighed and headed for the tent. I sat down and looked over the overturned chairs. Who knew that figuring out group dating would be the easy part of my life? I glanced back down at my hand and flexed it. What the hell am I now?
Chapter 21. August 23rd. A hand on my shoulder brought me to the surface.
Lexi.
I opened my eyes and looked up to find Zeke in my tent, kneeling beside my bed.
"Want to go fishing?"
He smirked down at me. I nodded and started trying to get out of my bed. Zeke reached down and held out his hand. Still half asleep, I said fuck it and took his hand. He pulled me up quickly. Where was Hades? I held on to Zeke's hand as I shuffled my feet while trying to wake up. Coffee?
"I'm making it now."
He let go.
"Put on some layers."
I nodded with half-closed eyes and grabbed my clothes as he left. I threw on jeans, a bra, shirt, sneakers, and Zeke's hoodie. When I stumbled outside, Zeke handed me a hot thermal mug and a toasted bagel with cream cheese. I took a sip. Oh, heaven. Zeke led me to the water where a metal fishing boat with an outboard motor was on the sand. His gear was already neatly loaded in. The sky was streaked with pinks, purples, and oranges. The sun was just starting to come up.
"Take the seat in the middle."
Zeke took my arm to help steady me as I climbed in. The boat had to be 16 feet long, with a mostly wide-open middle and storage everywhere. 3 cushioned seats were inside. I found a cup holder next to my seat, put my travel mug there, and sat down. Zeke pushed the boat back off the sand and walked it out until the water hit his knees. He climbed in and sat down in the seat next to the outboard motors. I looked down at my seat and how high I was in the boat. "Do I need a seatbelt?" He smiled.
No.
He started the motor and began to steer us out onto the water. I ate my bagel as he drove. When he turned off the engine, we were in a wooded cove. Birds started chirping, and the world seemed to still be waking up. Zeke didn't move. I turned in my seat to watch him look around at the trees. The tension in his shoulders melted away. His face relaxed, his perpetually grumpy face fading away. He seemed relaxed. I didn't want to ruin it. Tonight was the full moon. Asher was going to shift. I started bouncing my knee as I chewed on the corner of my lower lip. Zeke's gaze snapped to my bouncing, then to my lips.
Stop thinking about it.
He got to his feet and started moving around the boat. I held onto the seat as the boat rocked with his movement. Feeling the chill, I pulled my hoodie closed as Zeke pulled gear out of hidey holes. Stop thinking about what?
About tonight.
He pulled his tackle box out of a compartment.
We can worry tonight. There's nothing we can do now.
Maybe he was right. You do know I haven't gone fishing since I was 11, right? Zeke came back toward the middle. The boat moved. I grabbed onto the seat without thought.
Why is that?
Zeke sat down in the seat across from mine. Hoping I'd get used to how the boat moved, I let go of the seat. It was the last time I went camping with my dad before he died. Zeke paused, getting gear to look at me.
You didn't have to come if you didn't want to.
I smiled. He really was a sweetie. I do. I'm just warning you that you're going to have to do a lot of teaching. His lips twitched as he went back to going through his tackle box. He went to the side to pull the poles off the stand on the inside of the boat. The boat rocked, and I've never been on a boat, I muttered as I hung on again. He handed me a pole, then sat down again.
It takes some getting used to.
He set a pole against the side of the boat and turned around in the seat in front of me.
What do you remember?
I remember that you have to flip the metal thingy to cast, then you flip it back to stop the line. I stopped, because his face was turning red from trying not to laugh. Fuck you. He cracked and started laughing a big belly laugh. Asshole. My face burned. I was 11. He shook his head.
The metal thingy.
Shut up. I crossed my arms over my chest and looked around the cove.
Sorry, but that was the most girly thing I've ever heard you say.
He finally stopped laughing.
Okay, what kind of fishing do you want to do?
I thought back over what I remembered. I always liked the bobber. I kept losing Dad's lures on stuff underwater.
Bobber it is.
He bent over and reached into his tackle box. He pulled out the red and white bobber.
Do you remember how to put it on your line?
I narrowed my eyes at him. Give me the damn thing. He chuckled as he handed me the bobber and pole.
We're in around 8 feet.
I flipped the metal thingy on the reel and carefully pulled a little line before flipping it back. I went to the line end and attached the bobber near the top. Then I went blank. And that is all I remember.
Grab the hook end.
Zeke leaned down and pulled a couple of little metal balls out. He got his Leatherman out and turned it into pliers, while I carefully held the hook in one hand and the line in the other.
These are weights,
he explained, as he showed me the balls of metal that actually had a space to grab onto the line. He used the pliers to pinch the weight closed and did the same to the next one. He tossed his Leatherman into the tackle box and pulled out a plastic little tub. He opened the lid and showed me that it was full of dirt.
Grab a worm.
I hesitated.
Don't tell me you're squeamish.
He looked at me as if he'd never seen me before. I always used the plastic ones, I admitted. I didn't like the idea of hurting the worm. He bit back a smile as his eyes grew warmer.
Don't worry. They don't feel pain. Their nervous systems aren't complex enough.
Really? I perked up. Then why the hell do they wiggle? He smirked.
Well, they've got a piece of metal through them, wouldn't you?
I snorted.
They wiggle around on reflex. There was actually a study in Norway on it when they thought about banning the use of worms for fishing.
He reached into the dirt and pulled out a worm.
This is how you do this.
I watched as he speared the worm and slid it up the hook, then speared it again. He held it up the hook and dropped it over the edge of the boat.
You remember how to cast?
I nodded.
Cast away.
He reached into his tackle box as I turned my seat to face the side. I pulled my arm back, flipped the metal thingy, and cast. Once the bobber hit the water around 10 feet out, I flipped the metal bar again.
Nice.
Zeke went back to setting up his own lure. I leaned back, braced my feet up on the edge of the boat, and took a sip of my coffee. So, you woke up this morning and wanted to take me fishing?
I was planning on it all week.
He glanced at me before tying his lure.
I spent the week fishing from the shore, finding several good spots.
I thought about it. Ah, I see. He chuckled.
How was your birthday?
Best one I had in years. I shrugged. No one's remembered it for years. It became just another day until you guys showed up.
You did nothing with your mom?
He got to his feet and cast out his line. Not after my dad died. I pulled on my pole. She didn't call me a demon child as much on my birthday. Zeke cursed under his breath as he slowly reeled his lure in. Well, you don't really like celebrating your birthday either, I pointed out before taking a sip of coffee.
That's for a different kind of reason.
His voice was quiet in the early morning silence. Sorry. I watched my bobber float on the surface of the water.
It's okay.
He shrugged as he pulled his lure from the water.
It's just a fact.
Still doesn't mean that I like that you went through it. I took another drink of coffee.
What do you want to know?
He cast again. I turned to him. What? He started to slowly rear his lure back in.
What do you want to know?
My heart clenched as he straightened his shoulders, as if bracing himself to answer. But that's not what I wanted. What do you feel comfortable telling me? He looked down at me and met my eyes. The corner of his lips lifted as he turned back to the water.
You always do that.
Do what? He shook his head.
You always know when I don't really want to talk about it.
I smiled to myself. Well, you do kind of stiffen up and look ready to kill someone. It's not that hard to figure it out. He chuckled.
I guess you're right.
Like I told you days ago, I met his gaze. You'll tell me when you're ready. We fished in silence for several minutes. The birds started chirping. Some fish started jumping as the sun rose higher.
It was my dad.
Zeke's voice was harsh. What was? I watched my bobber bob.
My back.
He pulled his lure in and cast it again.
Any time my mom had to visit Sylvie or her parents, he'd keep me home to make sure she'd come back.
Zeke, you don't have to tell me. My voice was quiet even over the water lapping at the hull. He shook his head.
You already saw my back, you might as well know.
Only if you want me to. Otherwise, it's none of my business. I didn't want him to tell me because he felt like he owed me an explanation. No one owed anyone their past. His eyes ran over my face before he started reeling his lure in again.
Cigars, cigarettes. He'd be pissed off all day. Eventually, he'd drag me into the living room and force me to sit still while he burned my back over and over.
My throat grew tight as my heart ached. His voice was emotionless and matter-of-fact, and it just made my chest hurt more. The picture of Zeke as a kid filled my mind. That fucking asshole.
And when he got bored with that, He'd pull out the pocket knife.
He cast again with more force than necessary. Tears ran down my face. How long?
Once a month, since I was 4 until he died.
He shrugged. My heart took a hit. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I'm sorry, Zeke. He continued to reel in his line.
It was what it was.
I tried to wipe my face without him noticing, but of course it didn't work.
Lexi.
His gruff voice let me know I'd been caught. A bug got in my eye. I gave him the first excuse I could think of. He set his pole down and squatted down beside my chair. He turned my chair around and brushed my hair off my face. When my eyes met his, I knew I couldn't pull it off. I sat up and wrapped my arms around his neck and buried my face in the crook of his neck. One of his arms moved around my lower back. The other ran up my back, his hand holding the back of my head.
I didn't tell you to make you cry.
I know. I'm sorry, I whispered, holding him tighter.
I'm okay, baby.
His voice was the soft, deep one that I loved. I know. I pulled back and wiped my face again. So that's why you always swim with a shirt on? He sat back in his seat, his knees resting on the outside of my thighs.
Yeah.
You usually sleep shirtless, don't you? He nodded. Are you upset that I saw your back? I whispered. His eyes met mine. My heart thumped from the warmth there.
No. I thought I would be.
You looked mad.
I was pissed about what you'd think. That you'd think I was a victim or some shit. That you'd start treating me differently.
He let out an agitated breath and ran his hand through his hair.
I know it's not pretty.
Zeke, turn around. His eyes shot back to mine.
What?
Turn around. If I'm going to tell you what I think, I need to see. My voice was calm as my face grew warm while I bit back a smile. I was a bit distracted last time. He didn't move. I met his eyes and waited for him to decide if he was going to trust me. I simply waited. The morning was still and quiet. Even the birds had stopped chirping as I waited. His eyes were dark with shadows as he made his decision. He turned around. The vinyl squeaked as he settled his weight again. He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his thighs. His shoulders were rigid, his body radiating tension. I waited several heartbeats before I touched the middle of his back. He jumped, then stayed put. He took deep breaths as I ran my hand up and down his back in a soothing motion. It's just me, I reminded him softly.
Yeah, it's just you.
He rasped.
No one but the guys and Sylvie have seen my back.
Do you want to know what I think? He swallowed hard.
Are you going to tell the truth?
Yeah. I kept my voice soft and low. He thought it over again, then nodded. My fingers went to his lower back. I took the hem of his shirt and slowly pulled it up his back, giving him more than enough time to change his mind. Without looking at his skin, I lifted his shirt up to his shoulder blades. If I was going to tell him what I thought, I'd need to see all of it. I took a breath and looked at his scars. The round ones were everywhere. Some had scarred up, and some had created dips. His back was a series of hills and valleys of burn scars. Interspaced over his muscles were wide, thick, short lines of scars, almost as if his dad had been drawing the grooves on diamond plate metal sheeting. Can I touch your back? I whispered, my heart in my throat. He nodded slowly. I reached up and ran one fingertip over a knife scar. The rigid skin had obviously stretched as he grew, making the scar thicker and longer. My heart ached. Everything he'd been through. He waited, tense as a guitar string. You're right. It's not pretty. I trailed my fingertips gently over several of his burn scars in the middle of his back. But not because they're on you. It's because they show all the fucked up shit you've been through. Shit that never should have happened. It makes my heart hurt to know you went through that. His shoulders rose and fell with his slow, deep breaths. My eyes filled. That's why they're ugly. I ran my fingertips down his spine. But you're not a victim, Zeke. You survived, and not just physically. You've made it through all of that and came out as the gentlest and most protective man I've ever met. I pressed a kiss between his shoulder blades on a particularly bad burn scar. You're a survivor, and because of that, in an odd, twisted way, they're kind of beautiful. I lowered his shirt back down, then wrapped my arms around his waist, pressed my cheek against his back and held him tight. Because if you didn't have them, you wouldn't be here. His big hand shook as he covered both of mine on his stomach and squeezed my hands. I held him until his breathing stopped shaking, until his grip loosened on my hands. I kissed his back again, let go, and sat up. Needing a distraction, I looked out at the water. Oh, fuck! My bobber's underwater! I grabbed my pole, which amazingly hadn't gone overboard, and started reeling it in.
How long was it under?
Zeke picked up his pliers and set them on his leg. How the hell should I know? I grabbed the line and lifted the fish out of the water. It wasn't huge, which was fine. An odd blend of yellow and gold scales covered its body.
That's a perch. You see the dorsal fin? Those are spines.
He reached out and flattened the back fin down to its back. The fish wiggled and flopped around in his hand, making me jump.
Now, take the pliers and get the hook out.
The fish kept gasping for air. Zeke, can you get this one? He's been out of the water too long. I don't want to kill him. He bit back a smile as he grabbed the pliers and showed me what he was talking about. It wasn't actually as hard as I thought it would be. When he got the hook out, he tossed the fish back into the water. It's going to live, right? I turned back to look up at him. He smiled down at me with a big smile. One with teeth. Those were still rare.
Yeah. It wasn't in his gill, so he'll be okay.
What? What was he looking at? He just shook his head and picked up his pole.
Isaac. What do you mean, scales? Ethan gestured wildly. I mean, exactly what it sounds like. Scales like a fucking snake, only bigger. Hades brushed against my leg as we turned the bend in the trail. All I had wanted was a nice hike. Hell, Hades even wanted to come this morning. Then my brother had poked his head out of the tent. I couldn't wrap my head around it. You landed right on a log? He nodded, his face a little paler. And not one fucking burn on me. I shook my head. Could it have been something in the fire in New Orleans? Ethan shot me a look. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with that fucking crap the witches kept pumping into me. Yeah, that does seem more likely. I threw the stick in my hand up the trail. Hades ran after it, but I don't feel any different. He shoved his hands in his pockets. My back is better. That's it. Hades ran back toward us. Maybe we should get a doctor to look at you. I took the stick from Hades and threw it again. That might get us some answers. Yeah, until someone tells someone else, and I end up being dissected in a lab somewhere. He ran his hand through his hair. His anxiety practically vibrated off him. What about Miles, Doc? I tried again. No doctors. He shoved his hands into his pocket again as Hades ran back. We should talk about all of us dating Lexi. I don't want to talk about it. I threw the stick again. We have to. Ethan kept in step with me. We both fell for the same girl. We have only one day left, and there's a decision to be made. I'm not going to make it with you. I didn't even want to think about it right now. Hades came back and gave the stick to Ethan. Which way are you leaning? He threw the stick for Hades again. I shook my head. Which way was there to lean? All of us dating her was crazy. I'm surprised she didn't pick you. He stopped walking. I told her to pick you. I stopped and turned back to him. What? Why would you do that? He smirked. Because you deserve someone like her. Someone who will appreciate you and call you on your bullshit. I snorted. Red would do that without a problem. But you've never loved a girl before. Why would you step aside from me? Because at the end of the day, you're my brother. Ethan moved to a large log at the side of the trail and sat down. I want you to be happy. Then why are you trying to get me to agree to Miles' crazy idea? It made no sense. Ethan sighed. Because she's not going to choose. And I won't get a chance to be with her in any other way. The resignation in his voice killed me. It was like he was giving up. She could still pick. I sat beside him on the log. Though from what Asher said the other day, there was no way for her to choose. She won't. He picked up a stick and broke it in half. She can't. Fuck. I set my elbows on my knees and buried my face in my hands. I can't even imagine how that would fucking work. I couldn't either. He took the stick from Hades and threw it again. Then I talked to Miles and asked questions. When something worried me, I asked him, and he said we'd have to work together to come up with a solution. You can't predict all the problems ahead of time. I repeated one of the things Miles used to say. He nodded. Do you really love her? I had to know. Yeah. Ethan tossed the stick across the trail. More than I ever thought I could love anyone, but you, Ma, and Sophie. Oh, shit. I tried to imagine it. All of us, dating her, kissing her. I don't understand how it would work, and I fucking don't want to ask Miles. Ask me. Ethan bumped my shoulder. Hades hustled back to us and sat down. Apparently he was done playing fetch. I could ask him, I guess. Ethan sucked at keeping a secret, but when it was mine, he usually kept his mouth shut. So, she'd be your girlfriend one day and mine the next? I tried to wrap my head around it. Not really. His eyes unfocused. Your relationship wouldn't end. You just wouldn't hang out with her on one of the other guys' nights. At least, that's how I understood it. I shook my head. I'm not into group sex. How would you know? You've never had sex. Ethan smiled. I drove my elbow into his side. He chuckled. That is so far down the road from where we are that we don't need to worry about it. Besides, do you think Lexi could ever do that? Lexi was rather old-fashioned about some things. She didn't show a lot of skin. She didn't dress to look sexy. She was simply herself. I don't know. But there's a fucking ick factor, man. You're my brother. Ethan sighed. Yeah, I've been avoiding thinking about that. You'll kiss my girlfriend and I'll kiss yours? He shook his head. My stomach rolled. I can't fucking watch that. What if you and I agree, no kissing Lexi on the lips in front of each other? He took the stick from Hades, and we just never talk about it? Isn't this fucking wrong? I popped my knuckles out of frustration. Or something. If everyone agrees, then how could it be wrong? Ethan countered. Okay, he had me there. Even if everyone agrees, Zeke's a possessive asshole. Ethan chuckled. And you're not? I shot him a look. He shook his head. If this happens, it's not going to be easy. Everyone will have to work hard to deal with their shit, including Zeke. That'll be fun. I surged to my feet and started pacing. What about Asher? He's already gotten worse than Zeke. Ethan shook his head. He's one of our best friends, and he has had his world thrown upside down and out the door. It's going to take him time to get used to everything. I dug my hands into my scalp and looked out into the trees. What it came down to was Ethan. He told her to pick me. My brother had never loved a girl before, and he had been willing to give her up for me. Fuck. I growled to myself. Was I really thinking of doing this? This is crazy. Yeah, but when have we ever been sane?
Chapter 22. Lexi. It was just after mid-morning when we got back. Zeke put the bow of the boat on the sand while the others spotted us.
I want that hoodie back,
Zeke warned. I snorted. Keep wishing, pal. I hopped out and shot him a smile over my shoulder. I so wasn't giving it back. He shook his head as his lips twitched. I stuck my tongue out at him and hurried back to camp. Asher and the twins were on their way toward the lake in their board shorts. Hey, can one of you guys follow Zeke to the boat rental place? He needs a ride back, I called with a smile. It'd give me time to hide his hoodie in my bag.
Yeah, I'll follow him on the jet ski.
Isaac snickered. Oh, God. Zeke on a jet ski with Isaac? Zeke will kill him. I shook my head as I headed toward the camp.
I don't want anything to do with it.
Miles's voice was so icy it stopped me in my tracks. Miles was in the picnic area, leaning against one of the tables with his back to me.
You have your answer, and it's not going to change.
I leaned down and gave Hades some love from his spot in my tent doorway. The big lug was lying half out and half in the tent.
I'm not relaying anything.
Miles pushed away from the table, turned and spotted me.
No. If you want to get her a message, call her attorney.
His face was strained as he listened to, I was guessing, his dad. I smiled before going into my tent. Miles's voice was quieter as I changed into my shorts and tank top. When I stepped back outside of my tent, he was putting his phone in his pocket and walking toward his tent. Miles?
Lewis said he'd stop by tomorrow. He figured you had enough on your plate today.
He tapped his leg as he walked toward his tent. Miles? He stopped at the tent flap. Are you okay?
I'm all right.
He sent over his shoulder before going inside. All right? He wasn't all right. Having enough, I strode across the campsite and jerked the flap open. Miles looked up at me from his sleeping bag.
Lexi? What?
Did you think I'd never notice? I snapped. His eyebrows disappeared into his hairline. I stopped in front of him. You use all right like I use fine. It's your I'm really not okay saying. At least it has been lately.
Lexi.
You want me to tell you everything when you won't even tell me the truth about how you're doing. I shook my head. You don't talk to anyone. You're there for everyone, but you don't let us be there for you. His eyes were on the tent floor as he tapped his thumb on his knuckles. I dropped to my knees on the floor and made him look at me. His emerald eyes were cold, but once he focused on me, they grew warm again. Nemo, I know you were talking to your dad. I swallowed hard. I'm not asking what you talked about. It's none of my business. I'm just asking you to tell me how you're feeling. He licked his lips and took a breath.
I don't know how.
I sat back on my butt and crossed my legs under me. How'd you talk with Autumn about this stuff? He met my gaze.
I don't know. I just did.
Oh, shit. Miles, we're talking to the guys tomorrow and asking them to go into a situation that requires a shit ton of communication. What were you going to do then?
I don't know.
He shrugged.
I was more worried about everyone else.
I reached up and took his hand. Sweetie, start small. Tell me how you're feeling after talking to your dad. He looked at me. Miles, I tilted my head to the side. You got in a fist fight with Asher. You need to talk to someone. His mouth moved again, but nothing came out. He started tapping faster. This isn't going to work. I tried to think of when we'd talked, and I got to my feet. I pulled him to his feet and out of his tent.
Lexi, where are we going?
He asked as I led him to my tent. Hades was gone, though it wasn't surprising. The little booger had been running off to swim without his humans the last couple of days. I opened the flap. Get in and lie down. Still tapping that rhythm against his leg, he went inside. I left the flap open for the breeze and followed him inside. He sat awkwardly at the foot of my bed. I picked up my book, moved my pillow, and sat down across the width of the bed. Lie down. Reaching over, I pulled my glasses out of the pocket. He was watching me as if I'd lost my mind. Lie down. He sighed and finally moved. He started to lie down the length of the bed. Head on my lap. He hesitated, then lay down and carefully set his head on my leg. I opened Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, slipped my glasses on, and began to read out loud. Miles relaxed against me halfway through the first chapter. With the breeze through the door and the quiet, it was relaxing. When I turned the page for chapter 3, he sighed.
Why do you pick Frankenstein?
I was reading it last night. I ran my fingers through his wavy hair that had just started to curl again. I started reading out loud again as my fingers continued playing with his hair. It was around chapter 4 that he finally relaxed enough.
I hate him, Lexi.
I set the book down and continued playing with his hair. That's understandable.
I got access to my trust fund when I turned 18.
He sighed.
One that had nothing to do with him. My mother made it completely mine. Her name isn't even on it.
I didn't say anything. I just kept moving my fingers through his hair.
He just found out about it when he realized I wasn't using the other trust fund that he had control of.
He took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose.
He wants to join them together.
He wants to give you more money? That didn't sound right. With strings attached, I imagine.
It's not just money. Angel, it's businesses, specifically the main company, the shipping business. He wants to add it to my trust fund.
Why would he do that? Wasn't the guy an asshole? Miles shrugged.
Whenever he's offered me something, it always comes with a price, one I'm never willing to pay.
I ran my fingers over his scalp. What do you want to do?
He sighed. I want to ignore him. I don't want the business, and I don't want to talk to him.
Is there any reason you have to? I asked, as I watched the trees dance in the breeze through the mesh ceiling of the tent.
No, not that I know of.
My fingers brushed his forehead. Does it bother you to talk to him? He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He reached up, took my hand, and rested it on his chest.
I don't like getting angry, Angel. I don't like how it makes me feel.
And he makes you angry? I said softly. He nodded as he squeezed my fingers. If there is nothing you need to say, then you don't have to talk to him. I stroked my fingers over his chest.
Why does that feel wrong?
He asked, his voice soft. Because we are constantly told to respect our parents, even if they don't deserve it, I answered. He moved off me and lay beside me.
That was a quick answer.
I sighed as I shifted and turned to lie on my side facing him. I've had a lot of time to think about it. His fingers found mine.
I'm not used to sharing anything with anyone.
You're always taking care of everyone else. I reached over and touched his chin. So sometimes, maybe you can let me take care of you? He struggled with the idea, but eventually he sighed.
I can try. Do or do not. There is no try.
I used my best Yoda impression. He burst out laughing. I smiled as I watched him laugh. When he calmed down, his eyes were warm as they met mine. He reached over and brushed a curl out of my face.
All right. I'll let you take care of me. But it'll be an adjustment.
I grinned. I'll be sure to remind you, often. He leaned in and kissed me softly. My heart raced as I relaxed into his kiss. Something moved the flap. Miles pulled back just as Hades' tongue got my cheek. Oh, Hades. I turned my head in time to be licked on the other cheek.
Hades.
Miles chuckled as Hades shook his wet fur. Water flew off him and over everything in my tent. You little shit! Hades ran back outside and started to roll in the dirt. You are so sleeping outside.
Asher. Most of the day went by in a blur. The guy spent most of the day keeping me busy and my mind off tonight. He'd even worked for a while. Energy slid over my skin and down my spine. I lifted my head as Astrid and Ranulph stepped into the light of the fire ring. Her eyes glowed in the light, shining with several different colors, just like an animal. Something inside me moved. Astrid didn't say anything. She pointed her chin at the trail off to the west and started that way. My heart pounded as silence fell around the fire. I had to go. Was this really fucking happening? My eyes met Allie's, her eyes already filling. She blinked them back and tried to give me a hopeful smile. I looked at each of my best friends, Zeke and his worried face, Miles and his calm eyes, Isaac and Ethan. Well, those two seemed to be pissed. I needed to go. I got to my feet. So did they. I snorted. You guys can't come. But they wanted to, every one of them. Isaac came toward me and hugged me. My throat tightened as I patted his back. When he pulled back, he smirked up at me. We'll go shopping for your collar tomorrow. I snorted, just like he hoped. Ethan came forward and hugged me too. I think you became a wolf just so you can run around naked in the woods. I chuckled again, my throat loosening. Miles came over and looked up at me. Do you want to talk before you go? I smiled and shook my head. There was nothing to talk about. Zeke met my eyes. A new set of rules. I nodded. A new set of rules. Allie walked around the others and headed for the trailhead. I left the guys and went to stop her. But she stopped as soon as she was out of normal hearing distance and looked up at me. I stopped, making sure to block the guy's view of her. It's just change, I reminded her. She blinked quickly, pushing the tears back, and nodded. Then she smiled for me. I wish I could go with you. I stepped closer and took a deep breath of rosemary. You're always with me, Allie. She pulled Zeke's hoodie around her and rubbed the fabric between her fingers. You're too sweet for your own good. My eyes ran over the hoodie. Something about it bugged me. It should be me wrapped around her, giving her comfort, making her feel better. Not Zeke. Not caring that the guys were there. I pulled her into a hug. She buried her nose in my neck and took a deep breath as her hands balled in my shirt. I held her small figure tightly as I buried my nose in her hair. When I was ready, I pressed my cheek to her hair, near her ear. There's a pair of Daffy Duck flannels in my bag. Her chuckle was a bit shaky. You know you'll never get them back. I lifted my head and met her eyes. I don't want them back. Her eyes finally overfilled, tears ran down her cheeks. Don't worry about me. Tonight, I need you to take care of you. Do what's best for you. I went to tell her I was fine, but when more tears fell down her face, I couldn't. It wasn't much that she was asking.
And she was right. I nodded. She gave me a real smile. "Does that mean you're not taking Daffy?" I asked, poking at her. She scowled at me. "Are you kidding? As soon as your foot hits that trail, I'm going for your bag." I chuckled. Her tears stopped falling. I leaned down and kissed her temple. "I'll see you in the morning." I stepped around her and started down the trail to where Astrid was waiting. Allie didn't move until I turned the corner. Heart pounding, and that weird feeling was back in my stomach. Hot chills ran up my spine and over my skin. "So, what happens now?"
"Now, we get away from the humans,"
Astrid explained as she began to jog. I matched her pace, which was most people's sprint. We ran over 2 miles before she slowed to a walk. She stopped in a clearing that let the moonlight stream down to the forest floor. My skin began to itch.
"This is a good spot."
She turned and eyed me.
"It shouldn't be too long. You might want to strip down."
I scowled at her. What? Why? Was she serious?
"When you shift into a werewolf, every bone in your body will break and reknit. If they don't do it right the first time, they'll break again," she explained. "Clothes mess up the process."
Shit. Dread was a rock in my gut. It's going to hurt, isn't it? She nodded.
"The first time does because it takes the longest. Your body is trying to find its way into this form. So yes, it hurts."
"You didn't say anything before." I scratched the back of my neck. Her eyes followed my hand to my neck.
"You would have dwelled on it all day. Just trust me. The shorter the notice, the better."
She met my eyes.
"If I were you, I'd strip down now."
I looked down at my hand to find I'd drawn blood. Son of a... That thing inside me moved again, knocking the air from my lungs. Hunching over, as if hit in the gut, I took several deep breaths as nausea rolled through me. My skin was too tight. I pulled off my shirt and dropped it to the ground.
"Listen to me. This can take hours if you fight it."
Astrid moved to the side as I struggled to shove my mesh shorts down my hips. Something cracked. Pain had me on my hands and knees in the grass. My skin broke out into a sweat as I tried to breathe. That thing inside me was moving, getting bigger and bigger. My insides ached, burned. I'd never felt anything like it.
"If you let the pain roll over you, accept that it's there, then it'll be a lot shorter."
She knelt down at my side. Muscles knotted and unknotted. My muscles spasmed, making me cry out, "Shit!" My mouth burned, my face ached. Heat built inside me, growing hotter and hotter with every heartbeat. Muscles tore with a meaty sound, bones in my legs snapped. I screamed as agony rolled over me. Sweat poured off me in streams. I gasped for breath. Wave after wave of pain and heat ran up my legs. My fingers dug into the grass as blood ran down my arms. The inferno built higher and higher, until I was sure I was on fire.
"You're fighting," Astrid snapped. "Let go, Asher. You'll still be you."
But would I really? Every muscle I had tightened. Bones snapped like twigs. A tsunami of soul-crushing agony slammed down on me. I barely lifted my head enough to throw up everything inside me. Over and over. My tendons stretched and finally tore. The bones in my forearm bent and bowed in front of my eyes before snapping. I screamed as the broken white pieces of bone showed through the red meat of my skin. I clenched my eyes shut as I jerked. Something was pushing against my skin, every inch of it. Pressure built in my spine until I wanted to scream. Only I could barely breathe through the crushing weight around my chest.
"Think of something peaceful. Think of home or your favorite place and relax your body,"
Astrid tried again. That grinding sensation of bone on bone ran down my spine.
sending me screaming against the ground. Something peaceful? I could barely think of my name. Something in my ribcage finally broke, giving me some relief in my chest. Peaceful. Miles' house. The family room. Everyone playing a board game. Isaac and Ethan trying to cheat. Zeke catching them and lecturing. Miles watching with an odd small smile on his face. Jess. I was fading. Something was shoving me out of the way. I tried to hold on. "Go with it, Asher," Astrid repeated. "You will still be you." Allie came into the room and sat down beside me. Her big green eyes looked up at me. Allie. A convulsion had black spots dancing across my vision. Blood soaked the grass under me. Allie. The guys. Jess. Mom. I couldn't take it anymore. I let go a bit more. My pulse pounded in my ears, making the world dark, then light again. My wolf took shape in front of me, like a ghost running toward me in the dark, enormous. Most of his fur was white, turning grayer as it rose over his ribs. Blazing blue and silver-streaked eyes met mine. My eyes watered. The bones in my face fractured. My jaw elongated as my blood filled my mouth. Still, he ran toward me. Guys. Allie. Jess. Accept him, Asher, or you'll never have control, Astrid ordered. The torture went on and on. More bones snapped, more tendons tore. My vision grew darker. My wolf kept coming closer. Accept him! Allie. I let go. Anything to make it stop. I fell through the agony as the wolf hit the surface. Everything I was exploded.
Chapter 23. Lexi. A howl echoed across the lake. Another responded. I let out the breath I'd been holding. The night fell silent again as I watched the light of the full moon bounce off the water. I wrapped my arms around my knees and held them to my chest. It had been hours since they walked down the trail. After his back disappeared, I had gone straight to the guy's tent and pulled on Asher's blue Daffy Duck pajama bottoms. When I came back out, no one said anything. I'd sat down in the sand without a word. The others had come over and joined me. No one had said a word.
He must have finished shifting,
Miles said in a quiet voice. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Guilt hit me like a semi-truck. We never should have gone to New Orleans.
We can't change the past,
Zeke muttered under his breath. I know. I took another deep breath as we fell back into silence. Eventually, Miles brought me a blanket from their tent. I wrapped it around me and refused to move from the shore. It was a long, endless night. Sitting, waiting, worrying. After an eternity, the sky lightened and the sun began to rise. Everyone could breathe easier. It was another hour before Astrid and Ranulph walked up the trail. I bolted to my feet and ran to them. Where is he? Astrid's eyes were tired when she looked over my head as the others reached us. Actually, he's going to be pretty out of it and on the defensive. I think Lexi will be fine, but only her. I'll come back and bring one of you out with me when he's going to wake up. I held my blanket closed and followed Astrid down the trail. When we were out of earshot, I had to ask, how'd it go? He did pretty well. It only took him 40 minutes to shift. She looked down at me, which is good. The first time is hell. How'd he do on the run? My stomach was in knots as we moved through the woods. Not bad. He had some control issues, which is expected. But he wasn't easy to guide away from the camp. What does that mean? Was it good? Bad? It means his wolf kept trying to get to your camp. She stopped walking and met my eyes. All night we got maybe 3 miles away from camp. He wouldn't go any further than that. Is that normal? Shouldn't he be running into the woods? That's where we were. We're his family. His human family. His wolf hasn't met you guys yet. She eyed me. Under some circumstances, it's normal, but I'll need to talk with him and see what he remembers to know for sure. She started walking again. We'll need to leave this afternoon. Today was our last day anyway, I muttered, my heart aching. She led me off the trail and deeper into the trees. Eventually, Asher came into sight. He was lying face down next to a log in the long grass, naked. Those hard, muscular lines of his body were covered in dried blood and dirt. Scrapes were everywhere, and packed with grime. Long stings of, I don't know what, were pasted to his skin in the muck. I pulled off my blanket and covered him to his shoulders. Worried, I moved to his head and sat down. His face was pale. The bags under his eyes were dark. Carefully, I ran my fingers through his hair. Is he okay? Yeah, he's just exhausted from shifting. Why is he covered in blood? I looked up at her, my heart clenching. It's part of shifting. Your body basically breaks and heals repeatedly. She met my eyes. Don't worry, it's all his. Yeah, because that's not worrying, I muttered. I leaned back against the log and continued to run my fingers through his hair. He made a quiet, barely there groan. Still out cold, he reached over and touched my thigh with the back of his fingers. He'll be in pain when he wakes up. He'll feel like he got the shit kicked out of him, but he'll be okay. Astrid tilted her head to the side and eyed us. I'll bring one of the others out around the time he'll wake up. Thanks, Astrid. I couldn't take my eyes off him. You're welcome. She walked back into the trees. The sun rose slowly, showing the scrapes on his face. Birds started chirping. A breeze ran through the grass. It was probably pretty, but I refused to take my eyes off Asher. His hand shifted in the grass. He whimpered in pain. The sound like a dagger to my heart. Ellie, he croaked. I ran my fingers through his hair again. I'm here. His fingers moved, searching for mine. I took his hand in mine and held on tight. It's morning. Astrid says you're going to be okay. My throat tightened as my eyes burned. Not now. You can freak later. Right now, it's about him. Hurts. His voice was dry, barely audible rasp. She said you'd be hurting. I kept my voice soft and soothing. My chest grew tight. He groaned, his fingers tightening on mine. Ellie. Yeah? Stay with me. I'm not going anywhere. I moved my fingers through his hair again. Time moved slowly. Asher groaned once in a while. He whimpered if he moved. How bad was it? I couldn't stop myself. I had to know. Bad, he groaned. I pissed myself. I squeezed his hand again. That'll be our little secret. He squeezed my fingers back. When at last he opened his eyes, I could finally breathe normally. Shit. What do you need? It feels like I was dropped off a mountain. He groaned. I should have brought painkillers or something. Why didn't I think of that? Would it even work on him? That feeling of being watched washed over me. I lifted my eyes and searched the area. Nothing. There was nothing. Astrid and Zeke came through the trees. His gaze focused solely on Asher. Astrid disappeared back into the trees as he came toward us. Asher growled deep in his chest as his hand tightened on mine. Zeke stopped where he was and simply waited. Eventually, Asher relaxed. Sorry.
You good?
Zeke asked, as if Asher hadn't just threatened him.
Yeah, just move slow.
Zeke moved toward us slowly.
We have to get you back and cleaned up before someone sees you.
Asher barely nodded.
You might have to carry me.
Zeke shrugged.
Why do you think I came?
My heart warmed as Zeke knelt down beside him. Asher groaned, let go of my hand, and tried to push himself up. Asher cursed. Without a word, Zeke knelt down, put Asher's arm around his shoulders, and helped him to stand up. Asher cried out as his face grew pale. Keeping my eyes on his upper body, I reached out and closed his blanket to cover him. Asher reached down and held it closed so I could let go.
You just flashed her, didn't you?
Zeke growled. Next time we'll bring him shorts. I stepped back. We started back through the trees and toward the trail. Zeke practically carried Asher, but let him keep moving his feet through the grass.
Next time you'll stay home.
Zeke turned us onto the trail. Don't start. I shot him a look over Asher's head. He sent me one back. We'll talk about it later. We were halfway back when Asher spoke up.
Whose blood?
Astrid said it was yours. I hated to tell him that, but he had to know he didn't hurt anyone. Asher nodded and seemed to become more alert.
We'll get you cleaned up,
Zeke promised. The guys were waiting at the trailhead when we turned the bend. Isaac jogged toward us and took Asher's other side.
What happened?
I moved out of the way. He's okay. We just need to get him cleaned up before someone sees him covered in blood. Miles and Ethan shared a look. It's his blood. I kept my voice light and matter-of-fact, as if one of our best friends didn't look like he'd been slaughtering innocents all night. The others relaxed as we made our way to camp.
Get him to the shower. I'll get him some clothes.
Miles ran up the trail.
He still can't stand,
Zeke grunted.
Then he'll need help,
Isaac said as they picked up the pace.
I'll take care of it,
Ethan said, as he fell back with me as the guys hustled Asher across our campsite. I'll make him breakfast, I guess. I looked up at Ethan at a loss. Ethan wrapped his arm around me.
He'll be okay.
I'll make him something mushy. My voice was quiet. Ethan kissed the top of my hair.
I've got him, beautiful.
Ethan headed off toward the shower. I went and made myself busy. Oatmeal. Oatmeal is good and easy on the stomach.
Asher. Everything fucking hurt. It was like I'd been hit by a semi and rolled over 100 times. Ethan went into the shower as Zeke and Isaac helped me into the tarped-off section of the shower. Ethan turned on the water and tested it. You're going to have to sit on the ground. Zeke moved me inside. Or we can get a cooler. I shook my head. Blood. The ground works. Zeke and Isaac carefully set me down on the tarp-covered ground. Ethan took the shower head off the mount and came over. We need to take off the blanket to get you clean, man. Isaac's hand squeezed my shoulder. I nodded and let go. Ethan moved the water over me, warming my chilled skin. Have Miles grab his soap. Already did. Miles' voice came from behind me. Do you need anything else? Clothes? Ethan asked. Yeah, sweats and a shirt and shoes. Miles shifted. Okay, I've got him from here. Ethan reached over, grabbed my bottle of soap and a washcloth. Asher, can you hold the soap bottle? I blinked several times before I nodded. He slipped the bottle into my hand. The plastic helped ground me in reality, helped bring me back to the present. While Ethan wet my hair, I tried to remember what happened last night. Pain. Lots of pain. And then, nothing. I can't remember. That's all right. You don't have to. Ethan squatted down and started soaping up my hair. Astrid told us you didn't hurt anyone. I nodded. Good. That was good. I looked down at my hands. Blood and dirt were caked into my nails. Head back, man. I tilted my head back. The morning light was shining through the trees. Birds twittered here and there. The world was fuzzy and out of focus. Ethan rinsed me off and began to soap up a washcloth. Ethan soaped up my hands and arms, rinsing every once in a while to make sure the muck was coming off. I hissed as the end of my fingertips burned. What the hell? The sting brought everything back into sharper focus. Ethan finished washing my back. He rinsed me off, cleaning scrapes I didn't know I had. I'm better. Ethan stopped. You are sure? I nodded. I think I was in shock. I can't imagine why. Ethan rinsed more soap off my back. He just turned into a wolf, ran through the woods all night, then shifted back. You know, just a normal summer night. I chuckled. Pain shot through me, making me groan. Oh, don't make me laugh. Sorry. He handed me the washcloth and kept the water running down my back. Wash your chest and your junk, 'cause I love you, man, but even I won't clean your front. I cracked a smile as I took the stained, pink-soaped cloth from him. What was your original plan? I was going to spray a lot of water, squirt the soap bottle at you, cover your junk with it, and spray more water. He moved the water over my shoulder and chest, then back, to run down my back. I picked up my soap bottle and added more soap to the cloth. I'm glad you had a plan. I started washing, needing to get the nastiness off me. When I reached my legs, I pulled a long string of tissue off my leg. Please, let it be tissue. I took several deep breaths and continued washing. When I was done, Ethan handed me the shower head. I rinsed the rest of the gunk off me. When I finally felt clean, I got to my feet. I stumbled. Ethan grabbed my arm to hold me up. I hung up the shower head and shut off the water. Ethan put a towel over my shoulder. I'll be outside. Call if you need help. Thanks, Ethan. That's what family is for. He left me alone. I closed my eyes and forced myself to move. Allie had been the first thing I remembered. She had been worried. I needed to see her, make sure she was okay. My wolf woke up a little inside. I could see him in my head, lying down, lifting his head to sniff the air. He half growled. Somehow, I knew he was all for seeing Allie. He lowered his head sleepily. What the hell? I'd have to ask Astrid about it. I dried off, careful of all the sore muscles. It took a while, but I managed to get my pants and shirt on. When I went to pick up my shoes, my body protested loudly. Fuck that. I left my shoes in the shower and started hobbling out. Lexi's got breakfast for you. Ethan went back into the shower. I made my way slowly to the campsite. The others were standing around the hammock. Everyone but Allie. They turned to me as I painfully stepped around the tree. How are you feeling? Miles pushed up his glasses. My legs turned to rubber. I sat down on the hammock before I fell down. I think I just ran out of energy, I groaned as my body protested. Well, don't pass out yet. Zeke looked over the heads of the others. Allie slipped between Miles and Isaac with a mug in her hand. My heart gave a hard thump. My wolf woke up enough to lift his head and pay attention. She smiled as she handed me the mug. I don't think you'll be able to stay awake long, so I only made a bit of oatmeal and added your protein powder to it. Those sweet eyes met mine. I took the mug and smiled. She made it with chopped walnuts, raisins, vanilla, and cinnamon. My favorite. Thanks, Ollie. We're going to let you get some sleep while we pack up camp. Miles put his hands in his pockets. I can help. I tried to get up, but Allie simply pushed me a little, and I fell back into the hammock, groaning in pain. Nope, nap time for you, Allie decided. She turned to the others. "Leave my tent for last. I still have to put my stuff away." The guys agreed and started back to camp. Eileen looked down at me. "Please eat?" It took everything I had to finish half the mug before exhaustion set in. She saw, took the mug from me, and set it down on the ground. "Lie down." I grabbed her hand and tugged her closer. "Only if you go with me." She smiled. "Get in." I did as she said, and leaned to provide counterbalance. She got in next to me and sent us swinging. She rested her head on my shoulder and pressed against me, just like the other night. A satisfied rumble vibrated in my chest. She looked up at me. "What was that?" I thought about it. I hadn't meant to do that. Oh, my wolf had rolled over on his back and practically vibrated with happiness. Just my wolf. He's happy. She raised an eyebrow. "Really?" I nodded. She snuggled against me. "That'll take some getting used to." "Yeah, it will." Rosemary filled my lungs as peace settled through me. "Stay." "Until you fall asleep," she promised. Darkness washed over me and pulled me under.
Lexi. Asher went limp beside me. His breathing was deep and even. He was so exhausted. I stayed for a while, needing to feel that he was there and okay. When I was sure he was asleep, I carefully climbed out of the hammock and headed toward camp to start getting my stuff packed. Lewis was waiting for me at the fire ring. My chest grew tight as I met his gaze. There was nothing but peace in his eyes. "Are you sure about this? Please change your mind."
Yeah, it's time,
he said.
Uma has everything she needs to teach Juan, and when the time comes,
"I'll fly out to help him learn how to raise and control the dead," I finished for him. He gave me a grateful smile.
Thank you.
"Ready?" There was no point in drawing it out. He looked around the group and at the trees.
It was a pleasure, Lewis.
Miles said.
It was fun.
Isaac shrugged.
We'll make sure to keep Juan out of trouble.
Ethan thought about it.
Mostly. Thanks.
Zeke met Lewis's gaze.
For being there.
Lewis gave all of them a smile.
I'm ready.
I summoned my will, wrapped that gold ribbon around his wrist, and dropped. We hit the grass of the Veil. I let him go as I straightened. The circle of scorched earth still made me clench my fists. Months of crossing souls and that fucker. Pushing it from my mind, I turned back to Lewis. His eyes were wide as he looked around.
So, this is the Veil.
Yep. The walls are supposed to be clear, but as you can see, at least the fog had gotten lighter. That's progress, at least.
And what's that?
He looked up at the sky. That's the way. I turned back to him. It's how you move on. He nodded. Lewis, it was my last chance to say it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come down to New Orleans. You'd still be alive. The Witches' Council wouldn't have attacked.
Lexi, stop.
Lewis shook his head.
None of this is your fault. The Witches' Council made their own choices. That's on them. You're not so powerful that it's all on you. People make their own choices.
I nodded. I know, but your kids, and Uma, Savannah. A gentle smile spread across his face.
They're going to be okay. They'll heal and move on, the way it should be.
I nodded. A ball of purple light came down out of the way. I hugged him as my eyes burned. Thank you. Thank you so much. He hugged me back.
It's up to you now.
Tears rolled down my face as I stepped back and let him go. I'll be there for Juan. He shook his head.
You need to catch this guy, and make sure he can't do anything like this again.
I nodded. How could I stop anyone from doing it again? His lips pressed together.
Talk to Uma. Tell her what you need. She'll teach you.
A purple door appeared. It opened, showing Louis's kitchen at his house in New Orleans. A silver-haired woman got to her feet and smiled. An elderly man folded a newspaper and turned toward the doorway. A smile blossomed over his face. A woman in her 30s with long dark hair and big brown eyes stepped away from the stove. She tore off her apron and rushed to the door. Tears fell down her cheeks as she smiled a huge smile.
Rosalinda.
Louis's voice cracked. He ran through the door and lifted her into his arms. She held his face between her hands as she kissed him over and over. The door closed and turned back into a ball of purple light before shooting back up into the way. Goodbye. Chapter 24. August 24th. I put my bag in the back of Miles's truck. Everything was packed back up but the chairs. Asher was awake and moving around better than before. He was still in pain, but he was moving better. I fiddled with the zipper on my bag.
Lexi.
Miles's voice jarred me back to reality. I turned to him.
The guys are waiting.
My stomach nodded. This was it? Dropping my voice until it was barely a whisper. Are we doing the right thing? He moved closer.
We can't leave it like this.
I nodded. This was it. I followed Miles out from the back of the truck and to the almost empty campsite. The guys were sitting in their chairs waiting. Chewing on the corner of my lower lip, I walked past them and took my chair. Miles didn't sit down.
We all know why we're sitting here. It's time to make a decision.
The tension rose. Everyone made a point of not looking at each other. My chest grew tighter.
Does Lexi date no one? Or does she date all of us?
Miles looked around the group.
We've talked about it the entire trip, fought about it, yelled at each other. But before we leave this site, we will make a decision.
Hades yawned loudly in the silence.
I think the first question is, what does she want?
Zeke leaned forward and braced his elbows on his knees. Everyone turned to me. Oh, shit. I swallowed hard as my heart pounded. I want to keep your friendships intact. I'll go with whatever choice will make that happen. But I am not going to choose.
Then that's it.
Zeke turned to the others, his eyes burning.
Because we're not going to fucking pass her around like she's... Why the fuck do you think we would treat her that way?
Ethan barked, his eyes flashing.
You've known us since we were 4. Have we ever done anything to make you think we'd treat a girl that way?
Zeke thought about it.
No. Then why the fuck would we start?
Ethan began to spin his rings.
Your faith in us is overwhelming, Zeke.
Ethan. Miles tried to calm him down.
How about you let us answer for ourselves instead of deciding for us?
Isaac surged to his feet, drawing everyone's attention.
There are 4 other guys here, and everyone has their own relationship with her. Everyone has their own boundaries, their own limits. You can't speak for all of us. Calm down.
Miles stepped forward, getting everyone's attention again.
Zeke was simply saying, in his way, that us making her feel that way would be unacceptable.
Miles turned and met Zeke's gaze.
Right?
Zeke clenched and unclenched his jaw before he nodded. The knots in my stomach grew bigger. I could not date anyone, I rasped as I looked down at my fingers in my lap.
Is that what you really want?
Asher's rough voice had me lifting my head to meet his eyes. I couldn't lie about this. I shook my head. Then you need to tell us. Miles shifted on his feet. I met Miles's gaze. He was right. I was tiptoeing over what I really wanted. It was selfish and asking of them way more than anyone ever should. But it's what I wanted. I'd be happy with the group dating option. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my thighs. How do you guys feel about it? Thundering silence was my answer. My face burned, but I refused to look away from them. This is what I wanted. I'll own it. Miles sighed. I'll go first. He turned to each of the guys as he spoke, making eye contact as he went. Lexi pointed it out to me after the first meeting here that I really hadn't thought about it myself. I was too busy worrying about all of us. And when I started thinking about it, I thought I couldn't agree to all of us being with her. There was no way. He turned to Ethan. Then I realized that Ethan shares something with Lexi that I don't. He turned to the group. I don't understand art, but they do. Ethan understands that part of her that I don't, that I can't. You always did hate anything to do with art. Ethan shifted in his chair. Miles smiled. Then I thought about the rest of you. He turned to each one. Asher always sees the good in people. Isaac likes to push his boundaries and try new things. Zeke, she understands your rage better than any of us can. My eyes stung. The fact is that all of us share something unique with Lexi. He started tapping his thigh again. And once I thought of it that way, then I realized I could work with the group dating option. Heads snapped as they turned to Miles. Miles's ears tinted pink as he sat down. Zeke looked as if someone had hit him in the back of the head with a board. Silence fell. Eventually, Ethan leaned forward, getting everyone's attention. Look, I didn't have some epiphany. I just suck at relationships. He gestured to the others. You guys have seen it. They all agreed. And to be honest, I'd rather have part of her than none. Ethan met my gaze. A warm smile spread across my face. So, that's my vote. Ethan shrugged. Asher shifted in his seat. A couple of days ago, my life was normal. At least I thought so. His eyes were unfocused on the ground. At the beginning of the trip, I never would have even thought about this. What about today? Miles watched him carefully. Today, I'm a werewolf who will be leaving town for a month. His eyes met mine. I'm not normal, and that's going to be an adjustment. So, why should I have a normal relationship? I vote for group dating. My pulse raced in my throat. Was this really happening? He changed his mind. Isaac leaned forward and sighed. This is crazy. He met my eyes. I have huge issues, and that's not surprising to any of you. I'm pretty sure I'm going to try to fuck everything up several times before I get the hang of this, but I'm willing to work on my shit. His eyes met mine. If this is what it takes to make Lexi happy, I'm in. Zeke looked at all of them as if they had lost their minds. He got to his feet and met my eyes. I need a word with you. Now. Leaving Hades with the guys, I followed him down the trail all the way to the picnic bench. He turned on me, his eyes glowing. Tell me you're not going to fucking do this. I sighed. Why wouldn't I? Because you... He ran his hand through his hair. His wild eyes met mine. More than anything, I never want you to feel used, to feel like you're an object. I'd kill to keep that from happening, to be passed around. My heart ached. Zeke. I stepped closer and pressed my hands against his chest. Would they ever do that? They're our best friends. Would they ever do that? A muscle ticked in his jaw.
No, but that doesn't mean you won't feel that way.
Now, the biggest question, I shook my head. Would I ever let someone treat me that way? Put up with someone who made me feel that way? He took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
No.
So, what kind of situation are we really looking at? I asked carefully.
All of us dating you isn't going to happen.
Zeke looked me straight in the eyes. You really didn't even think about it, did you? My heart sunk as my stomach bottomed out. He shook his head. You said you would. I stepped back from him. The first night here, all of us talked about it, and you agreed to think about it. Then, yesterday...
I didn't think you were crazy enough to try it.
He ran his hand through his hair. I couldn't believe him. A heavy weight filled my chest as I looked up at him. Zeke, I care about all of you. How did you expect me to choose one of you?
Because that's how it's supposed to work.
He gestured at nothing. Who says that's the way it's supposed to go?
Everyone.
His voice echoed off the trees. I suddenly realized how tired I was. Tired of trying to be something I wasn't. Tired of pretending for everyone else. Zeke, I'm not normal. I'm never going to be normal. My voice was quiet and steady, and I'm trying to be okay with that. It sucks once in a while, but not everything is puppies and rainbows all the time.
I know,
he said.
But if we did this, what do you think people are going to think?
What? Who gave a fuck about other people and what they thought?
Jessica has already trashed your reputation at school. If you start dating 5 guys at once, they're going to think she's right.
He shook his head.
Last year was bad enough with the harassment toward you. Do you really want to go through another year of that and worse?
That's why you wanted me to choose? My voice grew louder and sharper. Because you're worried about what other people will think of me?
Lexi.
He stepped closer.
I don't give a fuck what people think. But I do give a fuck about how they treat you. This is something you need to think about. If you did this, there will be repercussions and you might not pay for them alone.
What do you mean? He cursed.
You will get more shit at school. All of us might, and that'll put pressure on everybody, which will make having that kind of relationship that much harder.
I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. You're right. There are social repercussions that all of us would have to deal with, and they might make things harder. I swallowed hard as I tried to explain how I felt. But I'd rather face it together than live my life regretting that we didn't try because it was out of the ordinary, because it was scary and crazy.
Lexi.
I can't choose. I looked up at him. I just can't. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, filling the silence. Shadows moved through his eyes.
I don't think I can do what you're asking.
My heart shattered. Tears filled my eyes as I struggled to breathe. You can't? He shook his head. Tears fell down my face as I looked down at the ground. I took deep breaths. I knew it was useless to hope. Okay. I wiped my face as I looked at his chest. Before this is over, I need you to know. I lifted my eyes to his with my world crashing around me. I love you, and I never meant for any of this to happen. His face was blank and hard as stone as I stepped back. I'll go tell the others. Wiping my face again, I turned and hurried down the path. The weight on my chest was crushing, making my breathing ragged. It was over. I'd be with none of them. Why did I get my hopes up? Why did I even think this would work? It never would have worked anyway. What was I thinking? There's no happily ever after in real life. When did I forget that? When I made it back, the guys were standing in a circle. They examined my face. Miles's eyes grew cold. They didn't even have to ask. Zeke's answer was clear on my face. "He's out," I rasped. The guys nodded.
So that means...
Isaac turned to Miles.
She'll date nobody.
Miles confirmed. Everyone struggled with their emotions. The silence was heart-wrenching. What were we going to do now? With everything between all of us, how do we go back? Miles cleared his throat.
Then we should start to head home.
Zeke walked off the trail and up to the circle.
I need to talk to you guys alone.
His voice was so sharp it made me jump. He looked down at me.
Take Hades and go back down the trail.
I didn't argue. I was too busy wiping tears from my face as I left the group. Zeke was probably going to yell, lecture, call them idiots for even thinking of trying this. It didn't matter. I sat on the picnic table in misery. What the hell was I going to do now? I could try to avoid them for a while, at least until school started. Make sure I'm not alone with anyone. A fresh wave of tears ran down my face. God, I was so stupid. I should have said something. I should never have kissed any of them. Why did I ruin everything? Misery took up a home in my heart, and I wondered if she'd become a permanent tenant. I don't know how long I sat there. At least an hour, for sure. But I didn't even want to bother to check my phone. I was scratching Hades' ears when he barked. The guys walked around the bend in the trail. Every face was somber, every set of eyes shadowed. And this is where they'll tell me that I need to give them space. I braced for it.
Lexi, we've been talking.
Miles stepped forward, tapping his fingers on his thigh. You guys need space, right? I tried to keep my voice from cracking. It didn't work. Miles took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
Lexi, will you be our girlfriend?
My heart leaped in my chest. Did he just say girlfriend? Miles's cheeks tinted pink as he grinned.
Will you go out with us?
He gestured at the others who were standing just as awkwardly as he was. A big, happy, stupid smile spread across my face. Hell yeah! Epilogue. I looked up at Asher and fought back tears. I'm going to miss you. His fingers squeezed mine.
I'm going to miss you, too. But I have to go.
I know. It just sucks.
You have 4 other boyfriends to keep you company,
he muttered. Not until you get back, I reminded him. We agreed no individual dates until you come home. He frowned.
That's not really fair to you guys.
But it's fair to you, and we agreed. I stepped closer and looked up at those beautiful eyes. Now, you better hug me because you're about to leave for a month. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me into his arms. I took a deep breath of cinnamon and vanilla. Promise me that you'll stay safe. His lips brushed my ear. I closed my eyes and tried to memorize his touch.
Only if you promise me the same.
He kissed the top of my hair. I promise.
Then I promise too.
I lifted my chin and met his eyes. I'll talk to you tonight. He nodded, his eyes rough.
And every night until I get home?
My eyes burned as I went up on my toes and brushed my lips against his. Astrid cleared her throat. Asher pulled back, regret filling his eyes.
I can't.
My heart ached. Then you better go. The sooner you go, the sooner you come back. He leaned down and kissed my temple.
I love you.
I smiled. I love you too. He stepped back from me, picked up his duffel and got into the car with Ranulph and Astrid. A month. I could do a month, right? This concludes When the Dead Have It Easy by B.L. Brunnemer. Narrated by Elizabeth Hart and Nelson Hobbs. Copyright 2019 by B.L. Brunnemer. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with B.L. Brunnemer and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.